This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Sapphira, Book 5 of Hidden Class Pacifist. Written by Cássio Ferreira, performed by Steve Corona. Chapter 1. "What are you going to spend your points on, Wes?" Walter asked as the group kept heading west. His attention was split between the list of rewards from the event store and the beautiful view. It was almost noon, but the lush trees on both sides provided shade and gave the brick road a summer feel, a nice respite from the weather in the real world, where it had been raining all week. "I don't know. I don't have enough to buy a silver alien set. I will probably settle with a bronze set, buy XP, and gain a level. You?" "I think I'll get a skill instead," answered Walter. "Xenoburst looks cool. I have nothing like that in my skill set." Will had settled on a new ring a few minutes earlier, so his mind was elsewhere. "Wes, are you sure this quest was the right decision? Is this the right family for us?" "I've done my research, Walter. This is a golden opportunity to build rapport with the Broccolis. All the old families were terminated after the event, leaving many voids to fill. This kind of opportunity won't come again," Wesley answered resolutely. "Done!" shouted Walter triumphantly, interrupting Wesley. "Check this out, guys." Xenoburst, uncommon. Skill description. Your frail human form cannot hold the power of the parasitoids, but you forcefully use it anyway. Skill effects. Sacrifice 100 HP to gain plus 15% damage for a minute. Cooldown, 1 hour. "This'll be great to finish up bosses," he said proudly. Now that Walter, too, had finished spending the event points, he turned his attention toward their current mission. "Are we near the outpost?" he asked as he petted his wolf pup. It was still too fragile to help them hunt, but just a few more levels and it would assist them in battle, increasing their DPS. "We just need to follow the road. 30 minutes and we'll get there. After we get to the ridge, Suddenly, a streak of light passed right by them, kicking up dust and leaving behind the frozen group of friends. After a few moments, Walter spoke. "What was that? Was that a wild boss?" "I think it was a player," explained Wesley. He was the only one in the group who'd unlocked perception and had the keenest eyesight. A player? That fast?" asked Will, stupefied. "It's probably someone high-leveled and with a fast ride. A full dexterity rogue, maybe?" hypothesized Walter. "But it was all a blur. How can someone be that fast?" Will pressed. That was the fastest he had seen anyone move in the game. "He probably saw the three of us from a distance and activated several speed-boosting skills just to impress us," explained Wesley after some thought. "Just leave it. In a few more months, we'll be just as fast." Roth felt as if he were flying. He had never been a slow player with a base movement speed of a little over 160%. After obtaining his white mare, Lua, he had a bonus of 110% movement speed when riding her, bringing that up to 270%. The road's speed bonus brought the figure up to 280%. However, after unlocking the second tier of light affinity, he gained an incredible skill that made him even faster. Speed of light. Stat bonus. Bonus description. Your step is light, and the sun energizes you to run unhindered. Bonus effects. Plus 300% movement speed in daylight. The sun was at its zenith, and he could travel at 580% movement speed. Once his racial skills came off cooldown, and he could change into rattan form and stack all these speed bonuses, he was sure no one could catch up to him. After galloping on Lua, he finally unlocked a title he'd seen in Pegasus's database back when he was trapped in Mario's lab. Speedster, uncommon. Title description. You've become one with the wind and can run at incredible speeds. Title effects. Plus 10% movement speed. Every speed-boosting active skill gains an additional 20% movement speed bonus. Conditions to unlock Speedster. Complete relevant quest. Or travel at 400% movement speed or higher. Roth had a series of titles under his belt related to athletic accomplishments. There was marathonist, swimmer, alpinist, and jumper. All of them had been unlocked by persisting in practicing an activity. Marathonist, common. Title description. After running great distances, your training has made you more robust and durable. title effects. You can run longer without getting tired. Conditions to unlock Marathonist. Run 500 kilometers in under 3 days, or run 1 million kilometers. Marathonist, his first common title, required him to run 500 kilometers in under 3 days, or, alternatively, 1 million kilometers. However, after obtaining the Pegasus library, Roth discovered another series of titles. These focused not on endurance, but on surpassing certain thresholds. If he swam really fast, jumped incredibly high, or performed other noteworthy achievements, he could get his hands on more athletic titles. In this case, he unlocked Speedster by running fast enough. This made him even quicker, allowing him to reach the border between Green Country and Rock Canyon in record time. He had left the Green Woods 2 hours ago and had already left Greensburg behind him. A trip that had originally taken him half a day could now be finished in a few hours. He was starting to pick up signs that he was on the edge of Green Country. For the first time in 2 hours, the landscape began to change. So far, towering tree lines were on both sides of the road. The branches of the trees were long and lush, forming the illusion he was traveling in tunnels through the forest. The trunks were like walls that hid the maps and dungeons of the Green Country region behind brown wood and green leaves. Now the vegetation was becoming sparser, and he was getting small glimpses of his surroundings. The plain road had also gained some inclination, costing Roth some of his speed as he was forced to ride uphill. Eventually, the dwindling number of trees finally allowed him an unobstructed view of his destination. Massive mountains stretching into the sky and disappearing into the clouds filled the horizon. He had arrived at the border between Green Country and Rock Canyon. From what he read in the forums, moving between different world regions always involved traversing challenging terrains, such as a mountain, an abyss, a swamp, or something similar. The developers hadn't made traveling between regions something beginners could easily pull off. Hopefully, it wouldn't be too difficult for someone of his level to make the crossing. Roth kept galloping, making use of the daylight, but eventually the brick road came to an end. You've left the well-built road and lost Swift. Minus 10% speed. You're traveling on a craggy mountain trail. You've been afflicted with tripping. Minus 20% speed. As Lua entered the rocky trail, he lost 30% movement speed, but quickly got used to the reduced speed. From here on out, roads would be less comfortable. At first, the trail was just a poorer version of the brick road. There were fewer trees on both sides, and the traveling speed was slightly reduced, but it was still comfortable. However, as Lua proceeded along the dirt and gravel road, he started to gain altitude. Trees became even scarcer, and some stretches of road had dangerous cliff edges. He had no choice but to dismount Lua. He would travel on foot from here. If he fell off the cliff, it would hurt immensely, and he would have to get back here from the nearest graveyard. Closer to the ground, some of his vertigo subsided, and he settled on a slow jog through the trail. Lin kept his head off Roth's collar and glanced down at the cliff, showing no fear of falling. The mountain was of dark stone. Now that he was moving slower, he noticed how the mountainside was riddled with holes. Curious, he approached one of them, squatting to figure out what had caused them. As he leaned in, he spotted 2 bright eyes and heard a rattle. Recognizing the animal, he put his hand into the hole. Feeling the cold, scaly texture tie itself around his arm, he pulled it, revealing a beautiful snake. It had diamond-shaped patterns of varying shades of brown, which helped it disguise itself against the mountain. "Greetings, smarter." "Hello," he said happily as he inspected his new friend. "Sylvia, the diamondback rattlesnake. Level 31. HP 300. Energy 600. Bite, camouflage, cobra slither, venomous fang." "Why do you smell like a cat?" As if to answer her question, Lin popped his head out. Sylvia rattled her tail for a few moments, her coil around Roth's arm tightening as she kept looking back and forth between Roth and Lin. "It's my pet. His name's Lin." "I see." "I came all the way from Hillsford. I'm a friend of Solomon's," spoke Roth, making conversation. "Solomon? A good senator he is. Or used to be."
What brings you to the cloudy mountains?
I'm on my way to Sapphira, explained Roth.
A perilous journey,
the rattlesnake warned. What animals can I expect to find? Asked Roth, trying to determine what dangers awaited him.
Depends on which path you take.
What about this path?
Just us, or the occasional eagle.
What do you hunt out here? The snake hesitated, but after a few moments answered,
Humans.
Roth gulped nervously. I see.
Not you, of course,
hurriedly added Sylvia. I get it. Well, I just wanted to say hi.
Aren't you sweet? You get to meet more and more snakes as you travel the world, plus 21 reputation with snakes.
Roth reached out to the hole where Sylvia had been hiding, allowing her to return to it. Knowing that the road only had snakes, he relaxed and continued his journey. Even though the road was perilous, the view was amazing. Looking back at the road that had brought him here, he saw a never-ending sea of green country, the region where he had lived in the first months of gameplay in AstroTerra. Just how many races lived in those trees? How many secrets lay hidden? Shaking his head, Roth refocused his mind on the mountain path. There were just as many secrets to unearth where he was going, and, honestly, he was excited with the change of scenery. Now that he could see where he was heading, most of the gloom of leaving his base of operations was replaced with excitement at the prospect of new adventures. Roth kept climbing, and the weather changed. The eternal spring of green country gave way to a mist and chilling wind. He didn't know if he had climbed high enough to come into the clouds, or whether the floating white castles had been forced down when they met with the high mountains and were meeting him halfway. Roth, now far enough from the green woods and certain he wasn't being followed, changed into his forest lamb's wool set and felt the warm comfort of wool shield him from the biting cold. After having the mountain on one side and cliffs and clouds on the other, the road turned inward into the mountain and downward. Gravity stopped hindering him and became his ally, helping him travel at an increased speed. Seeing how he didn't have any falling hazards on either side of the road, he called Lua again. Summon. The horse appeared from behind him, and he mounted again. The road became hilly with a series of ups and downs, but after a few minutes, Roth's enhanced vision revealed a collection of buildings ahead, despite the misty weather. It was a town in the mountains. The road passed right through it, and Roth, curious, slowed from a gallop to a slower trot to admire this new place. The first thing that struck him was the architecture. Whereas in green country there were pots with flowers on every window ledge, vine trees climbing the walls, and patches of moss growing between the cobblestones or bricks, linking the constructs with the surrounding nature, here, the bold and sharp angles in the buildings were designed to create distance between the mountain and man. Roads had nothing but dry, lifeless dirt, and the double wooden doors in every building gave this town a Wild West feel. He saw several people walking around town, NPCs and players. The NPCs wore overalls and had blackened faces and hands. They carried pickaxes over their shoulders and helmets in their hands. Several players in different outfits completely ignored him and his horse as they went about their business. As he opened the world map, he saw the name of this new place, Charlesville. Chapter 2. The building Roth had entered turned out to be a tavern. There was a piano in the corner where, surprisingly, a player played happy music for the patrons. Roth had never seen anyone play music in the game before. Was that some sort of profession or class? He tried inspecting the player, but his insight wasn't high enough to obtain any information. The clinking of glasses and lively conversation accompanied the happy piano lounge music as several NPCs drank ale and enjoyed a warm meal by the hearth. Many wore blackened clothes and had dark nails and pale skin. Other than the piano player, there were several other players around. They stood out like sore thumbs from the NPCs because they wore armor instead of dirty clothes and carried weapons instead of pickaxes. 3 adventurers occupied the table closest to him, and Roth could make out some of their conversation. "On my first try. It took me 3 tries before I got here. You must have incredible reflexes." "Yeah, I do. It's too bad those snakes don't leave any good drops. I have a friend who got a cool skill card from them. Even though there was so much noise around him, he could still hear them perfectly. Was this due to his perception stat? He knew it helped him see better in the dark, but he hadn't realized that it also allowed him to eavesdrop on conversations. He focused on another table a few steps away where NPC miners were chatting. "Bring the dynamite, otherwise we won't ever get through to the other side." "I don't know, I don't like dynamite. It disturbs the dark depths. I'd rather work it with the pickaxe slowly." "Enough with your superstitions, Jerry. If there's anything down there, you can just blast it with the dynamite too." He could easily follow their conversation too. The perception stat had more applications than he originally thought. He kept studying the scene around him, and his eyes were drawn toward the only white thing in the room, the barman's apron. Whereas the floor and patrons were all covered in coal dust, the bartender wiped the counter with a cloth while sporting a clean apron. The man was waging a never-ending battle against soot, and the counter was the wall protecting his glass castle. Their eyes met, and the barman smiled. Seeing how friendly the man seemed, Roth approached. "Hello, sir." "Good day, stranger. Can I get you anything?" "No, thank you. I was hoping you could give me some information." A player drinking some ale nearby sneered, causing Roth's eyebrows to shoot up. What was up with him? Had he said something wrong? "Sure, anything you need." Roth heard glass fall to the ground and break. "Hey, you're going to pay for that," the bartender scolded the player who had dropped his ale. It was the same guy as before, but now, instead of sneering, he was looking at Roth with his mouth wide open. Ignoring him, Roth continued. "I'm trying to reach Rock Canyon and cross the mountain. What's the quickest way to get there?" "Oh, well, you have 3 paths you could take," the bartender explained as he picked up an empty glass and polished it with a cloth. "You can go through the mountain." "Through the mountain?" "Yes, a series of tunnels get you to the other side of the mountain. It's the quickest way, but it's a dark place down there, and a man can easily get lost. Many dangers lurk in the depths." "Okay. What else?" "There's the old cable car system," he offered. "You just have to head 2 clicks west and buy a ticket there. It takes you right over the mountain. The cable car takes a lot of maintenance, though. If you're short on coin, you won't be able to afford it." "Go on." "The final path is the most dangerous and the longest, too. It requires you to climb the mountain. It's a perilous journey. Many don't make it. The weather changes quickly up there, and rock slides and avalanches can bury a man under a ton of rubble and snow," the barman explained, his eyes focused on the door of his establishment, as if he could visualize the many men who had left to make the journey but never returned. "Thank you, sir. How do I get to the mines?" "I'll just follow one of the miners," he said, gesturing toward his patrons. "The mines ain't far from town." "Thanks." Out of the corner of his vision, he noticed that the same player was still staring at him. "Can I help you? Why are you staring at me?" "The bartender just gave it all to you on a silver platter." "It's just some basic information." "You didn't even order anything," he exclaimed. "Your charisma must be off the charts." Roth finally understood why the player looked so interested in him. Perhaps this bartender wasn't friendly to everyone, and it was his first time seeing someone with such a high charisma approach the bartender and get all this information for free. Yeah, I have invested a little in my charisma. I'm a merchant." "Oh, right, you're a merchant. Oh, that explains it." The man seemed relieved at the revelation. "I would take the cable car if I were you," he added. "It's 100 gold. It's expensive, and it takes a while, but it gets you through to the other side without a hitch." Thank you for the hint." It looked like he could have gotten this information from this player had he asked. Roth left the bar's darkness and the piano music behind him and looked up to the clouds, imagining the snowy peak beyond. Which path should he take? On the one hand, the cable car looked like a nice, carefree way of traveling. He just had to sit and enjoy the ride. On the other hand, 100 gold sure was a lot of money just for a short trip.
In the end, Roth decided to try his luck in the coal mines. Maybe this trip was difficult for players who didn't have the Farsight title or the Perception stat, but he could see as clearly as if it was daylight in the darkness of Antioch. What would make the coal mines any different? Besides, the man said it himself. It was the fastest way through. Roth waited for the next batch of miners to leave the tavern and followed them westward, through the buildings and onto a trail through the mountain. The path veered right and left, snaking down its way to the bottom of the valley. At some point in the journey, the group of miners began singing. It wasn't the joyful tune of the piano, but something far darker.
In the belly of the earth I make my stand, with grit and sweat and pick in hand. Down below where shadows dance, I face the dark and take my chance. Coal is the treasure we seek, the black gold that was hidden from the weak. With bold comrades we forge ahead, and bring back to the table our daily bread. Through dust and rubble our voices rise, a miner's song under starless skies. Beneath the weight of rock and clay, we sing our song day by day. In the heart of the mine we find our worth, a brotherhood forged in the depths of the earth. So onward we march through toil and strife, mining for love, mining for life.
It was a touching song, and Roth tried to imagine how many men out in the real world spent time under tons of rock to provide for their families. It reminded him of his father and how much he had worked to care for him and his brothers. Thankfully, the song soon shifted into a happier tune, something about a miner with a knack for causing trouble for his colleagues. The miners soon arrived at the entrance to the mine. He thought the tavern had been full of workers, but this place had enough miners to fill many taverns. They reminded Roth somewhat of the tree ants entering and leaving Antioch, but instead of carrying food, they transported minerals. The gargantuan entrance was wide enough to accommodate the double train tracks. Carts loaded with rock or coal came out, only to re-enter the mine and get some more. Roth appreciated the spectacle and, after a while, followed the miners in. Loki studied the guild elders from across a shimmering force field. Now that he was back to being a noob and didn't have his alien form anymore, he would have to host more of these meetings in the flesh. A level 13 noob didn't strike much fear in the hearts of these people, but here he could remind them who was in charge. Anik looked less imposing without her high-end gear and the serpent coiled around her neck, but she still retained her reptile demeanor. Her skin was paler than even Loki's. Under the right light, it became almost transparent, showing her prominent veins. Xerxes was the only one who bothered to work out and stay in shape. Loki took it as one more symptom of his desperate need for validation. He didn't mind it. It was how Loki had managed to poach him from the chimeras and bring him into his fold in the first place. Yillian was here too. He looked slow and tired without the armor to hide his weight and without stats to give him lightness and speed. He was the one who hated having to leave the capsule and come here the most. His appearance was deceiving. He was a seasoned player and had the longest career in gaming from the people present here. His most famous accomplishment was being champion for 3 years in a row in one of the hardest PvP games in history. Loki counted himself lucky to have him in his guild. "We are at a crossroads in the development of our guild. Zin has betrayed us, and we need to reinvent ourselves," he began. "You are the spine of the guild, and I brought you here to discuss our strategy for the next few months. Anik, any progress in purchasing land in the capital?" "No, sir. It's a dead end. I think it's safe to conclude alignment has nothing to do with it." "Nevertheless, you have the most extensive network of NPC contacts." Once that had been him, he thought to himself. His network of contacts used to be twice as large as Anik's. The memory of how his character had been reset and how someone had stolen all his stat-boosting consumables made him feel dizzy. He forced himself to continue. "You'll take over the guild's intelligence." "Yes, sir." "Your number one priority will be to investigate the usurpers," Loki said, his voice dripping with hatred. "I want to know who Zin has in his guild and whether they're coming for Pegasus. We must be prepared." Xerxes, I want you to coordinate the guild's headquarters move from the Dark Abyss back to the capital. Now that we have so many players with darkness alignment, we can proceed with the next step of my plan. Avoid ruffling too many feathers. We need to build our strength before we can take our revenge on the top 10 guilds. Yillian, you'll remain in the Dark Abyss and keep looking for a city. There has to be one. It makes no sense for a whole region not to have a teleportation gate. We must be missing something.
Very well, sir.
Additionally, I've been wondering what to do with the salary I've been paying Zin. He glanced over at the trio and saw them look at him hungrily. I've decided that whoever manages to kill the Slayer or Zin more times in the game will gain the money I used to pay him. The trio looked at each other, aggression in their eyes. Dismissed. He watched the three of them leave through the door and opened the folder on his desk. Now, let's find out more about this union of yours, Slayer.
Chapter 3. Although he had seen players mining closer to the entrance, no one seemed interested in crossing the mountain down this path. Most people probably preferred to pay to use the cable car, and only people who focused on gathering came here. Roth found fewer miners the farther he traveled, and was starting to doubt whether this route was the best choice, but it was too late to back out now. He spotted one lone miner and decided to confirm he was on the right track. "Excuse me, sir."
"Hello, son," the man spoke endearingly, as if meeting a long-lost friend. "You're not a miner. You're way too clean."
That's right."
"And why is it that your skin is shining? Are you some sort of apparition?"
Roth had been getting this question from many miners. Even though it was difficult to see it under the sunlight, he had become a little fluorescent due to the effects of horrific glow. "It's a skin condition I have," he answered.
"I see," the man said,
while taking a few steps back. "Does he think I'm radioactive or something? Anyway, I'm trying to cross the mountain through these tunnels and want to ensure I'm headed the right way."
"You are? You're heading straight into the depths."
"I've been noticing that there are fewer miners here. Why is that? Is there no coal in the depths?"
"Oh, there is coal aplenty."
"Then why is it so deserted?"
"It's hard to build secondary shafts that reach this deep into the mountains. You're dead if there's a cave-in. Also, strange things happen in the depths."
Roth had been hearing all this superstitious jibber-jabber from the miners. What kind of strange things?
"I've heard many stories. You dig a tunnel one day, and the next, it's gone. Or you dig a tunnel one day, and when you return, there are two. Many have also found," he shuddered, "claw marks."
"Claw marks?"
"Oh, yes. It is left by a foul monster that can cut through stone like butter. I've seen those marks with my own 2 eyes."
"What leaves it? Some kind of animal?"
"Some say that the mines are haunted. Others say that the mountain itself is alive and has conjured a guardian to stop people from digging through it. Whatever it is, I don't want to find out."
"Are there any animals living in these mines? Rats, maybe?" If there were any rattans, he could ask them what the deal was with this place.
Not rats, but bats. They are closer to the entrance."
"That's it? There were so many tunnels. How could there be such a big map with no mobs?"
"There have been creepy crawlies in the past, infestations. But when that happens, corporate hires exterminators to clean the place, and the whole thing goes dead quiet again. Whatever is down there is different. It's godless."
Despite the foreboding tone in the miner's warning, Roth was looking forward to meeting whatever lived down there. Perhaps there was a new race waiting to sign a trade agreement. "Thank you, sir."
"Godspeed, traveler," the man said with a toothless grin.
And Roth proceeded, while opening the rescue library, to research clues on the strange phenomena in the mountains. He wrote Charlesville Mines on the search bar and got a few hits. There was a list of minerals that could be extracted here and a brief explanation of why this was a popular place in Green Country. One of the reasons was that the mines were quiet most of the time and minerals could be gathered peacefully without having to worry about monsters.
Furthermore, once a month, there was a local event where tunnels were swarmed with giant cockroaches and players came to participate in the extermination quest and earn unique rewards. Roth crossed the information with similar posts in the forums. It looked like there had been a cockroach infestation a week ago, attracting many adventurers. He tried writing The Depths and Claw Marks together with the name of the mines and only got one hit. Questline in the Charlesville Mines. Hashtag quest, hashtag info exchange, hashtag Charlesville, hashtag mines, hashtag claw marks, hashtag the depths. Poster, Wilder Man. Post. I've crossed from the Rock Canyon to Green Country through the Charlesville mines and found these weird claw marks. See image attached. Does anyone know what caused this? Is there a wild boss down there or something? Comments. Jolly Miner. The only mobs in those mines are bats, and the cockroach swarms once a month. Cal Elliott. It has to be connected to some sort of quest, but whoever knows the secret doesn't share it. I've also tried finding out more about those marks with no success. This Cal Elliott guy was probably right. If there was a quest, it likely required someone to complete smaller quests in the nearby town. Roth didn't want to get stuck out here since he already had plenty of quests to tackle, so he decided to drop the investigation. After reading about the mine, Roth checked his list of pending quests. In Rock Canyon, he would probably be able to learn more about the slavers and the camels. Soros mentioned they were the most active in this region and the Sun Desert. Since Lua was originally captured by slavers, there was a good chance she came from this region too. He still didn't know where the Crow Emperor or Mario's mom were, but Red, the dwarf from the Green Woods, had mentioned that he had been tasked with guarding one of their mountain's vaults. Since there were more mountains here than anywhere else, there was a good chance that the dwarf's mountain was here too. After getting to Sapphira, if he became friends with the NPC for whom Soros had written an introduction letter, he could get some much-needed answers to his many questions. After reading his to-do list, he checked his post about the riddles leading him to the Crow Emperor. Riddling Challenge. Hashtag riddles, hashtag cringe, hashtag funny, hashtag I am bored. Poster, Sphinx 314. Post. Fellow players, I came across some awesome riddles and wanted to challenge you. 1. What is faster than light? 2. I bubble without boiling, I freeze the past without getting cold. 3. A man is on one side of a river, his dog on the other. The man calls his dog, who immediately crosses the river without getting wet or using a bridge or a boat. How did the dog do it? 4. 3 spies, suspected of being double agents, speak as follows when questioned. Albert, Bertie is a mole. Bertie, Cedric is a mole. Cedric, Bertie is lying. Assuming that moles lie, other agents tell the truth, and there is just one mole among the 3. Who is the mole? 5. 3 rats are sitting at the 3 corners of an equilateral triangle. Each rat randomly picks a direction and starts to move along the edge of the triangle. What is the probability that none of the rats collide? Comments. Aurora Wolf. Number 4 would be Bertie is the mole, right? Cássio Ferreira. Good guesses. Bossar Man. It's not a guess. It's the only way it works. By making a single assumption, you can use logic to see if that works, given the restrictions. If we assume Albert is telling the truth, Bertie is lying, making Cedric also telling the truth, which checks out. If we assume Bertie is telling the truth, then both Albert and Cedric are lying when only the one mole can lie. This does not check out. If we assume Cedric is telling the truth, then Bertie is the mole by lying, and Albert also says he's the mole. This checks out. Kinja 427. I think I've seen number 1 before. Darkness moves faster than light or anything inside a black hole, but that doesn't seem like an actual answer. Paul TB. 5. No collision happens if all rats go clockwise. 1/2 times 1/2 times 1/2. Or all rats go anti-clockwise. 1/2 times 1/2 times 1/2. That's 2/8 or 25%. Chaos Monkey. Not sure about the bubble one, but for the rest, going with darkness, the river is frozen, Bertie, 1/4. Even though it had taken a while, he finally got some replies and the answers to the riddles. Surprisingly, his most active commenter, Grandpa Bill 110, had gone off the grid. He wondered what had happened to him. Had he grown tired of riddles? Anyhow, if these guesses were correct, the answers were 1. Darkness, 3. The river is frozen, 4. Birdie, 5. 25%. How did these connect? It didn't make any sense. How was this supposed to help him find the Emperor? Perhaps the second riddle was the key that would unravel the whole puzzle. He wrote a comment to try to spice things up. Sphinx 314. Thank you all for taking the time. Congratulations on getting the easy ones. Now I wonder if there is a real riddler among you who will find the answer to number 2. Mwahaha. Despite his cheeky comment, he felt bad about outsourcing this work. The least he could do was try to decipher this riddle himself. He read it aloud a few times and got nothing. Something that bubbles without being hot, something that freezes without being cold, he mumbled. He heard something as he tried to find answers to the only riddle left, making him stop. It was a scraping sound, faint and distant. He closed his eyes, trying to pinpoint the source. What was it? Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was a rhythmic sound, almost like metal scraping on rock. The sound was very faint, and he couldn't hear any echoes. That meant there wasn't anything in his tunnel. He leaned his ear against the wall, and the sound became clearer. It was coming from the other side of the wall. Little Lin climbed out of his woolen clothes, yawned, stretched, and took a seat on Roth's shoulders. You can hear it too, Lin? Meow! I wonder what's making this sound. He knocked on the wall, and the scraping sound suddenly stopped. He tried knocking again, and nothing happened. Strange. Yeah? Was it some sort of monster? Then why wasn't it coming out to attack him? Still leaning against the wall, Roth decided to make an experiment. Blink, blink. His body disappeared and reappeared in the same location. Warning, you cannot cross through this wall with this skill. That was worth a shot. He hadn't played around with Blink yet, and he hadn't been sure whether it helped him phase through walls. It seemed that it could only help him teleport across open spaces. Scratching his chin, he tried thinking of another solution. If there was a tunnel on the other side, there would probably be a passageway or an intersection point. He had another skill that could help him find it. Search. A bright point appeared at the very edge of his skill's radius. Walking toward it, he found it was a little hole in the wall. It wasn't particularly big, but he could use miniaturize to get through. He looked at the tunnel ahead and then at the hole below. Should he go in? What if it was dangerous on the other side? He tapped his foot, considering his moves. He saw a flash of movement, and Lin was gone. Lin's naughty antics skill has triggered. Lin? Where had he gone? He heard a faint meow and, squatting, found that his kitten had made his own choice while he was deciding. Lin had gone across the hole on his own accord. Lin, get back here, he commanded. The kitten regarded him momentarily through the opening and sat down as if saying, Nope, I'm a cat. I own you, not the other way around. Lin, it can be dangerous. Get back here right now, he hissed, trying not to call attention to whatever monster was hiding on the other side. Lin turned his head, offended, and walked away. That little brat. While checking his to-do list, Roth had ignored the most important entry. To teach Lin some manners. Ollie's influence was evident on his once innocent kitten. Roth had no time to think. He just had to get his kitten back. Something terrible might happen to him. Miniaturize. Roth's figure shrunk and he entered through the hole. He ran in the direction in which Lin had disappeared. Hopefully, Roth's high charisma and reputation would deter whatever beast lurked here and prevent them from attacking Lin. As he ran, looking for his kitten, he noticed how different this tunnel was. The tunnel seemed half full with gravel instead of having the hard stone floor he'd seen everywhere else in the mines. Were he in his normal size, he would have to crawl. The gravel was all cubic, with sharp lines and angles. He'd never seen anything like this. The scraping sounds he heard earlier were clearer and echoed now. Lin had gone toward its source. That curious little rascal, Roth complained. He sprinted, hoping he wasn't too late. And after coming around a corner, he found Lin sitting down, observing what had been making the scraping sounds. Its furry body seemed as big as an elephant to Roth's miniaturized size. It was half immersed in the gravel and had giant hands and long, sharp claws cutting through the rock as if it were paper. What creature was this? Was this the clawed monster? Chapter 4. Upon hearing Roth and Lin, the creature stopped digging and whirled toward them. The agility of the animal surprised Roth. He had expected its awkward body to move clumsily, but it had just dived into the gravel, performed a graceful backflip, and turned toward them all in a split second. The sudden movement made Roth and Lin take a step back, and sensing their fear, the creature did the same. It wasn't acting aggressively. If anything, it looked scared of them. When Roth knocked on the tunnel wall, it stopped digging immediately. This seemed to indicate these were shy creatures. Now that he was facing it, Roth could see its long snout. He couldn't find any ears or eyes, only a nose and mouth. Curious about what animal this was, he inspected it. Molly, the rock mole. Level 26. HP 600. Energy 100. Skills: burrow, confetti slash, dig, enhanced smell, sonar. A mole! It was a she-mole. He had only seen molehills in the park. It was his first time seeing the animal. Hi there, Molly. Don't worry, we're your friends. We won't hurt you, Roth said reassuringly. Squeak, squeak! This is your first time meeting the mole race. Charisma bonus activated. Congratulations. Your charisma has reached 700. Well-spoken has been upgraded to Grand Persuader. Charm has been upgraded to Irresistible. The mole moved her big paws in a swimming stroke motion, propelling her forward as if swimming in the gravel. Her long snout bent agilely as it sniffed Roth, Lin, and Roth again. Molly likes your smell. Plus 21 reputation with moles. The power of his zoomorph form and his many affinities and bonuses were proving their worth. Because of his scent, he gained his first reputation points with the mole race. Molly kept sniffing him, and she seemed particularly interested in his pockets. Realizing that she was especially drawn to the pocket where he'd stashed his treant's acorn, he stepped back. Didn't moles eat insects? No, Molly, that's not food. These are my friends. Squeak, squeak, she said, frustrated. It had been a while since he'd met an animal he couldn't communicate with. Even though the squeaking sounds it made weren't too different from those in the rattan language, it was still impossible to figure out what she was saying. I promise you I'll bring you a snack later. Right now, I have nothing I can feed you, okay? Screech! Squeak! The mole said, and, after sniffing Roth a few more times, dove into the gravel and re-emerged where it had been digging. Its claws slashed through the hard rock and turned it into ribbons. No wonder the mole had a skill called confetti slash. Those claws were sharp enough to turn anything into smithereens. Should he follow the mole and see where it went? Or should he leave the mountain? After pondering his next move for a few moments, he decided to make at least full use of the charisma bonus that had triggered because of his Discoverer of Species title. This mole wasn't that high-leveled. Maybe their language wasn't that difficult to learn. All he had to do was to get the mole talking and let his polyglot title do the rest. Molly! Squeak! How did your parents meet? What a thoughtful question. Molly is pleased with how you're taking an interest in her. Plus 24 reputation with moles. After ensuring he wasn't being followed, Drake knocked on the steel door at the back of the butcher shop. Ta, 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 ta. A gorilla with red cybernetic eye implants slid the visor open and spoke with a digital tone similar to Mario's. Password. Tomatoes are fruits, not vegetables. The door unlocked, and the bruiser of the raviolis let Drake in. Drake went past the slabs of meat hanging from the ceiling, thinking of how Roth would probably not have the stomach to come here, and looking left and right again, he dragged a shelf to the side and opened the hatch that led him to the ravioli's compound. Now inside the dingy, cramped tunnels that linked several of the ravioli's businesses, he headed toward the headquarters. He checked for any messages from Roth, but he was still probably traveling between the Green Woods and Sapphira. He still couldn't believe that kid had managed to orchestrate Loki's downfall. He was still shocked that Loki was the Hive King. Now that he had gotten more familiar with the world of AstroTerra, he could appreciate how scary Loki was. More than that, he could understand how special Roth was. When he thought of how Roth had fought hard to get himself under the ogre's protection, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. When he'd met Bluefire in the ogre's compound, he had asked Drake if he was Roth's father. Even though he had laughed and promptly denied it, the truth was that he saw the boy as a son. The Union was growing more powerful each day, and they already had a stellar gathering of respectable craftsmen and the top guild's attention. Drake knew this was just the calm before the storm. Influential people craved a piece of the pie. It was also only a matter of time before Loki connected the dots and found the connection between Roth and the Union. The top guilds already knew that Roth had started the Union with his friends and mother, and he wouldn't be surprised if Loki's spies had gotten wind of it. Thinking about Roth's earlier report, it wouldn't surprise him if the top guilds had intentionally leaked this information to Loki. Even if they hadn't, Pegasus had been blacklisted by the Union from the get-go, and that was suspicious enough. Whatever the case, he could feel a storm coming. The premonition didn't scare him. He was actually happy about it. It might draw some of Loki's anger toward them and give Roth space to breathe. Walking through the dark tunnels, he tried to think about what he would do if he were Loki. How would he attack the Union? How would he use it to try to get to Roth? He considered measures and countermeasures, like in the old days. He didn't want to burden Roth with his worries. The Union was in his hands. It was his baby, his plan. He had to find a way to protect it. Roth, unknowingly, might have given him just the means he needed to do that. It all came down to how the boss would react to his suggestion tonight. Finally, he spotted a brighter light ahead and heard chatter. He walked through the thick velvet curtains and entered the Raviolis' headquarters. Like every other hideout belonging to the Raviolis, the headquarters was filled with ghostly lights from computer screens, test tubes with dissected creatures, and lights from gadgets and gizmos. Looking at the creatures floating on the giant test tubes, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of shame. Roth would definitely not have the stomach to come here.
If it isn't Sharky!
Hearing the greeting, he headed toward the armchairs in a corner of the room. There were only two people here. Toothy, one of the boss's most trusted captains, greeted him with his dark smile. He was known as Toothy because he only had one gold tooth. All the others had been knocked off his mouth in fights, and Toothy proudly wore his warrior's scars. The other person sitting at the lounge was bad news, though.
Lieutenant Shark, Ginny greeted.
Aye, Ginny. Like him, she wore a dark cloak and a mask that covered her features, pieces of equipment gifted to lieutenants.
So, turning in a quest?
Maybe. You?
Yep, big one too. One step closer to becoming a captain,
she taunted, but Drake didn't fall for the provocation. Disappointed to see her taunt bounce off Drake without any effect, she tried another approach.
Anyway, what's up with you? How is your crew coming along? You've been turning a good profit?
Have I? I hadn't realized. You have to forgive me. I'm not good with numbers, Drake said, deflecting her inquiry while pretending he didn't know of her attempts to undermine his position in the family.
Well, you never cease to amaze me. It took me a full year to become a lieutenant for the Raviolis. You did so in a matter of weeks. I think I need to watch out for you, eh?
Oh, I wouldn't give myself so much credit, Ginny. You're a bright and talented lieutenant. I really cannot compare to someone as intelligent as you. The girl giggled and winked at him.
Flattery doesn't work on me, Lieutenant Shark. Anyway, what are you here for? Meeting with Toothy?
Maybe, Drake answered dismissively. He hadn't expected to find nosy Ginny here. Perhaps he should come another time. Ginny, however, showed she wasn't going to stay around longer.
I must be on my way and check how my crew is doing. Later, Sharky.
She walked in the direction opposite from where he had entered and disappeared into one of the many tunnels leading here. Drake sat in front of Toothy and waited for several minutes.
Is she gone?
Toothy lifted his eye patch, revealing a cybernetic implant with which he scanned the door she had disappeared into.
She is.
Good. Toothy, I need to talk to the boss.
Not this again, Lieutenant. We talked about this. You are a lieutenant. The boss doesn't meet with lieutenants. He only meets with captains.
Well, I have something that will interest the boss.
What is it?
Toothy asked curiously. Captain. If I tell you, you'll run to the boss and hog all the credit. The captain sneered, but didn't deny the claim.
You have to give me something, Sharky. Otherwise, I won't be able to convince the boss to talk to you.
Let's just say I can help the Raviolis greatly expand their business.
How?
A union.
You mean the cyborg union?
No, I mean a union made up of foreigners. One that's clean. One that can get us into the renewal project.
Really?
Toothy said with a one-toothed smile. Drake nodded, confirming it. Toothy's smile vanished.
That's interesting. However, foreigners are unpredictable and hard to control. We've been burned before. That's not enough to earn you the right to talk to the boss.
Drake knew that Toothy would say something like this. What if I throw you a bone? What if I tell you I know where the gazpacho's brass is hiding? Toothy locked eyes with him for a long moment.
You never disappoint, Sharky. Tell you what, I can help you set up a call with him, not a meeting.
So be it, Drake promptly agreed.
Very well. Take this device,
he said, throwing him an orb the size of an apple.
If the boss is interested, he'll call you. Just make sure no one is around when you get the call.
Satisfied with Toothy's promise, Drake packed the orb into his pocket and headed back toward the tunnels. Hopefully this alliance would help him protect the Union from Loki. When the attack came, they would be ready for it. Maybe it was because of Roth's charisma, but accumulating reputation points with Molly had been easy so far. All he had to do was ask questions and let Molly squeak her stories. Squeak, squeak, worms, squeak, sports event. Really? That's incredible. Molly's heart is touched that you would pay so much attention to her tale. Plus 19 reputation with moles. Moles seemed to appreciate good listeners. He knew little about the animals except that they relied on the sense of touch and hearing. Following on the clue that moles appreciated good listeners, every now and then, Roth would also pat the mole gently, thanking her for her story. Thank you for sharing that incredible story with me. Aren't you a sweetheart? Plus 15 reputation with moles. At first, all the stories were just an enigmatic jumble of squeaks and screeches. However, the polyglot title's effects kicked in, and he had already started to absorb Molian vocabulary. You are making more sense of the Molian language. Progress in learning Molian, 34%. Squeak, hit with a hammer. Squeak, screech, undercover. Really? Exclaimed Roth. Have I told you how amazing it is that you can tell me a story while digging so proficiently simultaneously? He said, patting Molly. Molly appreciates your heartfelt compliments. Plus 21 reputation with moles. You have achieved 300 reputation with moles. You are now respected by all moles. You've unlocked a new title, Friend of Moles. Chapter 5. Friend of Moles, uncommon. Title description. Moles appreciate your smell, the sound of your voice, and your blurry silhouette. Title effects. Plus 50 energy. It's easier to learn Molian. Achieve 300 reputation with moles without ever hurting them. Complete. Or achieve 3,000 reputation with moles. It had been a while since he had unlocked this kind of title. Were it not for all the groundwork he'd done back in the Green Woods, it would have been impossible to unlock a friendship with a race like this in under 30 minutes. This mole's level wasn't very high, so moles probably didn't rank highly among other races. When he compared how challenging it was to earn reputation points with Ollie, and how easy it was with Molly, it was the difference between heaven and earth. This meant that next time he visited the Lord of the Woods, he would gain access to a new zoomorph form. He wondered what kind of bonuses mole form would grant him. It couldn't just convert to gaining energy points, could it? Although that would have been useful when using Lion's Breath for the first time, he doubted he would need that much energy so soon. Not all forms were equally useful, and now that he thought about it, he hadn't even used ant form once. After hiring Bucky, he didn't need to carry heavy loads around. Perhaps he would use it more in Rock Canyon, since he would have to start new trade routes there. As all these thoughts crossed his mind, he didn't forget to nod as Molly continued her story.
Squeak, squeak, the tunnels of the Screech mountaintop. Progress in learning Molian, 49%.
The progress bar rose with unprecedented speed after Roth earned the Friend of Moles title. He kept listening to Molly talking, and only 42 minutes after first meeting her, he received the notification he had been hoping for. Congratulations, you now speak Molian. You've picked up the language so fast. What a quick learner. +1 intelligence. +200 reputation with moles. Roth rubbed his hands in anticipation, waiting for some quest to meet the mole monarch, but nothing happened. Molly's stories, on the other hand, hadn't stopped, and he could now make out everything she said.
I didn't know which was which, you know. She played it brilliantly. That's the reason why I only got such a poor score.
That's very interesting, Molly, Roth squeaked in Molian. Molly stopped digging and turned toward Roth.
You speak Molian?
I've picked it up as I heard you talking.
My, that's very impressive. Oh, well, as I was saying,
Molly went back to tunneling without sharing any quests with Roth.
Now let me tell you about what happened last year. I started the game strong. I nailed the Burrow-thon, and just as the undercover...
Excuse me, Molly.
Why did you interrupt a mole in the middle of her story? -10 reputation with moles.
Yikes! It looked like moles hated being interrupted as much as they loved a listening ear.
What?
She asked, annoyed. Do you think I could meet your monarch? This was the whole point of delaying his trip to Sapphira. If he could pick up his first client in the Rock Canyon and increase his trade routes, this stop would be worth it.
Moles have no monarchs, she answered.
Who rules you?
No one. I mean, I suppose we always have the reigning champion. That's kind of ruling, right?
Champion?
The champion of the games I was telling you about.
Roth gulped and pursed his lips. He was treading on thin ice here. Moles loved being listened to, and he had been pretending to hear Molly's stories. Should he admit he hadn't gotten any of that? Of course, he said. You know what, Molly? You have a gift for storytelling. All those things you told me about the games were incredible. In fact, he tried, you told them so well that my little kitten was wondering if you could tell them again. You know how children are. They want to hear the same stories over and over.
Naya?
Lin asked, surprised. Roth pushed his head back into his woolen jacket and ignored the kitten's painful bites. What do you say, Molly?
Oh my, I never expected that you had enjoyed hearing about my exploits this much. Very well, from the beginning then. The first time I played in the Molimpic Games, I only signed up for the Burrow-thon. My mama always said it's a good trial to build stamina and character. That was the first year, and of course I ranked poorly. Getting a good result is difficult without years of practice.
Now that Roth could understand everything Molly says, it looked like most of her conversation was about these games.
I tried my luck at joining the wormholes, but I discovered I'm not cut out for team sports. After just one season with the team, I dropped it. I do much better when I play solo. Since then, I always try my luck with the hammer instead of in a team.
This was Roth's first time hearing about sports in AstroTerra. It looked like it was a significant part of Molian culture. He let Molly keep talking, and once she reached a natural pause in her story, he tried his luck. I'd like to know, Lin would like to know what kind of prize there is for whoever wins the games.
Depends on the competition. For example, the reigning champion of the Burrow-thon gets full tunneling rights.
Full tunneling rights? Roth asked, trying to make sense of what that would mean.
The reigning champion gets to distribute the other moles their turfs,
Molly explained. Is that it? Roth asked, disappointed. It didn't sound like much. And imagine that I would like to talk to a representative of your race about starting a trade route with moles. Who would I talk to? Would that be the current champion of the Burrow-thon?
No, that would be the undercover mole champion.
Undercover mole? What kind of competition was that? Could you take me to meet them?
Of course, anything for a friend.
Molly switched directions and started digging in a different direction. Molly seemed to not only expect good listening skills, but also showed remarkable friendliness when conversing. Molly was more than happy to clear his questions, and Roth would make full use of the opportunity. How often are these games held?
Every month.
Hearing of a monthly event, Roth couldn't help but think of what he had read in the forums. Is there a sporting event in the games that involves cockroaches? Roth tried.
Oh yes, the cockroach races.
How does that work?
Moles raise cockroach stock and then release them all at once in the tunnels. Humans come and try to fight them. The cockroaches that survive the longest win the game.
Roth's mouth twisted, thinking of such a gladiatorial concept. Poor cockroaches.
We'd eat them anyway. We still do. This way, we get a little fun out of it.
Roth didn't agree, but letting out a heavy breath, kept following after Molly. What other rewards are there?
If you win Whack-A-Mole, you become the general of the Molian army for a month. The list goes on.
Roth could feel a quest coming. What happens if someone wins all trials? Molly laughed.
That's impossible. It has never happened.
But what would happen? Pressed Roth.
Whoever won would have full control of Molian society,
Molly answered. And can humans participate in the games? Roth asked, imagining what becoming the king of the moles would be like.
Yes, anyone can participate,
Molly immediately answered. While Roth tried to understand how he could make the most of this information, Molly's digging brought them to a bigger tunnel. As the wall separating the tunnels crumbled, Roth heard the sound of an underground river in the distance. This tunnel was the widest Roth had seen in these mountains. It was as if he had been walking on little service roads before and only now found the highway. The tunnel was so broad that his night vision wasn't good enough to let him see through to the other side. Roth spotted a few moving silhouettes in the darkness. There were other moles in the tunnel. There was also something moving before him. Water? He squatted and stretched his miniaturized arm into the moving mass. Gravel? Roth exclaimed. It was an underground river of moving pebbles. How on earth was this possible? Being in these mole tunnels was a very different experience from Antioch. Instead of the hectic pace of the treants, all busy, all going somewhere, carrying something, seeing moles swimming in the gravel river gave this place almost a beachy feel. Roth opened his map and saw that this was called the Rocky River. He frowned, realizing he had received no notification for discovering this place. Did that mean that other players had been here before?
Hop on, Martyr. Otherwise, it will take us forever to get there.
In Roth's miniaturized form, Molly was considerably larger than him. Instead of reverting to his normal size, Roth accepted the kind invitation and jumped aboard Molly. Traveling on the Rocky River was very different from traveling on a man-made road. Instead of honking horns, screeching tires, or rumbling engines, there were the piercing squeaks of moles greeting each other, the endless scraping sound of gravel rubbing against gravel, and moles swimming through it. Even though Molly moved reasonably fast while digging through hard rock, once she reached the Rocky River, it was as if she had gained wings. Roth had never imagined that traveling underground could be this fast. Roth began seeing more tunnels and moles. There was also a thundering sound that became louder the farther Molly traveled. After Molly had been swimming in the gravel for 10 minutes, she screamed to make herself heard over the deafening sound.
Brace yourself!
Brace myself for what? Roth stretched his neck, trying to find where Molly was taking him, and saw that the road seemed to disappear ahead of them. Before he could piece together what was happening, they were in free fall. Roth screamed while Lin seemed to be laughing at the experience. Molly adjusted her angle midair, and they finally reached more gravel. She dove into it with her snout and claws, propelling them forward with a powerful stroke and converting the downward momentum into horizontal speed. Roth's heart raced as he looked back and saw they had just fallen through a waterfall of gravel. A gravel fall. How can there be such a thing?
We keep digging tunnels and mountains, and the debris has to go somewhere.
And what causes the current?
As moles swim through the gravel, they create a current. Gravity also helps.
The whole thing looked crazy to Roth, but he gave points to the developers for their fruitful imagination. Roth looked around and tried to make sense of the space Molly had brought him to. Again, he received no rewards for discovering this place, making him more suspicious that others had been here before. There were echoey squeaks around him, making Roth feel like they had reached a cathedral. Roth had already gained one more point in perception since reaching these mountains, but it still wasn't enough to pierce the darkness of this place. Roth grabbed his flashlight and turned it on for the first time in a while. "No way!" he gasped. To his enhanced night vision, turning on the flashlight was like making the sun rise in this cavern. The cave was so large that Roth could not make its boundaries. The only clue he was underground was the giant stalactites eternally falling from the ceiling and the massive stalagmites emerging from the earth. In some places they connected, creating massive columns. If it had not been for them, Roth would have feared that such a big cave would collapse. Just how many tons of rubble had to be removed for the moles to be able to dig up this space? "What is this place?"
"Welcome to the Molempic Coliseum," Molly declared.
Chapter 6. Roth had seen amazing things in Antioch, but this was different. The scale of this underground space was mind-boggling. It made him feel small in a way that the mountain over them couldn't. "Is this where you hold the games?"
"This is just the entrance, really. Come, I'll take you to the reigning champion of the undercover mole competition. She's the one who will be able to tell you about trade and commerce with the moles. Real legend, this champion. She has won 6 months in a row."
"Is that common?"
"Not at all,"
Molly answered as she swam leisurely through the gravel. Roth could hear the respect and admiration in Molly's voice. It had to be a capable champion to hold the title like that. "How does undercover mole work?" Molly paused and gave him the mole equivalent of an exasperated look. It looked like she had explained it already, but Roth hadn't understood her back then. "Lin was sleeping when you told the story, and he wants to know." Roth felt Lin kick him, but ignored him.
"Oh, okay. I suppose it's understandable. He's just a baby after all. I've raised a litter or two. They do nap when you tell them stories," she said understandingly. "Listen up, little kitten. Every edition of Undercover Mole has a story featuring different factions and characters. The goal of the game is to find who the moles are."
You mean moles, the animals, or moles as in undercover agents?
"Undercover agents, of course. Whoever guesses the biggest number of moles in the story wins."
It seemed a simple enough game. "Who writes the story?" asked Roth, curious.
"You can sign up as a scripter. The reigning champion decides the scripter of the next edition."
"And I suppose the scripter can't win the game?"
"They can. It's difficult, but possible. Scripters can earn points if sufficient participants fail to guess who the moles are."
"What if the scripter just writes an impossible story so that no one can guess anything?"
"Good question, Martyr. You're starting to think like a mole," she praised.
Was that a veiled insult to humans' intellect?
"That has happened in the past, and that's why at least 10% of the participants have to guess who each mole is. If not, the scripter gets 0 points."
Roth's eyes widened. It looked like a game full of twists and turns. The fact that the scripter was also a player in the game made the whole thing even more complex. How could someone craft a story that was difficult enough to fool most participants and easy enough to get enough people to guess it and avoid getting disqualified? Has any scripter ever won an edition of Undercover Mole?
"Oh yes, many times. The current champion has been the scripter for the past 6 months and has won every single time."
"What?" Roth exclaimed. "And she got to be the scripter for 6 months? What are the odds of that?"
"Of course, she is the champion. She gives herself the right to tell the story," Molly explained. "She is brilliant. She keeps tricking us time after time," Molly said with fire in her voice. Roth was getting excited about meeting this incredible storyteller. As Molly swam through what Roth was beginning to see as a gravel lake, she approached one of the shores close enough for Roth to see a giant gateway. Slashed into the rock on top of the gateway was Undercover Mole Arena with bold strokes. The entrance promised a massive amphitheater where moles could sit around a stage and observe a complex play with plenty of espionage and counter-espionage.
It turned out to be completely different from what Roth was expecting. The place was cramped, and a series of chambers dug into the mountain were big enough to hold only one mole at a time. How do you even see anything?
See? What are you talking about? This is built so we can all listen clearly to the story.
Roth felt like slapping himself. Of course, moles were nearly blind. Why would they want to see the story being played out? All they wanted was to listen to it. That only made the scripter's role even more crucial. Nothing depended on an actor's performance, but on every nuance and word the scripter wrote. Molly turned left and right in the tunnel complex of the undercover mole amphitheater. Eventually, they arrived at the throne of the reigning champion. She was a similar size to Molly, but her fur was golden. As Roth inspected her, he saw she had powerful stats, too. Amelia, the Golden Mole. Level 35. HP 6,000. Energy 1,000. Skills: Burrow, Champion's Strength, Confetti Slash, Dig, Enhanced Smell, Sonar. She was an elite, and her level was considerably higher than Molly's. "Greetings, champion," Roth spoke, hoping he'd gotten the honorifics right.
Oh, such a fluent Molian. It isn't common for humans to speak our tongue. Even though you're so tiny, you have a big mind.
"Thank you," Roth said awkwardly as he prepared to do some bootlicking. "My mind is tiny compared to the great intellect of your great race. Moles are incredible diggers and architects. I wanted to talk to you because I'm a broker. There are probably things from the surface you want to obtain and things you want to sell. Therefore, I came here to offer my services and hopefully start a trade agreement with you."
No, thank you,
Amelia answered promptly. "Excuse me?" Roth choked. It was the first time someone had denied an offer to trade with him so blatantly.
No, thank you, she repeated. We already have an exclusive trade agreement with someone.
Roth's jaw dropped. "Another broker like me?"
"Yes."
That explained why he wasn't awarded any XP for being the first to find this place. Another player had beaten him to the punch.
"A gentleman visits us occasionally, bringing us food and trinkets in exchange for some worthless rocks and minerals."
It sounded like a very sweet deal. Those worthless rocks were probably precious ore and gems. "Okay, so I guess that you being exclusive, there isn't anything I can do to obtain the rights to trade with you."
"That's correct."
Roth grimaced. This was the first time something like this had happened. He had never stumbled upon the work of another broker. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Even if it were a rare profession, he couldn't be the only one having it, could he? Thank you for hearing me out," Roth said sadly, preparing to turn away. What a waste. After making it down here, he was going to leave empty-handed. Just as he was about to give up, he whirled toward Amelia again. "Only the reigning champion of Undercover Mole gets to decide commerce-related matters, yes?"
"That's correct."
"Is your trade agreement with this broker exclusive to the race or to you?" Roth asked, biting his lip.
"I was the one who signed the deal. Of course, if another champion comes along and they decide to revoke it, it will be within their right."
"I see. And how long have you been working with this broker?" Roth was aware that he was asking many questions. He hoped his charisma and friendship with the moles were high enough to make the champion answer the questions without offending her.
6 months,
she replied sincerely. It looked like this mole had been the reigning champion for consecutive months. Molly said this wasn't at all common. She also said that scripters hardly ever won. Roth was smelling something fishy here. "Thank you anyway. I'll be back. Can you give me a ride out, Molly?"
"Of course."
Molly started the journey back to the tunnels under Charlesville. While she traveled, Roth thought about his conversation with Amelia. He had a big decision to make. There was at least one more broker out there, possibly more. So far, he'd been lucky to expand his trade route without encroaching on a competitor's territory. But how long would he be able to keep avoiding clashing with them? What worried him the most was that even though the moles had signed an exclusive trade agreement with another broker, Roth had an idea of how he could get a piece of the pie. Did that mean enemy brokers could sabotage some of his exclusive trade agreements? Roth thought back to everything he knew about the game. He didn't enjoy being confrontational, and he'd been able to stick to his principles so far, but this felt different for some reason. It felt like the enemy broker was helping Amelia win back-to-back games to maintain an agreement with them. That meant he could take over the trade agreement if he could get someone else to win. This trade agreement was fair game. He didn't have to fight or harm anyone, just compete with his competitor and win it, fair and square. But did he want to pull such an aggressive business maneuver? What if a broker came over to the Green Woods and Hillsford and tried to steal away his business there? Would he take it lying down? Would he be a pushover broker? He was also only in the boundary between regions. What guarantee did he have that most races in Rock Canyon weren't already on trade agreements with other brokers? Was he going to travel to Sapphira and stay out of the way of other merchants? Additionally, there was something bigger hidden in these games. It looked like whoever won all trials could rule over the moles. Just how incredible would that be? The benefits had to be tantamount to completing a legendary quest. Even though Molly had laughed at the idea of someone being able to win all the competitions, it had to be possible. Roth stretched his neck to both sides, cracking it. He had work to do.
What do you mean he's gone?
The spy assigned to keep tabs on Roth's movements bit the inside of his cheek as he endured the stern, reproving gaze of the chief of Kraken's intelligence, Davy Jones.
What else can I tell you, sir? He disappeared into the dome. Only the ogres know how to get in. And he hasn't come out.
How should I know? He exclaimed, throwing his hands up.
If the dome's the only way in and out, no, he hasn't. But there's no way of knowing if there are other exits. Is this guy that hard to track? Didn't you put a tracker on him? I thought you were supposed to be one of the guild's best trackers, Davy Jones said mockingly. Even though Drygrass was fuming, he remained silent. All right, I'll work my contacts in the ogres and see if we can discover anything about his whereabouts. Maybe they know.
Fine. What about me?
Stay there a little longer.
But, sir, I'll fall behind the others if I sit here doing nothing.
I know this is unpleasant work, but I've got Kraken and Coldhand breathing down my neck about this too. This guy has some major secrets that the guild wants.
Fine, he said, annoyed. Whatever. It was their money. He would do what they paid him for. Bluefire heard Trampler's report till the end. Despite all his hours in Antioch, he could not find the secret to access the Treant's shop and buy more of the miniaturizing honeydew. Bluefire massaged his temples as he considered all the information. So Roth disappeared into a tree you couldn't access.
That's right, sir, Trampler answered.
Interesting. The ant soldiers let him in, but they got in your way. Same thing for that gatekeeper. It closed the gate right after Pax entered. Bluefire drummed his fingers on the table. Trampler nodded. You and your team can leave.
Of course, sir.
Bluefire got off the call with Trampler and called his boss. Hey, boss.
Hey, Blue.
Ogre seemed to be in the middle of a battle. He didn't bother blurring his background. His camera whirled and moved everywhere, letting Bluefire see his sword's occasional parry and slash. He also saw Taran behind him, attacking 2 gorillas, while Ogre took care of the rest.
What's up?
We've lost track of Roth.
Again? Ha ha, this guy is slippery. How did he do it?
Ogre asked, curious. He seems to be friends with the ants of Antioch.
Friends? With the mobs?
It's the same thing as with the cats. He also has a relationship with several different races of animals. That's why VIP members of the Union can't attack mice, foxes, and other animals. I don't know how he does it, but he has some way to create deep relationships with the animal NPCs. Bluefire explained his theory. Bluefire had had the occasional quest that involved interacting with the animals, but nothing at the level of what Roth seemed to have.
What are you thinking, then?
The Ogre Lords have failed their mission. They can't crack how he does it. I was thinking we two could go in.
Oh, it's been a while since we last went out adventuring together.
After a while, he added,
What are you trying to prove, Blue? That Roth can do things you can't, or that you can do what he can?
Bluefire clenched his teeth. Maybe a little bit of both. The answer seemed to please his boss.
Let's go then. Meet you in the Green Woods in an hour.
Chapter 7. "Thank you for the ride back, Molly," said Roth as he hopped off the furry digger.
No problem. I have to go back to digging. The burrow-thon is approaching, and I want to win it this time.
Roth nodded. He had used the trip back to ask as many questions as possible. The next time he came, he would be prepared to tackle the Molympic Games. Maybe he'd even compete against Molly. "I'll see you soon." Molly went back to slashing the wall, turning it into gravel. It would flow down the rocky river and fall to the lake of the Molympic Coliseum. Roth hadn't expected to come across a new race beneath these mountains, but it was a pleasant surprise. He had enjoyed meeting these sport lovers. As he sneaked through the small hole and returned to the main tunnels, he deactivated the miniaturized buff and considered his options. Left was the direction of Green Country. He could go there to attain mole form from the Lord of the Woods. To his right was Rock Canyon and the city of Sapphira. Should he go left and waste all the time he had spent traveling here, or should he go right and proceed? "What do you think, little Lin?"
Yeah?
"Left or right?" Lin looked left and right, yawned, and disappeared into his robes for a nap. Roth took it as Lin saying, "I don't care, you decide." In the end, Roth turned right, journeying onward. The Lord of the Woods couldn't be the only place where he could trade titles for new zoomorph forms. The Lord of the Woods himself had said that there were other tree ant colonies scattered around the world. Surveillance was tight around Antioch. He had shaken off his tail there, and returning now would be too risky. Therefore, he should keep exploring. Besides, he had just scratched the surface of this world region's potential. He would move forward and find a place to obtain mole form in Rock Canyon. The priority now was to get to the other side of the mountain. More than once, he reached a dead end. Whenever that happened, he patiently retraced his steps and resumed his journey. After a long march, Roth began hearing the clickety-clack of mining wagons and the ringing of pickaxes. He soon bumped into a miner. After asking for directions, he found he was close to the exit. He started seeing more and more NPC miners, and even some players, chipping away at the mountain in search of minerals and ore. He could already see the light of the tunnel outside. That's when Bluefire gave him a call. "Hello, Bluefire. How are you?" "Roth, long time no see," Bluefire greeted amicably. "No camera?" "No, sorry," said Roth easily. The less information Bluefire had on him, the better. "Listen, I was hoping you could give us more of that miniaturizing honeydew." "Your team has run out already?" asked Roth, grinning. Bluefire didn't lose his composure. "I'm going to go over there myself and see this wonderful place you discovered. I thought you could share a few consumables so I don't bother my team. Are you in the Green Woods?" "Nice try, Bluefire. Let's cut to the chase. Your team has run out, your spies have lost track of me, and you want to see how you can access Antioch's shops, correct?" Bluefire's face remained a mask of sympathy and ignorance. "Spies? What spies?" "1K. Come on, Roth. More money? I thought that— I'm busy now, Bluefire. I don't have time for our usual dance. Please ask someone from the Union for the honeydew. I've left some with them in case you needed it." "See you around, Roth," Bluefire said diplomatically, not betraying any annoyance. "Always a pleasure, Bluefire." It had all happened as Roth had imagined. They were having trouble interacting with the tree ants and were scrambling. Bluefire would undoubtedly figure it out, though. Even though the specifics of some of his secrets were shrouded in mystery, he had left too many breadcrumbs behind. An intelligent man like Bluefire probably already had an idea of how he played the game. That made him more certain that he had made the right call earlier when he decided to fight for the trade agreement with the moles. Chances were that, as guilds caught on to Roth's gameplay and saw its advantages, they would also try to come after his trade agreements. Even if he didn't go look for a trade war, it would come to him soon enough. Following the mining wagon tracks, he quickly found the exit. It had taken him 5 hours to cross regions. He had no idea how long the trip on the cable cars would have taken. but he wouldn't have met the moles if he had used it. The entrance to the mine on the side of the rock canyon was indistinguishable from the one on the side of Charlesville. It was at the bottom of a valley surrounded by rocky outcrops. The sky was still blue, but shadows had grown longer. He followed the miners leaving work, traveling uphill and into the mountain's pass. Finally, he came to a cliff with a broad landscape view. This scenery was fiery red and parched, starkly contrasting with the forested world region Roth had just left. He felt as if he was looking at a desolate Martian landscape. Ragged cliffs and jutting rock formations emerged from the Earth's crust, while a deep, wide canyon snaked through the rock. Amidst this harsh terrain, the only green came from sporadic bursts of greenery punctuating the landscape, humble bushes clinging to life amidst the dry environment. In the distance, snow-capped peaks and majestic mountains loomed over the horizon. So this is Rock Canyon. His cat had felt the difference in smell and had taken a break from fulfilling the second cat commandment to gain a view of the landscape.
Meow. Beautiful. Meow. Progress in learning Felinian, 28%.
It is beautiful, Lin, Roth agreed. Let's go. I want to make it to Sapphira before it's nightfall. Roth traveled the dangerous mountain road and called his mare once he felt it was safe enough. Summon. Lua appeared from around the corner, and he hopped on. He consulted his notes on how to get to Sapphira, checked his map, and rode toward the red sunset and the crimson wasteland. Thankfully, he had left the mines before nightfall, and speed of light helped him cover the ground quickly. Roth rode down the mountain, and once he was at the plateau, he spotted other players. They were tiny points against the red landscape in the dark mountains, and were it not for Farsight, he would have missed them and the dust they were kicking up.
Nay, Nicker, home,
Lua exclaimed.
Lua smells the boundless wilderness and the scent of home. +10 affection with Lua, +10 reputation with the moonlight herd.
Easy, girl, Roth said as he patted the mare. So this is your region, eh? Let's lay low for now. My friend Soros told me there are many slavers in this region. We'll find your family later.
Snort. Nay. Progress in learning Horsian, 21%.
Sadly, horses weren't nearly as talkative as moles, so he had been progressing slowly in the language. Maybe being home would help Lua open up more to him, and he would finally become fluent in Horsian. As he approached the road, his surroundings blurred past him. Since there were no trees, it felt broader and more open. The only thing limiting his eyesight was the air shimmering on the horizon, baking under the rays of the sun above and the hot rock below. He felt at once the 10% speed bonus as Lua stepped on the sandstone road. Roth ignored the surprised looks from other players passing by as he sprinted past them. No one made trouble for him. The road was wide, and they could all travel without getting in each other's way. On his way here, Roth had read up on this region as much as he could. Rock Canyon had 3 significant biomes. The canyon formed a rocky labyrinth. The plateau worked like the second floor of the region, and finally the mountains surrounding the area. There were different animals within each of these biomes, and there were cities in all 3 of them too. Sapphira was one of 2 cities built in the canyon itself, so Roth had to find a path downward. He galloped for roughly 20 minutes, and the road finally came to a bifurcation. He left the main road, veering left toward the crack that carved the landscape. He reached the canyon cliff and spotted a cramped trail to take him down to the canyon floor. Disappointed by the lack of an elevator, Roth unmounted Lua, dismissed her, and began his downward trek. Halfway down the cliff, he heard a voice echoing in the canyon.
Arrgh, man, I can't believe I got stuck again.
Coming around the corner, Roth found a player wearing a fancy outfit. He had a fancy velvet beret, rings on every finger, and an exaggerated necklace. He had chubby fingers and a large figure. For a moment, Roth wondered whether it was an NPC, given how he corresponded precisely to the stereotype of a merchant. The way he cursed as he kicked the cartwheel told him that wasn't the case. "Hi, do you need help, sir?"
Oh, hey, yes, please. My cart got stuck. Do you mind helping me get it down the rest of the way?
No problem. I'm glad to help.
My name is Kurt, at your service. Roth quickly opened his character sheet to remember the name that Witness Protection Mask had automatically generated for him. Rainy Cloud, likewise. Where are you heading, Sapphira or Hades Town? Sapphira. Beautiful place. I'm going to visit Hades Town. I'm just coming back from one of the mountain villages. I got myself a sweet deal on some herbs and mountain vegetables. Hopefully it will turn a good profit. Have you been to the mountains yet? I'm coming from one, actually. Awesome views, hey? I love it up there. Kurt kept chatting about his travels and activities as a merchant, and Roth couldn't help but appreciate the player's frankness. Most players were stingy and kept their money-making techniques under lock and key, but this merchant didn't seem to mind divulging how he played the game. There was a lack of pretentiousness about him. That and the fact that they were colleagues in the merchant profession made Roth feel camaraderie toward him. What about you? Is it your first time going to Sapphira? Kurt asked. Or have you been there before? Oh, be careful. The wheel will get stuck over there. That's it. Just a little push. I've just arrived from Green Country, Roth explained. Really? The man exclaimed, surprised. Wow. What level are you? 39? Kurt let out a whistle. Wow, that's impressive. You're at a higher level than me. Why don't you go to the capital? Your level is high enough to travel to the Forest Fortress. I want to explore this region more before I travel to the capital, Roth answered. And I want to avoid a place crowded with the top guilds, Roth added to himself. Oh, well, anyway, the great thing about Rock Canyon is... The man suddenly interrupted himself. Watch out! He hissed. Roth followed Kurt's gaze and found a lizard clinging to the rock. The lizard was basking in the last rays of sunlight, hitting the patch of rugged rock where it was perched. It was the biggest lizard Roth had ever seen, and it reminded him of Mountaintop, the tank that had accompanied him in the fight against Loki. This one, however, instead of being anthropomorphized, was a full lizard. It was as large as a crocodile. It had yellow eyes and beige skin, with patches of varying hues of red and brown, which helped it to camouflage against the rock. Roth inspected it. Chapter 8 Gigi, the Rock Lizard, Level 20, HP 250, Energy 130, Skills, Call to Arms, Camouflage, Slash, Stampede, Sunbeam, Tail Whip. So, it was a species of lizard. Roth wondered if these animals had anything to do with the Lizard Man race. Just as he was about to open the forums and check out more information about them, Kurt panicked. Shoot, I hoped they'd be back in their caves, but I guess I came in too early, he said with both hands on his head. Will it attack? Asked Roth. If we go nearer, yes, Kurt said while weighing his options. It's not very strong. The problem is that from the moment you fight with one, another 10 join in. They don't even have to deal us much damage. They just need to push over the edge or damage my cart, and it's game over for me. Annoying little pests. Kurt was probably referring to the call to arms and tail whip skills. Seeing how harmless the lizard looked and how friendly this player was, Roth decided to ease his mind. Don't worry, Kurt. I have a skill that will prevent it from attacking us. Really? Yeah, just keep going. Don't mind it. I promise you it won't do us any harm. Contrary to Roth's expectations, instead of asking for proof or explanations about the skill, Kurt just accepted it. Okay, Rainy Cloud. Thank you. They pushed the cart down the road and closer to the rock where the lizard was sunbathing. As they approached, it saw Kurt and hissed. The merchant bit his lip, but kept pushing the cart, ignoring the lizard. The lizard's eyes then landed on Roth, and its nostrils flared. The lizard tasted the air with its tongue and, satisfied, closed its eyes and kept placidly basking in the sun. Kurt gave Roth a surprised look, and then a grateful thumbs up. Once they had left the lizard behind them, Kurt finally spoke again. You were right. It didn't attack us. I owe you one. You just saved me like 1 hour of waiting. This way I can avoid the coyotes. Coyotes? In the canyon? Oh yeah, they come out at night. You'll see that looks can be deceiving in this region. Despite looking so parched and deserted, this place is teeming with life. You won't get bored here, I promise you that.
They descended the last slope, and the cart landed on the road of the canyon's floor.
Well, thank you for that. I owe you one. Don't mention it. I did nothing. You did? Here's my contact information. Just let me know if there's anything I can do to help you. Since you're new here, you'll probably have questions about the city and stuff. If you need information about Sapphira, drop me a line, okay? Thanks, man. It was very nice to meet you. You too. Kurt picked up his cart and went on his way. Roth watched Kurt pull his wooden cart until he disappeared into the canyon. He had felt apprehensive about leaving his friends behind in Hillsford. He had worried it would be lonely out here. But as soon as he arrived, he had already made friends with the moles, and now with this fellow merchant. He saved Kurt's contact information. Perhaps Roth would take him up on his offer and ask for details about Sapphira later. When Roth had seen the canyon from a distance, it looked like a thin line in the horizon, a crack in the plateau barely noticeable. Now that he was inside it, he was surprised by its size. The walls of the cliff were 100 meters apart, at least in this stretch. He saw a few more rock lizards hanging to the cliff walls. Above, there was a thin patch of blue sky. Roth fidgeted uncomfortably. He hadn't expected the canyon to remind him so much of the prison's courtyard. It was probably because it limited the view of the sky. He looked away and called Lua. "Summon." The mare appeared, neighing and eager to ride. Mounting her, he rode in the direction opposite from where Kurt had gone. He soon found that the distance between cliffs was wider in some stretches and shorter in others. Sometimes the roads split into cramped pathways, combining into larger ones later. Some broader parts of the canyon had patches of grass and shrubbery where he saw bison and mountain goats grazing. Seeing yet more races to befriend, Roth felt excited about the possibilities. The sky above the plateau was still red, thanks to the last slanted rays of the setting sun, but night had already descended on the canyon. The light that made it down here was next to none. Roth came to a canyon stretch that split into 3 thin pathways. He randomly selected the middle one. It was only wide enough to harbor 2 or 3 players standing shoulder to shoulder, but was still more than enough for Lua. He heard the echoes of clanging metal and beastly grunts, and found a group of players at the path's exit. They were fighting a herd of bison. 3 melee fighters stood in the front, blocking the animals with their shields and spears, whereas 3 others stayed in the back, throwing long-ranged skills or healing their comrades. They were outnumbered, but using the terrain to their advantage. Only 2 bison could fit into the cramped path. By fighting here, players ensured their rear was safe and reduced the pressure on their front line. Seeing the angry animals fighting against the players, Roth felt a rush of blood to the head, but he clenched his fists and reined in his emotions. His quirky habits would surely draw attention if he went on one of his rampages. That was the last thing he wanted right now. The city would also have many slavers, he knew this. He couldn't dive head first into the first situation that popped up. He would have to be patient if he wanted to make this his new base. Roth just sat down and began knitting, waiting for the players to finish the fight. After a few more minutes of intense battle, they finally whittled down the HP of the last mob and started collecting the loot. One of the players caught Roth's movements as he stored the new sweater he had crafted and prepared to go through.
"Oops, sorry about that, man. Thank you for waiting," one of the warriors in the party said in a friendly tone.
"It's fine," Roth said, trying not to betray his anger at the players. He had hated the sight of the dying bison. "Is it still far to Sapphira?"
"No, you're almost there."
"Thanks." Roth mounted Lua again and left the group in the dust. After meeting with the bison hunters, the increasing number of players and conflicts proved that the city wasn't far. He galloped as fast as he could, trying to escape the many battles around him. He was getting close to Sapphira. Even though the cries of the animals and the screams of the war competed for his attention, Roth focused on the sound of Lua's hooves clacketing on the rock and echoing off the canyon's walls. The echo faded as the path widened. When the canyon was at its widest, he finally spotted it. An imposing wall cut the canyon, bringing the 2 distant cliffs together. Guards held torches while patrolling the battlements of the stone wall. Their light was enough to illuminate the many skirmishes at the foot of the wall.
Players, mountain goats, and coyotes fought each other. Tired of controlling his emotions, Roth located the tall wooden gate invitingly open. Roth passed by the guards, who ignored the arrivals and seemed more preoccupied with chatting about the day's news. After stepping in through the gate, Roth finally got to see the inside of Sapphira. The first thing Roth noticed was the gargantuan pit in the ground. It stretched down even further than the tall cliffs around the city stretched up. Just how far down had they dug the pit? Countless floors of streets and roads were carved in the rock, where thousands of tiny dots moved to and fro. In addition to the carved roads, there were tunnels, walkways, and wood and rope bridges around the city's rim. A complex system of staircases, ramps, elevators, pulleys, and levers joined the many disjointed floors. Looking up, he saw the moonlight reflected off imposing towers, guarding the city from attacks from above. Twin citadels watched over one another from the opposite sides of the plateau. The city had 4 gates. There was the south gate Roth had just entered through, and the north gate on the opposite side of the pit. Finally, the 2 citadels guarded the east and west gates up on the plateau. Sapphira was very different from Hillsford and Antioch. Hillsford was a more traditional, fairly plain city with a hill atop which rested the citadel. Antioch had a complex 3-dimensionality, and taking in the whole city in one glance was impossible. In Sapphira, wherever he looked, something was going on. It was overwhelming. This city was noisier than Hillsford because one couldn't just hear the sound of one street, but was constantly exposed to the eternal echo of the whole town. It smelled of sand and sweat. Curiosity piqued, Roth decided to begin exploring the city. The first thing he would do was find White Onyx Inc., where Soros's friend was. His merchant friend had written a recommendation letter, which should help him establish a foothold in this city. Roth quickly located a map showing the city's basic infrastructure. According to it, the slums of the city were at the very bottom of the pit, as far as possible from the citadels above. It consisted of a series of shacks and run-down caves. Above the slums, and up to his current level, was the crafting district. Much of the city's most important infrastructure was located on the floor he was in, the so-called canyon floor or 50th floor. For example, the south and north gates, the teleportation gate, and the auction house were here. Above him, one could find shops, then the campus, university, and hospital. Finally, the garrison and the city's military were at the top. The garrison to the east was known as the Rising Sun, and the one to the west was the Rising Moon. Figuring out where the merchant associations were wasn't difficult. He waited at the gates until a few merchants passed and went after them. It was pretty easy to spot a merchant from afar. All that Roth had to do was follow after the long caravans and the conspicuous wagons and cartwheels. As if to signal the difference between trading with NPCs and players, the Merchants Association seemed to be located on the opposite side of the pit from the auction house. Traveling along the rim, Roth was surprised by how wide the carved roads felt. What impressed him most was the architecture, though. All the buildings were carved into the rock. Elegant columns and decorated gateways marked the entrances to houses and businesses. The amount of work power required to dig such a city into the mountain would have made such a project impossible in the real world. Only in a game where one could defy the laws of economics when designing a city could such a magnificent engineering project come to life. Roth double-checked the name on the letter, and once he started seeing trading associations, he began asking people for directions. "Excuse me, do you know where White Onyx Inc. is?" he asked an NPC riding a black horse.
Sorry, it doesn't ring a bell,"
the merchant answered with a smile. He tried his luck again after walking a little longer.
"Excuse me, I'm looking for Matilda from White Onyx Inc. Do you know where she is?"
"Sorry, mate, I don't recognize the name."
"All right, thank you."
Roth heard a commotion ahead. It was loud enough to pierce through Sapphira's constant echoey rumble.
30 gold, 32 gold. Going once, going twice. Sold to the man in a green turban for 32 gold.
Roth's eyes widened. An auction in the middle of town?
Chapter 9. Even though there was a large crowd, Roth could get a good view of what was happening thanks to his height. The line of people turned out to be a small part of a large audience sitting in an amphitheater carved into the mountain. Stair-like benches descended on a central stage where a man in fine jade silk and a green turban smiled at the crowd with golden teeth. The next lot, Lot 33, is brought to you from the distant sands of Sun Desert. A muscled man wearing a simple vest and loose pants with a whip coiled on his belt and a scimitar strapped on his back towed 4 camels onto the stage. They were blindfolded and chained. Even though the man was strong, he didn't seem to be exerting any strength on the loose chains to drag the subdued beasts. These camels come from the rolling dunes of the salt marsh. They are incredibly resilient, are all in good shape, and are a nice addition to any respectable caravan, the auctioneer said, approaching one of the camels and forcing its mouth open to show the healthy teeth to the crowd. Perfect if you need to transport cargo across the desert or through Rock Canyon. We'll start the bidding at 10 gold. Who wants to give more? A slave market, mumbled Roth. His whole body shook, and his face locked in a scowl. What was wrong with the game developers to create such a thing inside the game? Slavery had been abolished in the real world centuries ago. Why were they recreating such an atrocity here? 20 gold! 21 gold! The bids kept escalating, and Roth studied the crowd of bidders. Most were NPCs, but he spotted some players, too. 23 gold! Roth saw the poor camels and felt something break in his heart. Their legs were shaking. They were barely standing. Should he bid for them? Should he buy them just as he had bought Lua? But what would that do for them? If he released them, he was deep into slavers' territory. They would probably capture the camels to sell them again. 25 gold! 26 gold! Even if he bought these camels, how many lots were there left? Didn't the man say that they were already on lot 33? Could he afford to buy all these slaves? Was throwing money at the slave traders even a solution? 27 gold! 29 gold! Roth's vision began to blur. Seeing the resignation of the 4 creatures waiting to be sold awakened a bubbling rage within him. Flashes of the auction for his life to the top guilds only fanned the flames in his heart. He couldn't take it anymore. If he stayed here one moment longer, he would do something stupid. He ran off. He ran and ran. And by the time he stopped, he realized he was back at the gate he'd used to enter the city. He sat and placed his head between his knees, taking deep breaths. He had known that slavery here was more prevalent than in Green Country. However, knowing that animals were slaves was one thing. Seeing them being sold like this was something else entirely. He hadn't explored the city for half an hour and was already close to a meltdown. He couldn't keep going like this. Instead of just walking around aimlessly, Roth decided to do things differently. He went to the forums and searched for the information he needed. White onyx, he typed on the forums. Unfortunately, the query returned with no hits. He tried the same thing in the Rescue and Union Library with the same result. Sighing, he went to the forums section where one could buy guides and typed it again. Finally, there were a few hits. A complete map of Sapphira, 20 gold. The Real Coyotes Quest, 30 gold. List of merchant associations in Sapphira, 3 gold. Roth scratched his chin, trying to decide which one to get. Even though one was significantly cheaper and the other contained information about a quest, he settled on purchasing the complete map. He already had so many pending quests and didn't need more to add to his to-do list. You transferred 20 gold to Solomon Minor. World map updated. Opening his map, Roth found that he now had a comprehensive listing of all the different shops and general areas of Sapphira. The city had 100 floors. This player had to have taken a while to go through every single floor and complete this map. Even though 20 gold was enough to buy an average player a full set of level 30 equipment, he didn't feel like the price asked was unreasonable. He felt slightly jealous of how much money this Solomon Minor fellow must have made from selling this map. He typed White Onyx ink on his world map and frowned. No wonder he hadn't been able to find any information from passers-by about Matilda. Her merchant association was located in the slums. After tagging the coordinates, the game system directed Roth toward nearby elevators. Elevator was a little too generous a term for the precarious contraptions. They were large wooden platforms with no side railings or protection, suspended perilously from an assortment of ropes and chains connected to a pulley system. It didn't even stop at each floor. Players measured the distance and tried boarding the platform without falling to their deaths at the bottom of the pit. The most similar system that Roth had seen was materials lifted by cranes in real-world construction sites. While he waited for a platform to pass by his floor, he was thrown aback as a player fell to their demise. Even though his screaming figure only flashed past Roth, he could still make out his ragged clothes marking him as a beginner. Probably a new player who had misjudged the distance to the platform. Roth gulped. He couldn't afford to miscalculate his little hop onto the elevator platform. His pain settings were on, and something told him that falling to his death would hurt considerably. Despite his concerns, the platform descended at a comfortable speed, allowing him to easily board it, thus beginning his downward journey to the second floor. The smell of dust and rock slowly changed to that of iron, smoke, and tanned leather. He was passing by the floors of the crafting district. He would come back here later. His priority was to visit White Onyx, Inc. He wanted to make the most of Soros's contact here. Soros had spoken highly of Matilda, and how she managed to stay in business as a contractor in a slaver-owned city. He wondered what kind of person she was. The fact that her trading association was in the slums, and not next to other trade associations, had piqued his interest. Finally came Roth's stop, and he jumped out, landing with a dry thud on the rocky road of the second floor. From here, he could get a good look at the base floor of the pit and the shanty slums of wood and tin. This was probably the only part of the city that wasn't carved into the mountain. Curiously enough, he didn't smell any stench. He had expected that all slums throughout the mid-grade cities shared their foul smell, but this place smelled clean and tidy. Checking the map, he found he wasn't far from White Onyx, Inc. Just in case these slums were dangerous for players with a righteous alignment, Roth turned on camouflage before making the rest of the trip. With each step he took, his dismay at why Matilda had set up shop here grew. The only businesses he saw were taverns, inns, and pawn shops. Shady, hooded figures sat in every corner, and even though he had camouflage on, he could swear that some of them looked straight at him. Roth kept walking past beggars, old men playing cards, rowdy couples and friends arguing, and a circle of people surrounding an arm wrestle challenge, placing bets and celebrating or booing depending on the fight's results. Thankfully, there was nothing related to slavery that triggered Roth, and he finally made it to his destination. Unlike the carefully decorated facades of the trade associations above, the trade association run by Matilda was simple. A clean-cut frame marked the entrance, and the sign above it read, White Onyx, Inc., in an unassuming font. He was reminded of when he met Soros in an old shack in an alley, and wondered whether he would have to rescue this merchant from the local crime families. After stepping in through the door, he found that Matilda's situation differed significantly from Soros's when they first met. This woman needed no help. The inside of the building was large and spacious, an expansive lounge filled with counters and employees attended to the dozens of visitors who entered and left the building. A crystal chandelier shone upon the columns of red stone, and the tiled floors and walls were decorated with colorful and tasteful mosaics. NPCs stood in line to talk to different clerks, while different players stood around operating their invisible system windows. Roth turned off the camouflage and went to wait in line. The clerks operated efficiently, and he was talking to one of them no more than 10 minutes later. It was a man his age, with blonde hair, small glasses, a long face, and brown eyes. "Hello, sir. How can White Onyx help you?" he greeted amicably. "I have a letter to give to Matilda. Can you tell me where she is?" "Oh, she's in the back, in her office. I don't believe I've seen you here before," the man commented. "No, you haven't. Soros from Hillsford in Green Country sent me here. He told me to find Matilda if I ever came to Sapphira." "Soros? From Golden Mountain, Inc.? Of course, he's one of our trade partners,"
the man exclaimed. "Why don't you give me the letter, and I'll see if Matilda can meet with you." Roth hesitantly handed Soros's letter and watched the clerk disappear behind a door beyond the counters. Remembering how a player was fulminated when trying to invade Soros's back office space, Roth resisted the urge to activate camouflage and sneak in. He tapped his foot nervously until the man came out the door and beckoned Roth to approach. "Matilda will see you now. It's the last door to the left." "Thanks." The clerk excused himself and returned to the counter to attend to the next person in line. The corridor had gas lamps at specific intervals, and doors on each side were marked with assistant managers and senior staff names. The only decoration in this part of the building was the portraits lining the walls. One featured a young girl with an explorer's hat standing beside a camel wearing a luxurious saddle decorated with gems. The girl wasn't smiling, but grinned as if she had noticed something everyone else had missed. That and the freckles on her tanned skin were her most distinctive features. The following portrait showed the same girl at a beach, shaking hands with someone dressed in a fancy outfit, probably some official or governor. Each portrait showed the same woman in different landscapes next to exotic animals and important-looking people. If this was Matilda, she was well-traveled. As his eyes landed on the last portrait, he tried to understand it. This picture was taken years after the others, and the young girl had become a woman in her 30s by then. She stood next to 3 or 4 people who, by their attire, were merchants. Roth's eyes landed on one of them. It was a young man with a thin face and a brilliant smile. He wore oriental clothing and a large turban. "Soros?" he gasped. It looked like he and Matilda had a history together. Sure he was at the right place, Roth knocked at the door. "It's open! Come on in!" came the melodious voice from the other side. Roth took a deep breath and stepped in. It was time to make his first business contact in Rock Canyon. Chapter 10. Roth instantly recognized the knowing, asymmetrical smile, the tanned skin, and the freckles. Even though her clothes differed from the explorer's attire he'd seen in the portraits, this was unmistakably the same person. Matilda wore a golden shawl and long golden earrings. Her skirt was long with golden fringes to match the ensemble. Her sleeves were pulled up as if to tell others that despite her age, she was a hard worker ready for a fight. "So you are the zoomorph Soros speaks so highly of. This is your first time interacting with Matilda, the owner of White Onyx Inc. Charisma bonus activated. Congratulations, your charisma has reached 700. Well-spoken has been upgraded to Grand Persuader. Charm has been upgraded to Irresistible. Matilda has read Soros's letter and forms a positive impression of you, plus 300 reputation with White Onyx Inc. You've jumped 2 tiers in friendship in one single move, plus 1 charisma." Roth was dizzy with all the notifications, and Matilda was already coming for him before he could make sense of what had just happened. "Come here, love," she said, holding him into a hug. "Welcome, welcome, welcome." "Oh, hi, nice to meet you," he answered awkwardly. This woman was treating him as if he was her grandson or something. Just what had Soros written in that letter? "Please have a seat. You're welcome here, please," she said as she poured some tea. "Try this. It's my very best tea." After meeting this lovely lady, Roth had the impression that he had gotten the short straw when he met Soros. The old man had never offered him tea. To be fair, the first time they'd met, he hadn't arrived with a 700 charisma stat. As Roth sipped on the warm beverage, he felt all his earlier frustration melt away, and almost fell off his chair when he saw what happened next. "You've drunk heavenly tea. Your mind becomes clearer. Plus 1 intelligence, plus 1 wisdom." This tea? "Oh yes, it's a gift from a friend in the Sky Islands. He sends me a little every year, but I'm more than happy to use it on such a fortuitous encounter." What on earth was happening here? She had given him a stat-boosting consumable, just like that. Soros had been holding back on him. He was sure he'd seen a kettle in his office somewhere. Next time he went to Hillsford, he would make sure he'd give him a piece of his mind. "It's delicious. Thank you. Can I have another cup?" Roth tried. "Of course. Here you go." She poured him a little more, and hoping his strategy worked, he drank it.
Vegetarian gourmand effects apply. You've drunk heavenly tea. Your mind becomes clearer. +1 intelligence, +1 wisdom.
Roth grinned. He had hoped to boost his stats again by having a second cup. Sure enough, it worked. The lady grinned from the other side of the desk.
So, Soros tells me you're his golden egg-laying goose,
she said, with twinkles of greed sparkling in her eyes. You don't say. Uh-oh, Roth grimaced. Maybe this wasn't grandmotherly love after all.
He has you in high esteem. You seem to have access to a unique clientele,
she said with a wolfish grin. Roth put the cup of tea down and prepared to negotiate. You can come out, little Lin. The little kitten crawled his way out of Roth's jacket, and it was Matilda's turn to almost fall off her chair. Her eyes widened and her jaw dropped. Soros had never met Lin, so this was probably not in the letter. With this, he felt he had regained control of the conversation.
Such a pretty kitten,
she praised carefully.
Sorry, he's been cooped up in my jacket for a long time. Is it okay if he walks around a little bit?
Of course, of course.
Little Lin looked around and started sniffing the carpet, the desk, and then Matilda.
Soros is correct. I do have access to a unique clientele, and business has been going well lately. However, before we talk business, I was hoping you could help me get a pulse on the situation in Sapphira.
The lady's brow raised, but she still hadn't taken her eyes off Lin.
What do you want to know?
I hate slavery, Roth said simply.
I see.
She turned to him, and the merchant's expression softened.
So I suppose you want to know how the whole slavery thing works, eh? And how I stay in business?
Roth nodded.
Slavers practically own the city, she started ominously. They finance the army, the universities, the hospital, and control most of the business in town. The only thing they don't own is the slums.
Because of the local crime families, concluded Roth.
No, crime families? What are you talking about? The slums are filled with good people, honest people. Just because things aren't as pretty as up on the top floors doesn't mean there's any crime here. The real criminals are up there, she said furiously, pointing at the ceiling.
Roth frowned at the implications. In Hillsford and all other mid-grade cities of Green Country, the slums were run by crime families. It looked like developers had twisted the game on its head here. Crime families, or in this case, slavers, ran the city, and the good guys hunkered down in the slums. While Roth reached these conclusions, Matilda took a few sips of tea and calmed down.
Anyway, slavers know better than to eliminate all contractors from the city. Sapphira is an important stop in many trade routes. If they made this place a slaver-only town, they would scare away many customers. Therefore, they tolerate our presence down here. Even though the city is riddled with slavers, not everyone agrees with them. Many businesses prefer to come down here to arrange for their cargo to be transported by contractors.
I see. What about the Transport Guild? Do they have any power here?
Roth asked hopefully. If there were dogs around, he wanted to meet them.
The slavers shut down every branch of the Transport Guild in Rock Canyon and Sun Desert, Matilda answered sadly. They don't like having dogs advocating for animal rights in their backyard.
Really? That's unfortunate.
Maybe this also explained a little of Matilda's enthusiasm at meeting a broker like himself with a unique clientele. Since all dogs had been kicked out from Sapphira, he was probably the first broker she had met in a long time. His hatred for the slavers only grew. He remembered his quest in Hillsford to catch the gazpachos and thought about the slave market he'd seen earlier. He then thought of his mare and the camel that had written "help" on the sand when he first visited Hillsford. He had to do something about this.
Matilda, how can I shut the whole thing down?
What thing?
Slavery. The slavers. What could I do to get rid of them?
Matilda stared speechless at him for a few moments.
Are you serious?
I am,
Roth answered. It had been weighing on his mind for as long as he had known about it.
You are obviously against it yourself. I'm sure you've thought about this at some point.
She bit her lip.
Of course I have. All of us here in the slums have. But the city is rotten to its core. The slavers have everyone in their pocket. You would have to turn the whole city upside down to dismantle their operation, she hissed. Do you have any idea of what you're suggesting? You'd be fighting most of the city.
I don't like fighting, but I just can't see all these creatures suffering and do nothing about it. I owe it to them to at least try. Matilda reached out and put her wrinkled hand over his.
You have a good heart, son. Your heart can't stand injustice, plus 10 righteousness. Look, Zoomorph, I respect your feelings. Many of us fight slavery in whatever way we can. But what you want to do, it's just too big, too impossible. I'm afraid that I can't help you with it.
She looked left and right and then added in a very faint whisper,
When I can, I smuggle slaves out of here, but I can only do that because of white onyx. I can't afford to compromise it. I hope you understand.
Roth smiled at the old lady. He was happy to have met her in such a place. I understand. Just keep doing what you can, Matilda.
What will you do? She asked curiously.
That was a good question. On the one hand, slavery seemed to be too ingrained in the city for Roth to do anything about it. On the other hand, he didn't want to just smuggle a few slaves. He wanted to help all of them. Besides, why would the developers place such a horrible scenario if there wasn't a way to fight it? There had to be something he could do. Even if he couldn't completely eradicate slavery, he should be able to bring it at least down a notch. Seeing Matilda expecting his answer, Roth sighed and spoke his mind. I'll find my way to fight them, then. I'll do what I can to end this madness. There has to be a way. Sensing Roth's determination, Matilda took a deep breath and wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. My. Soros was right. You are special. You've received a new quest, Abolish Slavery. Abolish Slavery, Legendary. After visiting Sapphira, you discover that most of the city is controlled by slavers. Matilda tells you about a resistance that tries to smuggle slaves out of the city. She's impressed by your desire to uproot the whole system and free the city from slavery. Quest objectives: find a way to abolish slavery in Sapphira. What on earth? From speaking with Matilda and expressing his desire to end slavery, he'd received a legendary quest. Was it really this simple to unlock? Or had he unknowingly fulfilled some secret condition to obtain this quest? He felt a headache brewing. His most complicated quest had been Vanquish the Darkness, which had only been considered epic. He needed to bring together the most powerful players in the game to take down the Hive King. Just how challenging would a legendary quest be then?
Are you okay, Zoomorph? You seem a little dizzy.
Roth checked the timer and found he had already wasted several minutes in this conversation. He had to make the most of the charisma bonus. He didn't know if Matilda would remain this helpful after his charisma came down, so he struck the iron while it was hot. Matilda, I was hoping for your help with some information.
Very well, she readily agreed.
I'm trying to help a mare, a princess from the Moonlight Herd. Do you know where I can find them?
Oh, the Moonlight Herd? And you know their princess? She said, surprised. Sure, they roam the western plateaus. It's easier to find them at night. However, good luck catching them. They run like the wind.
Thanks. I'm also looking for the dwarf vaults. Some friends asked me to go there and settle a matter for them. Do you know where I can find them?
I don't know anything about dwarf vaults, but I do happen to have some dealings with the dwarf community in Forge Valley. It's out west in the Iron Mountains.
Seeing how he was getting several clues to his ongoing quests, Roth tried his luck with the ones left. What about the swamps, or the Crow Emperor? Do you know anything about them? She shook her head.
No, sorry. No swamps in Rock Canyon. No crows either.
It had been worth a shot. 2 more things. I'm looking for a quiet place, a woodland or a forest. Is there any place like that around here? She drummed her fingers on the table and answered while massaging her temples.
Rock Canyon is very dry, Zoomorph. Most greenery's only found in the wadis of the canyons or near the river.
I see.
But try the University Gardens if you want a quiet, relaxing place. It's pretty up there.
Roth's ears perked up. You don't say. I still have one thing I want to ask. He caught Matilda drumming her fingers and checking her watch. She wasn't going to keep answering his questions indefinitely. To ensure he didn't lose her, he grabbed his broker's ledger out of his inventory, and Matilda immediately discarded all signs of impatience. "I'm looking for a quiet place to craft. I'm a tailor and need to find someone who doesn't mistreat animals to gather their resources. Any recommendations?" he said, while handing the ledger over to Matilda.
"Try Keith. He has a workshop on the 3rd floor. Everything from the 5th floor down has nothing to do with slavers."
She was almost drooling over the ledger. "All right. You've helped me plenty. Let's talk business then."
"Good. Let's find out why Soros loves you so much," she said, opening the ledger.
Chapter 11. As Matilda leafed through Roth's broker ledger, her eyes twinkled with enthusiasm.
"There are tens, I see. Oh, and foxes, too. Interesting. Oh, my. A whole city."
She seemed impressed by Roth's client portfolio. Judging from her smile, she didn't regret giving all the information she had volunteered earlier. Even though he was in the room with the merchant, Roth's mind was elsewhere. He was already thinking in what order he would tackle his to-do list. He finally knew where the dwarves and the Moonlight Herd were. He had to make arrangements to travel west soon. He also wanted to check out the university gardens to see if there was a place there where he could leave the tree ants to forage. There was also crafting to do. He wanted to visit the tailor Matilda had recommended and find out if he had a place in his shop where Roth could work quietly. He had to try his new light trapper profession and advance his tailoring. Slowly, things were falling into place. The best news Matilda had given him, though, was that if he stayed on the bottom floors of Sapphira, he wouldn't have to keep bumping into slave markets and slave trafficking.
"Very well. This is very interesting," Matilda commended with her one-sided smile. "Soros has been helping you supply for all these races. Has there been any shortage of supplies so far?" she asked hopefully.
"However many items my clients need, Soros always finds a way to provide."
"I see," she said with a pursed lip. "That old man hasn't lost his resourcefulness after all these years."
"However," Roth continued, "I will be basing my activities in Rock Canyon for now. I plan to expand my customer base with the local races here. I don't want to keep running back and forth between the Green Country and Sapphira. I'll need your help. We can talk about business after I set up some local connections." Matilda closed the ledger contentedly.
"Good. If you can start these trade routes in Rock Canyon, our meeting will not have been in vain," she decided. "Should we discuss rates already?"
"You don't even know what customers I'm going to bring you."
"We can already decide on a fixed rate, and whatever customers you bring me, you'll always get that percentage. What do you say?"
Roth frowned. What if he got excellent customers worth more than the rate he would negotiate now? Could all the helpfulness she displayed be a ruse to lower his guard? Trusting his gut, Roth turned her down. "I prefer we discuss it later if that's okay with you. I still need to explore the region and learn more about what it offers. It's too soon to discuss rates."
"So be it," she said, disappointed. "Promise me that you'll come to me first, though."
"You got yourself a deal, Matilda. I wouldn't go anywhere else."
"Very well, then." She lowered her voice again. "Please don't share what I told you about my little side activities with others."
"You've got it," Roth assured her, winking. The last thing he wanted was to sabotage Matilda's assistance to helpless slaves. "Lin, come here. It's time to go." The little kitten appeared from thin air and jumped toward him, disappearing into his jacket. The motion had been so fast that all Roth saw was a blur. However, he could feel an odd shape in his jacket. "Lin?" The kitten stayed motionless. "Lin?" He tried again. The kitten didn't respond. He opened his jacket and pulled out the kitten. He was holding one of Matilda's earrings in his mouth. As soon as she saw it, Matilda reached for her ear and gasped.
"How? I didn't feel anything."
"I'm sorry about that, Matilda. He's going through a phase." Turning toward the kitten, he said as severely as he could, "Give that back."
"Naya!"
he protested. "Give that back." The kitten pouted but threw the earring toward Matilda. "Sorry about that, Matilda."
"It's okay. I'm just impressed to see a Felinian with a human. I had assumed they didn't get along with humans."
"This one does. Barely."
He stuffed the little kitten into his jacket and bid his farewell while trying to ignore Lin's angry bites. "See you later." Happy that Matilda was in a forgiving mood, Roth took off before his kitten could steal anything else. This little incident aside, this meeting had gone very well, and Roth had several leads to follow. It was time to tackle one of the items on his to-do list. He was starting to get acquainted with the city, and this time he didn't need directions to head toward the elevators. However, being the first time that he was traveling to the university floors, he still opened the map he purchased earlier and typed gardens. A list of gardens appeared, and he selected the biggest patch of green on the map. He followed the floating arrows to the nearest elevator, hopped on, and started climbing floors. While Roth was going up, he checked the status of his tree ant colony. He took the regular acorn from his pocket and pinched it, applying a little pressure on the acorn. It was becoming more hollow as the tree ants dug more chambers inside. He still had the golden acorn in his inventory and didn't know what kind of benefits he would gain from giving it to the tree ants once they were done with their first home. He hoped to find out soon. The pit's dark base with its shanty slums obscured into darkness as the platform gained altitude. He passed the walls with their battlements lit by soldiers moving torches and kept climbing closer and closer to the twin citadels that guarded the city. Roth watched in envy as another player used a jetpack to move swiftly between floors without waiting for an elevator platform. He hopped off on the 83rd floor. Even though Roth had read about universities, he had never visited them in the game before. There was a qualitative difference in the passers-by on this floor. Here, most people wore tunics and robes. As part of the floors dedicated to the universities, many of the players here were either medics or espers. Only the occasional player or NPC wore armor. Most NPCs held tomes, books, scrolls, and folders as they moved between classes, lectures, or administrative activities. After looking around for a moment, he went back to following the directions to the garden. It turned out to be one of the doors closest to the elevator. Over the gateway, carved in the rock, was written, University Botanical Gardens. Stepping through it, Roth immediately smelled the scent of saturated soil and grass. It was the garden, all right. The long passageway opened into a massive space. At first, Roth thought that he was outside. Above him, there was only darkness and a few twinkling lights. Upon careful inspection, however, he found these weren't stars, but mirror balls that captured the scant light of the torches below. It was an indoor garden. The ground was carpeted in green grass and lush trees loaded with colorful, juicy fruits. The sound of water echoed in the cave as irrigation channels nourished the many plants. Roth could not explain how they provided this giant garden with enough light to make it this lush. He could see several players moving about, playing, laughing, and chatting, and even spotted a few couples going on an online date. Seeing so many players soured his enthusiasm. He had hoped this place was quiet enough for the Leafies to go unnoticed, but far too many players were walking around. Roth looked for a peaceful place to leave his tree ants to forage. For convenience's sake, leaving them foraging within the city was ideal. However, doing that would increase the risk of others spotting his colony. As he followed the trickle of water and past orchards with fruit trees, Roth finally reached the end of the cave. It had taken him a 10-minute walk from the entrance, and the garden was as long as it was wide. Roth had never expected there to be such a huge indoor garden. Sapphira was proving to be a place with many beautiful sights. While exploring the garden, Roth found something strange. A thick glass wall blocked one side of the cave, and Roth tried to make out what was on the other side. Whereas the garden he'd seen so far had regular-looking plants, across the glass, the sight was much more exotic. He saw flowers of vivid colors, fruits with strange shapes, and plants on fire or encased in ice. What is this place? The exotic garden on the other side was partitioned and separated by glass walls. Some partitions were fairly small and contained only a small garden with a few flowers, while others were big enough to harbor fruit trees. As he kept exploring, Roth bumped into a patrolling soldier. "Good evening, sir. Is anything going on?" "This is your first time interacting with the Moon Garrison of Sapphira. Charisma bonus activated." Roth furrowed his forehead, seeing that the two citadels belonged to different factions. He wondered why. Were they at odds? Roth put on a friendly smile and greeted the guard. "Good evening, soldier." Your cool demeanor and valiant disposition impressed the soldier. Plus 43 reputation with the soldiers of the Moon Garrison of Sapphira. After the charisma bonus kicked in, the soldier watched Roth with a respectful expression. Chuckling, Roth decided to ask for information. "I'm interested in what is beyond the glass wall." "Of course. What would you like to know, Martyr?" Roth knew that this guard didn't treat everyone who came looking for information this cordially. How many players could walk around the city and get all the information they wanted from any passing NPC? Proud of how far his achievements had brought him in the game, Roth started his query. "This is my first time visiting the gardens, and I couldn't help but notice these glass walls. What is this place?" "These are the university's greenhouses, sir." "What purpose do they serve? Isn't the whole place kind of a greenhouse?" "Your insight and intelligence are incredible. Plus 21 reputation with the soldiers of the Moon Garrison of Sapphira." "Yes, sir, true. But even though most of the gardens are public, there are private spaces. They belong to some university patrons who give generous donations to the faculty in exchange for their help maintaining some precious herbs and plants." "Oh, I see. That's why the plants on the other side look so different. But why make the walls out of glass?" "You know how wealthy people are, sir. They like to flaunt their riches. Besides, we only have one glass-light chimney," he said, pointing toward the cave ceiling. "Many of these plants need all the light they can get. That's why they've made it out of glass, sir." Roth nodded, better understanding the arrangement. "You said that these greenhouses belong to wealthy patrons. Are you talking about families in the slaving business?" Roth asked, careful not to sound aggressive. "Many of them do belong to slavers. For example, this one belongs to the Bustards. That one is the biggest and belongs to the wealthiest family in Sapphira, the Lin stores." "Thank you, soldier. You were very helpful. Would it be okay if I took a look around?" "Of course, sir. I can tell you're someone reputable and that you would never do anything against the law. Feel free to take a look." Roth headed toward the partition belonging to the wealthiest family in Sapphira and studied the exotic plants through the glass. He was surprised when he found a tree that he knew. It was one unassuming, short tree with 2 grape-sized orange fruits. "A snake tree!" he exclaimed. Looking further, he spotted different stacked logs with mushrooms growing off them. Attached to one of the pieces of dead wood, he spotted another stat-boosting consumable he recognized. It was a spongy black fruit, a power truffle. Chapter 12. Bluefire grinned as he saw his boss with fidgety hands half prepared to reach for his swords. "You're not ready to take on a boss of that level, sir," Bluefire warned. Ogre kept his eyes glued on the humanoid boar swinging its axe. "I don't know. There's something about him. He might be a berserker. See those wounds? He's not 100%. There may be a quest here, like that of the giant." Saying this, Ogre took one step forward. The boar prince stopped mid-swing, slowly turning his head toward Ogre. Bluefire felt all the hair on his arms stand up and goosebumps on his neck. "Careful, sir." "I know," Ogre responded, wetting his lips. He had felt the danger, too. He took a step back, and the boar prince resumed his practice, swinging his weapon, rustling the leaves of the distant trees at the edge of the clearing. "So what's the plan, Bluefire? It's been a while since you and I have been out adventuring like this." "I know, but this is quite a unique challenge. We have to figure out how Roth does it. I've secured a batch of miniaturizing honeydew and some miniaturizing potions that should give us enough time in Antioch." "Sounds expensive," Ogre said through clenched teeth. Bluefire knew how annoyed the boss was about all the losses that they had taken in exploring this place. Not only was he keeping an entire family in his compound with all the required expenses, but he kept hearing about Bluefire throwing money at Roth to secure more consumables.
I just don't get why you can't ask Roth to come here and guide us. Is your pride really that hurt, Bluefire?"
"Maybe, sir," he promptly admitted. "But you know that feeding my pride is a worthwhile investment."
Any progress on getting Roth out of the damaged capsule?"
"Not yet, sir."
"How long did we agree to keep him and his family in the compound?"
Bluefire opened his calendar. 4 more weeks to go.
"Very well. Let's do this then."
They first approached the tree, bringing a handful of the wheat they had deposited at the shield's entrance and placing it next to the city's entrance. Trampler's report had repeatedly stressed how much time they could save if they did this. They then drank a miniaturizing potion, shrinking until they were the size of a mouse. Then they brought the blob of golden syrup they had purchased at a premium price from Roth and shrank even further.
"Whoa, the world looks like a very different place once you are this size,"
commented Ogre, excited. "Don't forget, sir, we don't want to start a fight unless we can't find any other way," Bluefire reminded his battle-crazed boss.
"Very well, Blue. I'll follow your lead. Let's start carrying some grain over and determine if our investment was worth it. But I'm telling you, we're not spending any more money on miniaturizing honeydew. At this point, I prefer to make Roth a senior guild member to make him share his secrets."
Bluefire nodded. Roth had easily shaken off the tail they put on him. His secrets were precious and could be a huge asset to the ogres. If they couldn't spy on Roth to obtain his secrets, Bluefire would just have to reverse engineer them. He would visit Antioch personally and try to accomplish what Roth had. If, even after coming in person with Ogre, they still couldn't figure out how Roth had created a relationship with the tree ants, Bluefire would admit defeat and invite Roth to become a guild elder. If they could get Roth to sign a contract, he would have to disclose all the information the guild wanted. That would be cheaper than being milked dry by Roth every time they ran out of miniaturizing honeydew. "Very well, sir. Challenge accepted." Roth had never imagined keeping a garden with all these incredible treasures was possible. When he discovered the location of the snake tree, he had thought of becoming an herbalist. But after everything that had come up, he was forced to leave herbalism aside and focus on other things. Seeing all these treasures behind the glass wall awakened his dormant desire. Roth spotted a gorgeous tree at the back of the Lin store's greenhouse while studying the beautiful garden. Its trunk was thick and grainy. Its sturdy limbs branched from the main body almost immediately after emerging from the ground. It was as if the tree couldn't wait to expand its canopy. This desire to split and branch out could be seen in the whole tree and its complex network of gnarled branches. Little wooden brown seeds borne in cup-shaped shells were scattered around the tree trunk. Many of them were ignored and left to rot on the ground. Roth recognized the plant and its fruit. It was an oak tree. Why would the Lin stores go through the trouble of keeping a regular oak tree in their precious garden? Roth squinted, and finally, hidden behind a cluster of spiraling leaves, Roth noticed an acorn with a golden sheen. He took the one gold acorn he kept in his inventory and then looked between his hand and the tree. So this was the tree that gave golden acorns. He had heard about their existence somewhere in Green Country, but he had never expected there to be one such tree inside this greenhouse. From the looks of it, there was only a tiny chance of it giving the prized fruit. The gardeners were obviously instructed to leave the regular acorns behind and pick up the prized ones. Roth was thoroughly impressed. From his previous experience shopping for stat-boosting consumables, and from the prices he already knew for some of these items, there was conservatively 1,000,000 gold worth of precious fruits and vegetables inside. This family was beyond rich. The worst part was that this was just one partition. Many others stretched in both directions of the garden. How many innocent lives had these wealthy families spoiled to build this wealth? When he thought of what their money was built on, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. The fact that they were flaunting their wealth to the public only enraged Roth further. His muscles tensed as he ground his teeth. He so loathed the slavers in this game. He felt like smashing the stupid glass wall and beating the scum to a pulp. Realizing his spiraling emotions, Roth's cheeks flushed and he closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. He couldn't let his anger get the better of him. Throwing a tantrum wasn't going to help all those poor, enslaved camels and horses. He had to be smart and play it cool. He spotted the lock to the Lin store's greenhouse, and an idea formed. He felt his cheeks burn and his heart race. He would never have done this if the people who owned this place weren't slavers, but he was out to ruin their business anyway, so what was the difference in him making a little use of their wealth for the time being? "Lin," he called. The little kitten emerged from his jacket.
"Meow? What's going on?"
"Progress in learning Felinian, 36%. Now that he was becoming more familiar with the language, he was starting to make out more of what Lin said. He was too nervous to feel happy about the notification, though. He had to make the most of his charisma bonus with the soldiers guarding this place. "Can you see that lock over there?"
"Yeah?"
he answered promptly. "Do you think you can unlock it for me?" The kitten stared at him suspiciously.
"Meow, meow, lady's earring, nya, nya, hypocrite, wrong or right, meow, nya, meow."
Roth smirked, so the little rascal did listen to him. The kitten pretended he didn't when he was up to no good, but how could he explain it to him? "It's a one-time thing, Lin. These are very bad people, and we aren't going to steal anything. We're just going to leave the leafies foraging here, so that makes it okay. Got it?"
"Meow, confusing. Nya, nya, ask master later."
"Progress in learning Felinian, 42%. Roth could feel a headache coming, but before he could argue further with his kitten, his body became translucent. Roth had seen in his pet's skills that he knew camouflage, but this was the first time seeing him use it. Even though he knew his kitten was there, Roth couldn't see anything. So this is what 300 subterfuge looks like. All Roth could hear was the sound of him fumbling with the lock. Roth glanced toward the soldiers nervously, but they seemed oblivious to Lin's work. Had Roth chosen the legendary Blessing of the Cat skill, he could have done this himself, but he was more than happy to see his little kitten doing the work. He opened his pet's stats and found that his subterfuge was 312 and mischief was 241. These were probably the stats required to succeed in breaking into the lock. For him to take this long meant the lock was very strong. Nevertheless, after a few minutes, there was the sound of pins unlocking and the door opening. Lin was able to open the lock. +2 subterfuge, +3 mischief. "It looks like you're not such a good boy after all. You've encouraged someone to break the law. -10 righteousness, +2 subterfuge. Good job, Lin." Roth sighed in relief at the realization that his cat could do this. If this little kitten was already such a good cat burglar, he couldn't fathom how quickly Ollie would have broken into this place. Thankfully, the door was transparent, and leaving it ajar didn't draw the attention of the nearest soldier, who was about 50 meters away. Roth grabbed the acorn from his pocket and brought it against his forehead. "Can you hear me?" he asked, using telepathy. With so few ants in the colony, they still didn't have enough neurons, so to speak, to form coherent thoughts. But Roth hoped that they would at least be able to understand simple instructions. In response to his question, he just got a feeling of openness and calm. They would probably understand him if he kept his instructions simple. Hide, grow, hide, forage. He tried to keep his mental commands as simple as possible. After repeating the instructions a few times, he heard the echoes of his commands. Hide, grow. Hopefully, they had gotten it. In the worst-case scenario, Roth could bring Lin to open the door again. Roth looked left and right, and when the soldier looked away, he threw the acorn as far as he could. His high strength stat enabled him to put in a good throw, and even though this partition was wide, it wasn't too deep. His throw was barely enough to land the leafies on the edge of the field of acorns under the oak tree. Forage. He activated the skill, but nothing happened. Seeing his pet deep into enemy territory, his heart stopped momentarily, but he got the notification he hoped for after a few moments. Forage activated. Your colony will begin exploring the surrounding area and harvesting resources. The leafies can feel the potential of this place. +2 affection. Roth made sure no one was looking and closed the door. This was a better bet than leaving the acorns somewhere in the public gardens. Very few people would have access to this place, and it looked like they didn't care about normal acorns. Hopefully, they would fail to realize the presence of his pets, and they could grow stronger. Happy with his success, Roth opened his to-do list and crossed out one of the items. He didn't forget to wave to the soldier with a smile, who returned his greeting enthusiastically. He gave one last look toward the oak tree and left the gardens. It was time to start crafting. Chapter 13. Drake watched as the two contestants gave it their all for the last stretch of the crafting battle. Limeleaf and Sandscrapper were neck to neck. Crafting a stun grenade was delicate work, and it was common for it to explode in the middle of the process. Drake knew this from experience. Sandscrapper was a tinkerer from a local guild in Hillsford that didn't even break the top 100 in the worldwide ranks, the World Breakers. Despite his unassuming background, Sandscrapper was well known in the Union. He was a generous, friendly artisan who enjoyed sharing what he knew with fellow craftsmen and who took the time to help newcomers integrate into the Union. His generosity was evidently repaid in full because his skills as a tinkerer had soared since he joined the Union. He deepened his understanding of tinkering by sharing what he knew and explaining his techniques to others. Furthermore, his pupils felt obligated to share their own tricks and tips with Sandscrapper, and he grew at a scary rate. More than once, Drake had overheard artisans of the top guilds commenting that they would recommend the top brass of their guilds hire him. Due to his friendliness and popularity with newcomers, he often waged crafting battles with them. Limeleaf was such a contestant. He was a talented, guildless player who challenged Sandscrapper to enter the Union. Drake admired the young man's bravery. He could have gone after someone with less prestige or skill, but had challenged himself. Both had already built the smaller components. All that remained was assembling them into a working grenade. As the crowd cheered and they raced to complete their item, Drake heard a buzzing sound coming from his pocket. It was the orb Toothy had given him earlier. "I need someone to cover for me. The boss of the raviolis bit the bait," he typed in the guild's management chat. After a few moments, Sergeant Sarge sprinted into the tent and took over, allowing Drake to rush into the guild's museum, close the curtains behind him, and take the call. "Lieutenant Armless Shark," came the whizzy squeak from the orb. Drake frowned. This voice didn't sound human. Not only was there a slight accent in it, but he could hear the digital distortion characteristic of animal cyborgs, such as Mario or the gorilla that guarded the butcher shop. "Hello, boss," he greeted respectfully. "Toothy told me you have something to say to me," the boss challenged. "You better not waste my time, Lieutenant. I don't make a habit of keeping wasteful subordinates." Drake had to give it to the developers for their realism. He didn't know if they had modeled the heads of the crime families in the game after real mobsters, but he felt he was on a call with his old boss. "Sir, I've started a union made of foreign artisans. I think this could be our ticket into the city's renewal project." "Oh, a union made of foreigners," the boss said, feigning ignorance. Drake was sure that Toothy would have told him about this. "Foreigners are loose cannons, Lieutenant. I've been burned more than once by your kin." For a moment, Drake wasn't sure if he was talking about humans or players, but reckoned it had to be the latter. "I can assure you it's clean, sir. Also, I've got them under complete control. They're very talented artisans." "How many?" 2,000 and growing." "A sizable workforce," the boss commented with interest. "But I like to play it safe, and this arrangement you tell me about sounds risky." This was it. The next part would make or break the deal. "What if I told you, sir, that I've discovered that the Gaspachos have already infiltrated the renewal project?" "The Gaspachos?" Drake was more than happy to hear the boss's fury. The head of the Raviolis hadn't hesitated to target the Gaspachos' business operations when the authorities crippled them. Drake knew he wouldn't be pleased to find they were rebuilding themselves. If they were allowed to grow stronger, they would want to give the Raviolis some payback.
So, those wretched thieves are trying to get back into the scene. But that doesn't do much for me, Lieutenant. I also know where they meet. I'm willing to give you the location."
The voice went quiet on the other side. After Roth had shared the quest with Drake, based on the initial clues, he used all his resources and finally discovered where the workshop was. If this couldn't get him into the boss's good graces, he didn't know what would. Roth and Drake made an unlikely pair. Roth was a goody two-shoes who had connections with powerful NPCs and was friends with animals. On the other hand, Drake had a lifetime of experience in the criminal underworld, and, unlike his mentee, he wasn't afraid of getting his hands dirty in the game. By combining Roth's intel with his experience, he was able to accomplish in a short time what had taken Ginny over a year to accomplish. No wonder she hated his guts.
"Where is it?"
the boss finally asked, unable to resist the allure of the information.
"The workshop, they call it, sir. It's a place where they fabricate medicine." "Medicine? They are hiding in a chemist?"
The Raviolis had most of their assets and contacts in the chemical and pharmaceutical industry.
"Smart. And is this one of the businesses we control?" "Yes, sir. They have a double agent hiding them." "Oh, slippery, unsavory rats. That's why they've been able to hide from me for so long. They hid their tree in our forest. But now that you've found them, it's time to terminate the Gaspachos for good. If what you say is true, Lieutenant, and you can give me the management of the Gaspachos, I will make you captain and let you spearhead the city renewal operation. But if this is some ruse, you better be prepared for the consequences."
The orb crumpled to dust. Drake played the cards Roth had dealt him the best he could. Hopefully, by seeking shade under the Raviolis, they could protect themselves from Loki's future attacks. H had already detected signs of Loki trying to infiltrate the organization. Time was of the essence. Drake hoped his safeguards would be enough. On his way back down to the slums, Roth decided to call his only friend in Rock Canyon. "Hey, Kurt."
"Hey there, Rainy Cloud, is that you?"
"It's me.
When I saw a Pax fellow calling me, I didn't know it was you."
"Sorry, I try to keep things on the down low whenever possible."
"No problem, man, I respect that. As a merchant, I'm also often targeted by bandits. I have a few aliases myself."
The more Roth got to know this easygoing merchant, the more he liked him. "Listen, I know you've had some experiences in Sapphira. I was wondering what you could tell me about the slavers here."
"To be honest with you, I don't dig slavers that much. If you want my help gaining reputation with them, I'm afraid I can't help you."
"You don't like them?"
"No. Why do you think I carry around a cartwheel? I prefer to carry it than have slaves do it for me. I know this is just a game, but I can't bear to visit the slave market."
"And can't you contract a caravan instead?"
"It's too expensive. It has to be me carrying stuff around. But not to worry, I've built quite a bit of muscle as a result," he said playfully.
"And are there more players like you who dislike the whole slavery thing?" Roth asked as he looked at the floor he was passing through, looking for any merchants dragging a cartwheel.
"We are the minority. Most people see this as a game, you know. It's not the real world," he said mockingly. "They just don't care. They pillage, steal, kill, and use whatever slaves they can get, just the way it is. I don't judge them. I play the game differently, though."
"Well, I dislike slavers myself. I want to know how to avoid them and how they work."
"Oh, cool. In that case, I can help you. So here's the thing. Let's see," Kurt mumbled, trying to put his thoughts in order. "In Sapphira, there are 4 big slaver families. The Lin stores are by far the wealthiest. Then there's an alliance made of 3 mid-sized families that have been growing in popularity lately, and they're the only ones who can rival the Lin stores. They are the Bustards, the Svensters, and the Woglers."
Interesting. So that meant there was some rivalry between slavers, kind of like between the Gaspachos, Beanies, and Raviolis in Hillsford. He remembered Drake's advice back when he was tackling the Gaspachos' quest. Follow the money, he had told him back then. Maybe that would also apply here. "Okay, so can you give me some insights on how the industry works?"
Basically, slavers capture NPCs all around Rock Canyon and Sun Desert. Sometimes they run expeditions and even issue quests to players to invade border towns and do blitz attacks on other regions.
So players help the slavers? He asked, shocked.
Oh, yes. These quests are quite popular because they grant a reputation with the governing families in the city. And if one wants to build evil alignments, this is one of the best ways to do it.
Then what?
Then they bring them to the slave market. Sapphira's is one of the biggest because of its strategic location. And that's it. It's just a big business.
And why don't people hire contractors?
It's cheaper. If you use contracting services, you can spend 2 or 3 times as much as if you buy slaves. The competition is just disloyal, and most people don't care about how they get the work done as long as it gets done cheaply. Anyway, I would recommend you to steer away from any of the families if you don't like them. I've gotten myself into trouble more than once with them.
Thanks, man. I appreciate your suggestion.
No worries. I'll be coming to Sapphira in about a week on my trade route. Can we meet for some coffee then?
Sounds like a plan, Roth readily agreed. He would never have been able to show this amount of trust in a stranger a month ago, but maybe because of all the friends he had made, all the cool people he had met, and how many times he'd been able to evade pursuers, he was finding himself more confident and trusting of others these days. That's why he had decided to trust his instinct and reveal his player ID to Kurt.
Bye, Kurt. Bye, Pax.
Roth finally arrived at the 3rd floor.
Excuse me, sir, he asked one of the hooded figures sitting on the corner.
Before, they had looked scary, but now that he knew that the slums were full of people who fought slavery, he didn't feel afraid of them anymore.
Hello, Martyr. How can I help you?
Do you know Keith, the tailor?
Sure, right over there,
he said, pointing toward a building further ahead.
Thanks.
As Roth walked the street, he noticed that compared to the university floors, most players were rogues. Interesting. In Rock Canyon, rogues were the good guys, fighting slavery and perhaps running secret missions to smuggle slaves to freedom. Rock Canyon was probably popular with rogues who wanted to cultivate a righteous alignment. Maybe that even granted them some unique class advancement. He reached a building that read, Cloth of the Wadi. Entering, he saw the familiar sight of wool skeins, silk bolts, and linen and hemp spools. There was also the buzz of working looms and the shine of fashionable clothes. When his eyes landed on Keith, he instinctively knew he was the shop's owner. He had a long face and an even longer forehead. He dressed in a tailor-made modern black suit with an elegant silk tie.
In here? You? Don't make me laugh. My shop has no space for tailoring wannabes, he told a short female player. But I'm willing to pay you. Begone, girl. You do not yet have the pedigree to work under the same ceiling as me.
Roth's eyes widened, seeing the harsh treatment the NPC was giving this girl. He couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Had he come to the right place? Keith located Roth and stomped toward him. He stepped back, afraid to be mistreated, but what happened next was completely different. Chapter 14. Instead of the harsh tone the tailor had used to send off the female player earlier, Keith addressed Roth with the utmost politeness and respect.
Greetings, esteemed fellow weaver. What a joy it is to have you in my humble shop.
It's your first time meeting Keith. Charisma bonus activated. Pleasantly surprised by such an excellent treatment, Roth shook hands with the NPC.
Hello, Keith. Nice to meet you. I can tell by your handshake that you are a nature's weaver. What an honor, sir. What an honor.
I'm looking for a quiet place to work. Matilda from White Onyx Inc. recommended you.
I have to thank her later. It's not every day that we get to host such an esteemed guest. I do have a few workshops in the back of my shop that I rent to traveling artisans. I usually charge 5 silvers a day, but in your case, I can do 2.
Roth gulped, seeing how the NPC had taken the initiative to lower the price. It wouldn't hurt to try reducing it even further.
What about just 1? And I can already pay for the whole week. What do you say?
Ha ha, a negotiator. Deal, sir. Here, have my shop's card. You can buy any supplies you require from me at a discount. You received Cloth of the Wadi's loyalty card. Cloth of the Wadi's loyalty card. Rare. Item description. You've proven to be someone this shop can count on and are worth nurturing. Item effects. 15% discount on all purchases in this shop. Thanks. Roth heard something fall and turned around to see the girl from earlier collapsed on the ground, looking at him as if she was seeing a monster. Roth waved at her, embarrassed, but the girl seemed shocked. He couldn't blame her. Keith was going over the top with his hospitality. Even though he had felt the benefits of having high charisma when he first visited Hillsford, it was much more noticeable now, especially after getting the plus 50 charisma bonus from Blessing of the Lion King. He could see how NPCs seemed to go out of their way to give him stuff. Matilda had given him heavenly tea, the soldiers at the gardens had been super friendly, and now Keith had given him his shop's loyalty card in a heartbeat. "Allow me to show you around," Keith offered. Roth followed the tailor through the curtains that hid the back of the shop. Seeing the central warehouse with racks stuffed with fabric and cloth and all the doors leading to side rooms, Roth felt he was back at the Craftingham. Keith opened one of the first doors to the left and invited Roth in. It was a spacious room. There was a thick rug with a brown armchair close to a cozy hearth. There were mannequins of different sizes stuffed with pins, a sewing machine similar to Leanne's, and a cutting table right in the middle of the room. Wherever he looked, there were measuring tapes, scissors, and cushions with pins. "Feel free to use all of the tools here. They are included in the rental. Whatever you need, just let me know." "I appreciate it, Keith." Keith closed the door, leaving Roth alone in what would be his base of operations. He sat for a moment in the armchair in front of the hearth. After crafting in Mario's lab, in the palatial clearing under a barrage from Pegasus players, and under the nose of a hideous alien Loki, this was a major upgrade. He wouldn't mind spending some time here grinding. Lin left Roth's jacket and jumped onto the fluffy rug. The kitten stretched his muscles and yawned. Looking around, Lin headed toward the hearth, drawn to the warmth of the fire. It coiled up and prepared to sleep. Roth chuckled, seeing how quickly Lin had found a comfortable spot. He was reminded of his other pets and looked up at the ceiling. He wondered how the leafies were doing in the greenhouse. Memories. First, the oldest memories. Memories not really his, but inscribed on the inside of the shell of his queen's egg. The scent of freshly spun silk. The blue brightness of a river of energy flowing through the bark of a tree. The comfort of a tiny oak fruit. The rocking of the surf seen from a red living boat. Then his earliest memories. Memories of when he was just the queen. A giant hand offering sanctuary aboard a wooden castle. The joy of giving birth to the first larvae. The realization of deeper thoughts. Then his most recent memories. His castle buried in the forest. The joy of discovery and growth. Foraging seeds and harvesting fruit. The first full-fledged workers of the colony. Where am I? His wooden castle remained unaltered, but something had changed in the air around him. Some of him could pick up the scent of potential and the freedom of a boundless world outside its wooden walls. The Lord of the Acorn strained its weak mind to decide, but couldn't. There was too much going on, too little to think with. It stopped all non-essential activities to allot enough computing power to think. He told the queen to stop laying eggs, and the nanites around her to stop pampering the brood. He also told the construction team digging the new chamber to stop, and the porters carrying the acorn shavings to halt. Quiet. There. That was better. Some clarity. He focused, and two thoughts came to him. Hide. Forage. Hide. Forage. That was it. That was the plan. All the thoughts that happened next weren't conscious decisions, but more pre-programmed tasks deeply ingrained in the Lord's neurons' instincts. The Lord of the Acorn somehow knew he had to reassign resources. He left half the nanites to guard the Queen. Everything would be lost without her. She was the foundation of their dynasty, but she was hungry and tired. Over the last few days, she had to do something beneath a queen. Working. Babysitting. Feeding the larvae using her food reserves. All she had to snack on were the acorn shavings around her, but they hardly had any substance. No wonder the nanites were tiny and shriveled. What she needed was something substantial. Those seeds they found in that beautiful forest had been so nutritious. The 10 workers raised from that meal were much stronger and healthier. The grass seed and blueberry they had foraged were also packed with nutrients. They were being used to nurture the next generation of workers, 10 more healthy pupae who would be molting soon. After this, their queen could finally focus only on egg-laying and leave the work to the workers, as it should be. The Lord waited for the 10 nanites he had assigned to join the expedition to make the short trip from the mother's chamber to the oaken gate. The construction team, comprised of 10 workers, was already waiting there. It was a shorter trip from the new nursery to here, and they were bigger and faster. After ensuring that the 10 nanites left behind and the queen were sufficient to care for the growing brood, the Lord of the Acorn commanded the workers and nanites to open a tunnel. Just as well, their castle had landed on this new land with its gateway facing downward. The soil was moist and soft, and the trash chamber previously prepared for such an occasion was sufficient to accommodate the debris of the tunnel. Everything had brought them to this moment. The first nanite emerged from the ground. Remembering the commandments from their benefactor, the Lord only sent a tiny nanite. "Hide," the benefactor had commanded. A discreet nanite was the best choice. A worker might draw too much attention if the enemy was on the lookout. The nanites would scout the perimeter first. There was no smell of danger or food. For now, there was just the smell of home. The Lord sent 2 nanites this time. Nothing yet. It sent 3 more. Then 4, and it waited. The Lord consulted each nanite. They were searching the area around the acorn. "Food," finally came the message. The Lord focused on the mind of the nanites. It had found another acorn. Disappointing. They already had plenty of it in the castle. That wasn't what they needed right now. They needed something meatier, something tastier, something nutritious. Seeing that nothing bad had happened to the nanites, the Lord sent half the workers to join them. They would cover the ground, and if there were something near their castle, they would find it. The rest of the squad would remain guarding the tunnel into their castle. The Lord waited. "Food, food," came the message from one of the workers. The Lord hurried to see the food through the eyes of the worker. It was a long, feathery, brown seed. The Lord knew this. They had tasted it before. It was a grass seed. The Lord told the 5 workers guarding the gate to widen the tunnel. The seed was too big to get through the cramped tunnel they had dug. The nanites were all ordered to return immediately to the castle and assist their brethren in the task. 2 workers would be enough to carry the bounty home. This seed was a valuable discovery. It would be enough to feed the existing population of the colony for a while. It was more nutritious than the acorn's shavings and would give the colony strength to continue expanding. It was hardly enough, though. There were eggs to be laid, workers to be raised, and an army to be built. The tunnel was widened, and the 2 workers tasked with bringing the seed soon arrived. 1 would have been enough, but the Lord didn't want to risk their cargo being intercepted. A gnawing discomfort bothered the Lord. The wider tunnel was a liability to their defenses. However, it was a risk they had to take. An open door allowed not only danger to get in, but precious resources too. It was still too soon to end the expedition. The Lord arranged the scouts as before, 5 workers at the gate guarding the castle, and 5 workers and 10 nanites exploring. The Lord waited for news. In the worst-case scenario, he would sacrifice the expedition party while the 5 workers sealed the castle to protect the queen and brood. As long as the queen survived, the colony could be rebuilt. After a few long moments, fortunately, came more good news. Food! Another grass seed. Just as the Lord sent one worker to help the seed discovered and bring the food back to the colony, another message came from the opposite side of the perimeter. Food! It was yet another grass seed. The workers brought the 2 new seeds to the castle. If things kept going this well, he would have to commission a pantry soon. He couldn't keep hoarding the food next to the queen. It was in poor taste. As time passed, the expedition found 8 more grass seeds in the immediate surroundings of the castle. Satisfied with the results, the Lord decisively commanded the expedition to return to the castle and seal the tunnel behind them. Their benefactor was wise. He had planted their castle in an area filled with acorns. This was the perfect place to hide their fortress. With these 11 grass seeds, they had enough food to feed the colony until the next batch of workers came along. After taking stock of the new resources, the Lord had the queen lay 10 more worker eggs. The 10 nanites were reassigned to the mother's chamber to help her care for the growing brood. He tasked them with cutting the seeds into small pieces and eating them so that they could regurgitate later and feed the queen and the larvae. The construction team was sent back to the nursery to finish the expansion. There was much work to do. Too much work. Their benefactor had brought them to a wealthy land filled with resources. Finally, the Lord of the Acorn wouldn't need to be bound to a castle. He was born to rule a kingdom. The foundation had been laid, and it was time to expand. Chapter 15. Roth cleared his throat and cracked his neck. Hopefully, Drake and the rest of the crew were doing all right back in Hillsford, and the Leafies were doing okay up in the garden. Roth, however, had to focus on the here and now. This place was comfortable, and Lin was obviously settled, so it was time to buckle down and get crafting. Roth took the laser and glass gun from his inventory. Bergelmeer's glass gun, rare. Item description: a device used by light trappers to form beads of reflective glass. Item effects: requires sand and energy to work. Creates a reflective bead of glass. Bergelmeer's laser, legendary. Item description: a fundamental tool of any respectable light trapper. This laser can fit any gem. Gem, red quartz. Item effects: used to carve and activate light traps. It can use any gem. He had been itching to experiment with his light trapper profession. The glass gun required sand to work, which he didn't have yet, making it one item to add to his shopping list. He had to visit the auction house soon and buy supplies. But to avoid going back and forth between his new base of operations and the auction house, he might as well first gain a better understanding of his new profession to make a complete shopping list. Roth grabbed the laser and lightly tapped the button on its side, causing a powerful beam of light to cross the room. Afraid of damaging anything inside the rented space, he quickly turned it off. He approached the hearth, turned on the laser again, and pointed it at one of the burning logs. As he pushed the button, his energy bar began slowly draining, and the burst of red light dug a hole into a piece of wood relatively untouched in the fire. Roth gulped hard. This laser was no joke. Even though it only had the weakest, least expensive gemstone, it still could put out a potent beam of light that quickly left a mark on the log. Now more aware of how this tool worked, Roth grabbed one of the wool sweaters he had crafted from alpaca wool, and then the laser. Now what? He asked aloud. Should he just point the laser at it and start crafting? Roth frowned and scratched his beard as he tried to anticipate how things would go. He set the wool sweater down. A plan of action was in order. For that, he wanted the input of a couple of friends he hadn't talked to in a while. Hey, Leanne. Hi, Rhapsody. I was wondering if you girls could take a moment to answer a couple of questions about tailoring, he tried. The answer came almost immediately. I'm enough. You don't need Crooked Stitch's help. Let's talk just the two of us, Pax. Picasso here isn't good enough to give you pointers. Chuckling at the goofy bickering between the two, Roth replied, I'll set up a conference call. Accept the invite. Coming.
We'll join soon.
Roth eagerly waited for the master tailors to join the call. Rhapsody was the first to enter. She still wore the same black wool sweater with a long turtleneck. She had changed her hairstyle, however. Instead of the bangs, she had her hair neatly braided, as if she had decided to knit with her own hair. Roth felt that the change favored the girl. At least now he could see more than just her nose.
Hello, what's up, Pax?
She asked with curious eyes. He couldn't see her smile because of the long turtleneck that covered her lips, but he could hear it in her voice.
Hey, Rhapsody. Good to see you. How have you been?
Good. Just knitting and stuff.
Have you been having fun in the Union?
Oh, yeah. Been trying to do at least one crafting battle a day. It's inspiring, you know? You get to learn all these awesome techniques from other artisans. Those extra stats from being a VIP made a difference, too. Since I joined, I've already earned 2 levels in my profession.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Roth was happy that the organization they had created to rescue him could also help craftsmen at the same time.
And have more tailors been joining the Union?
Yeah, new ones join every day.
Anyone better than you?
Roth teased.
Actually, there is an excellent tailor who just joined. He belongs to the Phoenixes. He's their head tailor. Once management scheduled a tournament for all the major professions, the number of applications spiked. He's one of the tailors who has joined the Union to participate in the tournament. I faced him in a crafting battle recently.
If this tailor from the Phoenixes had challenged Rhapsody and entered the Union, Roth pursed his lips, afraid to comment on what that meant.
Yes, Pax, that's it. I lost, and he entered the Union.
For him to beat Rhapsody, he had to be very good. Rhapsody didn't seem upset about it, though. If anything, she seemed excited. The girl continued,
I have to step up my game to beat him at the crafting tournament.
Roth had forgotten about his suggestion to start a tournament. There were always many messages on the Union chat, but he hadn't been reading all of them with everything that had been going on. While he and Rhapsody made small talk, Leanne joined in. Her face was the same, with her neat ponytail and her round nose, but she was wearing new jewelry. Judging from the looks of the large wood burlocks hanging from her ears, she had commissioned some of it to Nakia.
Hey, Roth. What's up, Crooked Stitch?
Rhapsody playfully poked her tongue out.
Hey, Picasso, she greeted in return.
Turning to Roth, Leanne gave a wolfish grin and got straight to the point.
So what does Almighty Pax need us for?
Rhapsody giggled. Roth came from a family of boys. He had 2 brothers, no sisters. It had always fascinated him how when 2 girls got together, their every word seemed to become conspiratorial.
Well, as you know, I'm a novice tailor, level 13 now.
Roth made an effort not to react to their blatant facial expressions. What a noob, their smirks seemed to say.
I wanted to ask you a quick question. What hard equipment can tailors make?
Rhapsody's brows raised slightly, while Leanne scowled.
What do you mean? Are you talking about equipment that is difficult to make, or are you talking about leather armor?
Hard as in not soft, but it can't be leather.
Roth's reason for this question was simple. He had 2 professions, eco-tailoring and light trapping. In a perfect world, he would level both together. That would save him time and enhance the price of whatever equipment he crafted. The problem was, as far as he could tell, that light trapping required a hard, even surface. He would just burn the wool if he tried to carve a light trap on it. Also, if he mounted the trap on a wobbly surface that wasn't rigid, he wouldn't be able to get the light to hit it at the right angle and become trapped indefinitely.
That's a weird question,
Leanne said.
It really can't be leather?
Rhapsody insisted.
No, Roth answered promptly. No leather of any kind.
Why not? It's the obvious solution to your problem.
Here's the thing, girls. I have a unique profession.
There were little twinkles of interest in the girl's eyes. Roth had hoped that he didn't have to go into much detail, but as far as he could tell, the quest to become an eco-tailor couldn't be shared. The profession also came with obvious limitations. If they asked him questions about it, he didn't feel there was any harm in sharing. It was also fair that if he asked for their information and guidance, he'd be willing to show his hand. Roth wouldn't have been able to do this 1 month prior, but he had been learning to warm up to people and open up a little.
My profession requires me only to use eco-friendly fibers. Since leather is made from dead animals, I can't use it. Contrary to his expectations, there was no barrage of questions, and the girls did not try to pry into his secrets. Instead, there was a contemplative pause as the girls tried to think of a solution to the problem. "Not necessarily," Leanne countered. "Can't you recycle shed snake skins and use them as leather? In the real world, that would never work. But in the game, even though that kind of leather is considered poor quality, you wouldn't have to kill the animals to produce it, right?" "Right. If it's skin that is shed from a higher-level mob or an elite, it should still have some rigidity. Maybe it's just a matter of experimenting with the materials for sale at an auction house, or reaching out to any union tanners," added Rhapsody. Hearing the girl's simple reasoning, a bulb lit in his mind. How could he have been so stupid? He had snake skins among the items he traded with Golden Mountain. Moreover, snakes weren't the only animals that shed their skins. Other reptiles did the same. Off the top of his head, he could think of the rock lizards around town. Maybe they shed their skin too. If those skins could be tanned and hardened enough, he could perhaps mount light traps on them. "Oh man, you two helped me. Thank you so much." "No worries. You did well to call the great Leanne and the mediocre Rhapsody as consultants." "Who are you calling mediocre?" Rhapsody demanded. "The tailor who lost the last crafting battle?" Leanne answered cheekily. Roth was surprised. He hadn't expected that the girls had arranged a rematch between them. "Oh yeah? Are you ready to take me on again, Crooked Stitch? Bring it on, Picasso. Where are you right now?" "I'm actually in Hillsford near the Union." "Okay, crafting battle. Now, what are we betting?" "1 stack of heavenly wool," offered Leanne. "Got 1 skein of grimy lotus silk." "Deal. See you there." The girls disconnected and didn't even say goodbye to Roth. He felt slightly dizzy after the call, but had gotten what he hoped for. He now knew a way to evolve both professions simultaneously. He rushed out of his rented private workshop and headed toward the shop front. "Hello, Keith." "Oh, my dear patron, it's so good to see you. Are your quarters to your liking?" Even though Keith remained polite, the bonus charisma of Discoverer of Species had worn off. Keith's adoration and admiration had gone down a notch. Listen, I've been focusing on crafting with wool so far, but I want to run some experiments with leather. Do you sell it here?" "I do sell some leather. Take a look." As Roth went through the listings, all the available materials were grayed out. They had been obtained through hunting. He noticed there was hare leather, coyote leather, and goat leather. They wouldn't do. "Thanks, I appreciate it. I'll be back in a moment." "No worries, Weaver. I've turned on security. While you're renting the workshop, no one will go in. I'll make sure of it." "Thanks." Roth ran out the door toward the elevators leading to the canyon floor. As he boarded the platform, he tapped his foot as it slowly ascended through the city. Even though his new workspace was comfortable and out of the slaver's territory, it came with inconveniences. Being so far from the auction house was a big one. After 10 minutes, he finally arrived at Sapphira's auction house. It had some architectural similarities to the ones in Green Country. Its columns and staircase made it look like the entrance to a Greek temple. Here, however, the whole building was sculpted into the cliff. The solidity of the rock and the way the pink sandstone reflected the torchlight gave it a solemn look. Roth raced up the stairs and, finding the configuration he was used to, went into the trading plaza where players sat around fountains and a beautiful indoor garden. He sat by the bench and opened the trading window. He operated the filters to show only materials he could craft with based on his current professions and wrote leather. Rubbing his hands and licking his lips, Roth studied the listings available. Chapter 16. The listings in the auction house confirmed Roth's suspicions. Lizards shed their skins, and he could craft with them. Rock lizard subpar leather, common. Item description: a rock lizard's shed skin that has been cured. The quality of the hide is mediocre. It might be used for crafting. Restrictions: tailors, level 10. Here it was. He really could use this leather. Perhaps it was one item the players could find when they ran lizard dungeons or hunted them, or maybe the rock lizards just left it behind when they molted. Even though the leather was weak compared to regular leather, it was still an item Roth could use. All that he had to do now was experiment.
He checked the pricing, 1 silver apiece. It was a little more expensive than he was expecting. Perhaps it was because he wasn't just buying the lizard's raw skin, but a processed product. Tanning was a profession dedicated to skinning animals, curing hide, and preparing it for tailors to craft armor. In this 1 silver, there was also payment to a tanner. Roth decisively bought 100. It all came down to 1 gold, but it didn't dent his finances thanks to Bluefire's generous contributions. He also stood to make much more money from these materials. Now that he had the right material, it was time to return to Keith's shop and ask for a lesson on crafting leather armor. He exited the auction house, found the nearest elevator, and began the monotonous trip back. The elevator seemed to take forever. Somewhere around the 30th floor, Roth even considered jumping off the platform to speed up the trip. He had never tried this, but perhaps if he jumped and activated Peace Decree at the very last minute, he could avoid taking any damage. It was a long shot. Something told him, however, that wouldn't work. After all, whose damage was he going to negate? The floor's? Additionally, that wouldn't mitigate the pain that he would feel from falling to his death. He decided to be patient and waited for the elevator to complete the slow-paced trip. Once back on the 3rd floor, he returned to the Cloth of the Wadi and found Keith inspecting the mannequins in the shop. Keith's staff had dressed them in new outfits, and the tailor nudged and adjusted the clothes to look perfect. "Hello, Keith. Nature's Weaver. You're back so soon." "True. Listen, Keith, could you teach me how to work with leather?" "Oh, does this mean you haven't yet learned such basic skills?" "No, I only know how to craft with wool. I've only done knitting so far." "You haven't worked with linen yet, either?" "No, sir." "Well, you seem to be a respectable tailor, and you'll have to find your calling soon. It would be good for you to try out the different types of products you can make as a tailor to make an informed decision when the time comes to choose your specialization." "Specialization?" Roth asked. Keith was probably talking about something similar to class advancements. He had read a little about it, but hadn't delved too deeply into it. At level 30, warriors could become fighters, tanks, or berserkers. Once Roth had reached level 30, he had to choose between becoming a peace enforcer and a peacemaker. Professions worked like classes, and one could select specializations as one broke certain thresholds. He knew that blacksmiths could specialize in weapons or armor at level 30, and that tailors could focus on leather or cloth armor, but he didn't know how things worked for his unique profession. "Sure, I do want to try with all of them," Roth said after some thought. There was nothing to lose from giving it a go. "Very well. I usually ask one of my staff to explain these basic techniques to apprentices, but I guess I can teach you myself. I'm not too busy at the moment." "You've been offered a new quest, Leather Greaves. Keith has taken a liking to you and decides to teach you the basics of leatherworking. He hopes that you'll achieve great things and bring honor to the Cloth of the Wadi shop. Quest objectives: craft a pair of leather greaves under Keith's direction. Would you like to accept? Why? N." "Thank you," Roth said excitedly. How cool was this? He would learn the craft from the best tailor in the shop. "Let's go to your private workshop." Roth followed Keith into the room he was renting. Keith positioned himself near the cutting table, and Roth stood across from his new teacher. "What leather do you have?" Roth took out one of the lizard subpar hides he had just purchased in the market and stretched it over the workbench. Since the rock lizards were as big as crocodiles, their hides were also quite large. "Interesting choice of material. Rock lizard, is it? And it wasn't skinned, it's shed," Keith said, frowning. "What's the matter?" "Difficult material to work with, Nature's Weaver. Very frail, very punishing," he explained. "What do you mean?" asked Roth, worried. "I mean that if you make a mistake, the leather will crack, severely impacting the quality of the end product. No worries, though. Nothing that a talented tailor such as yourself can't overcome." Roth gulped. He hoped Keith was right. "All right, Nature's Weaver," Keith began, gesturing toward the lizard hide spread out on the workbench. "The first step in crafting your leather greaves is to draw the shapes onto the hide. You'll want to use a piece of chalk or a leather marker. You can buy the shapes at a supply store, like yours truly," he winked. Keith grabbed 3 patterns from his inventory. They were made of leather, had irregular shapes, and were riddled with holes. He grabbed a series of clips and clamps to fasten the shapes to the hide, then grabbed a piece of chalk and began contouring the shapes. He only did the first one. "Now you do the rest," he said invitingly, handing him the chalk. Chain quest activated. Leather Greaves has changed to preparing the pieces. Preparing the pieces, common. Prepare the individual parts that will be assembled into a pair of leather greaves. Quest objectives. Draw and hole the shapes according to Keith's instructions. Roth accepted the chalk from Keith's hand, feeling its weight. You've received a quest item. Chalk. With careful strokes, he outlined the greaves' shapes onto the leather's supple surface. Good, Keith nodded approvingly. That's it. You got the shapes down. Now, do you see how the patterns have holes in them? I do. We'll run stitches through them later on. We'll punch the holes into the hide. Already? Roth asked, surprised. He had expected that such a step would only come much later. That's right. This is called a stitching chisel, he said, showing Roth a small metal rod with a sharp, pointy edge. It looked like a giant nail. And this is your striking tool. You must position your chisel over the hole, then strike it with this hammer. Keith demonstrated this. He struck the chisel with 2 decisive strikes that seemed gentle and robust simultaneously. There are different chisels that make holes of different sizes. For now, just use this one. You've received a quest item, Basic Softwood Hammer. You've received a quest item, Basic Stitching Chisel. Keith handed Roth the hammer. It was entirely made of wood. A regular hammer's purpose was to drive a nail into wood. This one was different. Roth felt that if he hit a nail with this hammer, the nailhead would burrow itself into it, and the nail wouldn't budge. Hands shaking, Roth positioned the chisel over the hole in the pattern. He made sure it was straight, and then, like Keith, he gave 2 gentle, confident whacks. He felt the leather give under the hits and, removing the chisel from the table, confirmed it had gone through. You've punched a hole in a piece of leather. +1 Eco-Tailor XP. Good. Again, Keith commanded. Roth carefully followed the pattern. There were 3 shapes in total that would be assembled into leg protective gear. One of them, shaped like a small sarcophagus, had holes all around the edges. The other 2 were longer and had a row of holes in one of the edges and another in the middle of the piece. How the whole thing came together was beyond Roth. He kept systematically punching holes through the shapes. With each hole, he got 1 XP. It wasn't much, but it added up. He had no idea if the holes were turning out well or not. From what Keith had told him, this leather was brittle and could easily crack. He didn't bother counting the holes he had to punch, but it was surely well over 100. Keith watched silently, waiting for Roth to finish. It's done, said Roth, wiping the sweat off his brow and stretching his back. All the holes are punched. Are you sure? Keith said, frowning. Roth looked over the shape, ensuring the chisel had gone through the leather in every single one. Yes, sure. Are you making only 1? Excuse me? How many legs do you have? Keith asked suggestively. Right. I need a pair of glasses. I need 2 of each shape. Is that it? There you go, Keith said, chuckling. It looked like this was a common mistake and part of Keith's hazing tradition. Roth moved the patterns over to an empty patch of hide. As he uncovered the work he'd been doing, he saw that, although many of the holes were perfectly circular and flawless, several of them had cracked the leather. Oh no, Roth sighed, disappointed. Don't worry, it's your first time. Just focus on drawing the other 3 shapes. Nodding, Roth positioned the patterns, fixing them in place using clamps and clips, and drew 3 more shapes. He then grabbed the chisel and the wooden mallet and began another round of hole punching. As he punched the last hole, he received a notification assuring him that this time he was done. You can set the patterns aside for now. We'll need to cut these shapes into manageable pieces using shears. Do you have any? No. What do you use to shear sheep, young man? This was the first time Keith addressed Roth as something other than nature's weaver. It looked like his stupid remarks were making the old tailor lose some of his respect for him. Of course. Silly me. Sorry, sir. Roth took the chrome pair of scissors he used to shear sheep from his inventory and got them ready. All you have to do is cut along the shapes you drew. Fairly easy, right? Chain quest activated. Preparing the pieces has changed to cut it out. Cut it out. Common. You've done a good job getting the individual pieces of the greaves ready. Your new equipment begins to take shape. Quest objectives. Cut the shapes off the hide as cleanly as possible. Roth nodded. His shears glided effortlessly through the leather with a satisfying snip. It was easy. Maybe it was because of how thin this leather was. With a newfound confidence, Roth took hold of the shears and began cutting along the chalk lines, the sharp blades making quick work of the hide. You've cut a piece of leather, plus 5 EcoTailor XP. Good. It's more difficult when the leather is thicker, but even so, brilliant job. Roth cut out all of the other pieces. What do I do with the hide? I'll use it to teach you the next step of the process. A good tailor makes the most of every material. Do you understand, Nature's Weaver? Of course, sir. Now, it's time to assemble the greaves. Chain quest activated. Cut it out has changed to assemble the greaves. Assemble the greaves. Common. Everything you've done brought you to this moment. The time has come for you to assemble the individual pieces of leather and combine them into a fine piece of armor. Quest objectives. Learn the basics of the saddle stitch technique. This is how they'll go together. Keith took 3 pieces and positioned the sarcophagus-looking piece over the other 2. Finally, Roth understood how the whole thing would come together. The front of the greaves would have a double layer of leather to offer extra protection. The whole thing would come together, bound by threads that closed the piece of equipment around the back. Oh my, these 3 pieces haven't been punched yet, Keith observed. He grabbed a hammer and a chisel, and his hands blurred. Roth could swear the tailor sounded like a machine gun in rapid fire. Each of the holes he'd punched in the frail material was flawless. He'd done over 100 holes in the blink of an eye. Roth gulped, feeling like a child before this monster. After checking his work, Keith nodded, grabbed a long needle from a nearby shelf, and threaded it. He held it up toward Roth. Next step. It's time for you to learn a new stitch. Chapter 17. Keith had seemed imposing while wielding the hammer and the chisel, but from the moment he picked up the long needle, the air in the room changed. It grew thick and heavy. There were sparks in the air. It's time you learn the saddle stitch. It's essential for leatherworking and creates a strong and durable seam. Despite Keith's awesome aura, Roth felt some of his confidence return once he saw a needle. He was pretty comfortable knitting these days, and seeing thread and needle was like coming home. He glued his eyes to Keith's hands as he demonstrated the saddle stitch in the hide. Start by sewing that piece over the other 2. First, insert the needle through the first hole from the outside, leaving a small tail of thread on the inside, he instructed. Roth followed the directions, carefully guiding the needle through the hole and pulling the thread tight until the tail was snug against the leather. Next, Keith continued, you'll bring the needle back through the second hole, this time from the inside out. Roth repeated the motion, feeling the satisfying resistance of the waxed thread as it passed through the holes. Now comes the crucial part. You'll want to pull the thread tight, but not too much, to maintain a consistent tension across the seam. Good. Now, you just have to repeat. Roth nodded, his fingers deftly manipulating the needle as he worked. With each stitch, he could feel himself growing more confident. Good job. That's it. Snug, but not overly tight, Keith encouraged. Stitching like this was much different from knitting. Here, he didn't have to create a network of stitches, but just let the thread go through the holes he'd punched earlier. It was much simpler. When the final stitch was in place, Roth stepped back, admiring the neat and even seam along the edge of the leather. Congratulations, you've successfully crafted Rock Lizard Leather Greaves. Crafting grade C. Plus 200 EcoTailor XP. Rock Lizard Leather Greaves. Common. Item description. A piece of light armor that offers a modicum of protection. The leather chosen by the craftsman is thin, but it will reduce some of the damage.
item effects, plus 3% damage reduction, plus 3% movement speed, plus 2 endurance. Restrictions, rogues level 10. Congratulations, you've learned a new profession skill, saddle stitch, plus 2,000 Eco-Tailor XP. Roth studied this new piece of armor. When he played New Earth, he used to wear leather armor all the time, so being able to make these greaves felt quite emotional to him. He enjoyed working with this new material. It opened up many possibilities. The leg armor was basic and light, but where the two pieces of leather overlapped at the center, it was slightly sturdier, compensating for the material's thinness. He had missed a couple of stitches, and some holes hadn't come out perfectly, hence the low crafting grade. Nevertheless, it was a success. "Well done, Nature's Weaver," Keith said, clapping him on the back. "You're now ready to craft with leather." Assemble the greaves complete. Completion rate, B. Quest rewards, 1,000 Eco-Tailor XP, plus 100 Eco-Tailor XP. Basic softwood hammer, basic stitching chisel, basic leather needle. Bonus rewards, 3,000 professional XP, plus 300 Eco-Tailor XP. Leather greaves patterns, leather helmet patterns. Eco-Tailor profession level up. "Thank you, Keith. I also appreciate all the gifts," Roth said, glancing at his new tools. "No problem. You have a future in tailoring, and I know our friendship will benefit us both. I still have more techniques to teach you. Let me know whenever you want to deepen your knowledge of the craft." A floating window appeared with different techniques. He was now level 14, and there was one lesson about beveling and one about linen available. Even though he was curious, he was just too eager to experiment with light trapping. "If you don't mind, I'll learn these from you later. I want to master this technique before I move on to others." Keith nodded approvingly. "That's good. You spoke like a true artisan. You let me know when you're ready." Keith left the workshop and closed the door behind him. In the meantime, Lin woke up and jumped onto the table, inspecting the new scents and objects that had appeared while he was napping. "What do you think, Lin?" "Meow, meow, average." Roth had to agree. The greaves didn't look like anything special. "Just you wait. I'll get better at it." The Leafies have leveled up. Plus 2 intelligence, plus 3 strength. Oh? It looked like his pets were doing well up in the garden. They had gained a second level since he'd left them to forage. 2 levels in one night. The good news just kept coming today. It hadn't been easy to leave Hillsford behind, but everything was coming together here in Sapphira. The Lord of the Acorn looked inward and assessed the status of the colony. His thoughts gained depth after the 10 new workers emerged from their cocoons. Most of his thoughts were instinct, really. But now he had enough computing power to make sense of the progress of all operations inside his castle while planning his next steps. The 10 new workers had full bellies after eating grass seeds and were working on the newest chamber, a pantry. Keeping the food right next to the queen and the larvae had worked so far, but the idea was to grow much larger, and it would make more sense to keep the nursery, the queen's chamber, and the pantry separate. The nursery was finished. 20 new workers' larvae were being tended to by the nanite nannies. The Lord of the Acorn had pondered long and hard before finally deciding to risk breeding 20 more workers, doubling the burden on the colony's food reserves. In the end, what had settled it was all the food they had found near the castle. The area around their base of operations revealed much potential and ample resources. There was much more to be harvested. What limited the colony's growth wasn't resources, but the ant power needed to collect them. Therefore, the Lord boldly decided to double the number of workers. With their castle better equipped and a new batch of workers on their way, it was time to fill the soon-to-be-finished pantry. In their second expedition, only workers would go out, leaving the nanites to serve as gatekeepers, care for the young, and protect the queen. Workers covered the ground more quickly and could carry heavier loads, making them better candidates for the job. 5 nanites were stationed to be gatekeepers. The workers started uncovering the previously dug tunnel. The soil was already loose from digging it earlier, and thanks to the power of the additional workforce, it was much faster to dig it this time.
The debris blocking the tunnel was deposited in one of the waste chambers, conveniently close to the wooden gate. "Deploy," the Lord of the Acorn commanded. The 20 workers went out at full speed, all at once. The previous exploration revealed their castle occupied a fortified position with plenty of cover. The litter of the oak tree shielded them from both flying and ground predators, allowing them to fulfill the 2 directives given by their benefactor: hide and grow. The Lord of the Acorn split the workforce into 5 teams of 4 and sent them out to search farther this time. He ordered them to explore the area in a grid pattern and deployed teams to the northwest, northeast, east, west, and south. "Food," came the message from the northeast team. "Food," came almost simultaneously the messages from the south and northwest teams. More feathery grass seeds. They were nutritious and easy to carry, and at once the Lord had the workforce return with the bounty. They brought it to the gate and left it with the nanites there, leaving them to carry it deeper into the colony while they set out again to retrieve more seeds. The east and west teams had not found anything so far, but the rest of the teams were methodically bringing food to the colony: 1 seed, 3 seeds, 5 seeds, 9 seeds. Soon, thanks to the bold leadership of the Lord and the greater number of workers, the results of this expedition already surpassed the previous one. Everything was going without a hitch. "Contact," came the message from the west team. This was the first. All ants carrying food finished bringing the bounty back into the colony. The Lord called back the east team to reinforce the gate if the contact was hostile. The Lord focused on the individual perception of the west team and saw who their nearest neighbor was. As the mental images and sense arrived telepathically to the Lord, his instincts immediately sent the command for everyone to fall back to the castle. They weren't alone in this place. The time had come to learn light trapping. Roth turned over the leather greaves in his hand. He set one of them on the table and then fixed the other in place with clamps. He grabbed the light trapping manual and checked the details for the most basic trap. It was a simple triangle. That was it. It didn't seem too difficult. Opening the menu, Roth activated the system's assistance. He didn't use it for knitting these days. Most guides warned that relying too much on the lines generated by the system was a crutch that could hinder progress at higher levels. But it wasn't like he had a choice. He was just getting started in this profession, and he was learning it without the guidance of a teacher. As he engaged the system's assistance, the floating shape of a red triangle appeared before him. He waved his hands around and positioned the floating symbol over the center of the greaves. He positioned it where layers of leather overlapped. That's where the greaves were thickest, far from any holes or stitches. Grabbing the laser with a trembling hand, Roth took a deep breath and turned it on, pointing it at one of the triangle's vertices. All he had to do was keep a steady hand. Smoke immediately emerged from the leather, leaving a scorched mark. Roth quickly turned off the laser and felt the surface of the leather with his finger. He could tell that it had been dented inward. It barely had any texture yet, but it was a good start. "Cool," he exclaimed. He would never have been able to obtain this result with wool. The scorched point's red triangle shape had slightly shifted from red to yellow. He needed to shoot the laser again at it. Roth turned the pen-like device on again to give the trap more depth. As the laser burned the leather, the red triangle shape slightly shifted from red to yellow. Before he could get the system near the green, the laser burned a hole through the material and left the mark on the table. "What? But I was so careful," he protested. He checked the details of the armor and realized that the quality dropped. "Congratulations, you successfully crafted rock lizard leather greaves. Crafting grade, C-. Rock lizard leather greaves, common. Item description: a piece of light armor that offers a modicum of protection. The leather chosen by the craftsman is thin, but it will reduce some of the damage. Item effects: plus 2% damage reduction, plus 3% movement speed, plus 1 endurance. Restrictions: rogues, level 10. Adversity was to be expected. He had always known that he would need to run many experiments to make this work. Thankfully, he had the other greave. He called on the game's assistance again, marking the red triangle shape on the unscathed surface of the left greave. This time, He was even more careful not to shoot the laser for long, only turning it on for half a second at a time. Before he could get near the depth needed, the laser dug another hole in the leather. He dropped the laser, frustrated. What should he do? The leather was just too thin. However, from all the materials he'd seen in the auction house, this was the only leather he could use now. Even if he ran to Hillsford, he had seen shed snakeskin before. It was even thinner than the lizards. Just how was he going to make a light trap? Chapter 18. What can I do? Roth mused aloud as he scratched his beard. If only the leather were a little thicker. The limitations of his eco-tailor profession were halting his dream of simultaneously leveling up his crafting professions. To be fair, his conscience wouldn't allow him to use regular leather, even if there wasn't such a limitation. Although he could probably circumvent the curvature of the greaves by placing the mirrors at the right angles, he couldn't do anything if the material was this thin. Traps needed depth. Unfortunately, all leather made from shed skin was thin. Should he visit the rock lizards? Maybe they had a leader with thicker skin who would volunteer its leather? But even if he went to them, how often would the creature need to molt to provide him with enough raw materials to start a leather armor assembly line? He picked up the greaves and studied the burnt hole that cut cleanly through the double layer of leather. Roth paused and turned the holed greave over in his hand. He put it down and started looking at the different supplies available in his workshop. He guessed that any consumables he used would go down in his invoice at the end of the rental. He spotted a cabinet with vials and jars of different colors. Dye, ink, no, oil, here it is, glue. Rabbit glue, common. Item description. Rabbit fat has been boiled and mixed with other chemicals to produce this rudimentary adhesive. Item effects. Can be used while crafting. Glues 2 surfaces together. Dries faster on fabric. Dry time, 15 minutes. Yuck! Roth gagged while throwing the jar away as if it were radioactive. It was even worse than skinning the animal. Did they have to boil its fat into glue, too? Shuddering, Roth searched the cabinets and finally found what he was looking for. Pine glue, common. Item description. Adhesive made from the resin extracted from pine trees, valued for its strong bonding properties in crafting. Item effects. Can be used while crafting. Glues 2 surfaces together. Dries faster on wood. Dry time, 15 minutes. Even though he would have to wait 15 minutes for it to dry, at least this was made of pine resin. He didn't mind using it. As he opened the jar, the industrial smell of glue filled the workshop. Lin was at his leg in a heartbeat, meowing and asking to sniff this new exciting scent. Roth kneeled and brought the jar to Lin. His little nose twitched as he took in the new scent, and he opened his mouth and squinted, looking away. Roth laughed at Lin's funny face. Meow, meow, sticky tree. Progress in learning Thelinian, 48%. That's right, Lin. It's made of pine resin. Lin lost interest and raced back to his spot by the hearth, afraid that Roth would take it while he wasn't looking. Even though he missed his friends, with Lin around, he didn't feel as lonely. The smell of glue reminded him of prison. He was no stranger to using glue in his carpentry workshop classes. The prison kept social programs where prisoners contributed to society and produced some basic furniture. They made tables and chairs to donate to charity. It was part of the rehabilitation of prisoners and a way for them to vent their energy. He and Drake had made quite a team in the carpentry workshop. He remembered the first time he saw the one-armed man operate the tools and machinery with incredible skill, and smiled at the memory. The smell of pine resin in the glue also reminded him of the green woods. Had it been over 2 months since he was trapped in this game? He chuckled as he remembered meeting the sergeant and the rest of the crew while they hunted foxes. He had never imagined so many memories could fit into such a tiny, unassuming jar. After reminiscing, he moved to the tool cabinet, where needles of all shapes, materials, and sizes were tidily arranged. He located a cup with small wooden trowels and picked one up. He brought all the supplies to the table and grabbed 2 lizard hides from his inventory. He placed them one over the other. Some of the edges didn't match, but that didn't matter. He grabbed the glue jar and then inserted the trowel in it, scooping a generous amount of glue. With the help of the tiny spatula, he smeared it all over the hide. By the time he had covered the whole thing, he had used more than half of the jar. He had to check with Keith if he kept more in storage and whether there was a restocking fee, but he would do that later. Hopefully it wasn't too expensive. Roth grabbed the second hide and carefully placed it over the first one. He patted and rubbed one hide against the other to even out the glue between the layers of leather. And once he was satisfied, he looked around and, finding the stack of wood meant for the fireplace, grabbed several logs and placed them over the hides. The weight would keep them in close contact while the glue dried. "Let's hope that this works." He sat in the armchair and waited, looking at Lin sleeping by the hearth. The wind howled outside. Just another typical day in the Sky Islands. Zin sat in his private chambers deep within Duke Dandelion's castle. This was one of the few places where he could relax. It was impossibly difficult to build a reputation with the Duke. Zin was confident he was the only player close to the lofty NPC. This is where he got his unique class, and Duke Dandelion kept a room and part of the compound available to him and his guests. Of course, the accommodations came at a price. He had to perform the occasional errand in return for the Duke's hospitality, but it was well worth it. In exchange, he got a base of operations, a place he knew was safe from everyone's prying eyes, especially Loki's. After Zin's betrayal, despite his many moles, agents, bugs, and attempts, he lost eye on Loki's activities. He could already discern Anek's hand in this. Zin had always felt weary of that sociopath. The girl had no conscience, just like him, which scared him. His agents were already reporting signs of counter-surveillance as the new head of Pegasus crept in, searching for information. That was to be expected. Zin's move brought him into direct conflict with several high-ranking guilds in the game, and made him an irreconcilable enemy of his former boss. Zin glanced over his shoulder at the only other player here today. His associate was tall, with a big nose and a long forehead. He wore a purple velvet jacket, all buttoned up with an embroidered collar and an official-looking hat. He had well-polished boots and a sizable backpack on the floor beside him. Zin suspected that the backpack was at least an epic piece of equipment. In real life, Aaron was a salesman, a good one, and his skills translated incredibly well into the game. As far as Zin knew, he was one of the few players with the broker profession, and one of the first assassination targets Loki had him execute. The only other broker he'd met in person was that Roth fellow. From the little that Aaron had revealed, brokers had unique access to special factions in the game, which granted him access to exceptional, valuable items. He brought incredible wealth into his new guild. It amounted to half of their income. This was his golden goose, and one of the few people he allowed into his hideout. The man was putting away his ink pot and book and putting it into his backpack. Sensing Zin's gaze, Aaron turned to him. "Mr. Zin, is everything all right?"
I was wondering why I didn't hear you writing. Going out?
"Yes, sir. The cooldowns on my trade agreements are mostly refreshed."
How did your story turn out?
"Not bad. It has quite a few plot twists. The readers will never guess who the mole is."
He grinned. Aaron had the particularity of traveling around for 3 weeks and then sitting for a week in his hideout, writing and reading. Zin didn't belittle him for it, however. He knew he wasn't wasting his time by any means, and he suspected it was part of the secret to his success as a broker.
Where are you heading?
"It's my usual route. I'll visit some Sky Islands as I'm headed toward the water caves. Then I go to the Thunder Mountains, and I'll end my route at the border of Rock Canyon with Green Country."
Let me know if you need anything, Zin admonished. Keep a low profile. I'd hate it if that evil psychopath found out that I saved your life, my friend.
"I will. I'll return with plenty of goodies I'm sure you'll enjoy.
he said gratefully. Thank you, Aaron. You're the best. Zin watched Aaron leave. He had managed to harness everyone's fears and hatred of Loki and transform them into thankfulness and gratitude. From his experience, the latter two were much more powerful motivators. He had worked for warlords and cult leaders, and he'd seen that the most dangerous people seduced their followers with unwavering loyalty and gratitude rather than terrifying them into submission. That's why he had chosen Loki as a stepping stone. Building a group of loyal followers by saving them from Loki's jaws was the foundation of his new team. Zin stood up from his chair and cracked his neck. He should get going too. He had a clue about Jaw Long's whereabouts. To become the best, he had to know he was the best, and he would keep going after his teacher until he finally surpassed him. He left the living room and prepared to leave for the capital. The 15 minutes were finally up. A notification rang, letting Roth know that his plan has succeeded. Congratulations, you've discovered a new skill, double layering. Plus 3,000 Eco-Tailor XP. Double layering, uncommon. Skill description. You can create thicker material by gluing the fabric together. Skill effects. Slightly boost the strength of the equipment at the expense of extra materials. Yes! Roth celebrated. Even though this would increase crafting costs, if he could get the leather thick enough to craft a trap into it, it would be worth it. He hurriedly picked the patterns for the greaves and drew them on the leather. He remembered to make 2 of each piece this time. He then grabbed the chisel and started punching the holes through the marks. He immediately felt the difference when he hit the soft hammer against the chisel. The material offered much more resistance. It wasn't just the 2 pieces of leather. The glue in between made the material sturdier. He took it as a good sign and kept punching holes all around and through the pieces. Once he grabbed the scissors to cut the pieces off the hide, he again realized how much stronger the material had become. It was much more challenging to cut double-layered leather. He had to strain his hands' muscles and only cut a little at a time. When he finished, his hands burned with the effort. Unfortunately, the edges of the leather pieces didn't turn out as perfect as last time, but they were still serviceable. He got the pieces in position, grabbed a needle with waxed thread, and joined them with the saddle stitch. The results spoke for themselves. Congratulations, you've successfully crafted Rock Lizard Layered Leather Greaves. Crafting grade, C. Plus 200 Eco-Tailor XP. Rock Lizard Layered Leather Greaves, common. Item description. A piece of light armor that offers a modicum of protection. Item effects. Plus 4% damage reduction. Plus 3% movement speed. Plus 4 endurance. Restrictions. Rogues, level 10. It was another C grade. Comparing it to the previous pair of greaves he'd made, it offered a little more damage reduction and endurance, but not much. At the expense of using twice as much leather and adding glue, he only got a 30% increase in stats. It wasn't kind math. The most important part was how much sturdier and thicker the greaves were. He picked up the laser again and called out the system's assistants. He locked the red triangle onto the front of one of the greaves, where there were 2 pieces of layered leather overlapping. He grabbed his laser and took a deep breath. He would try with 4 if 2 layers of shed leather didn't work. It was time to find out what a light trap looked like. Chapter 19. The creature that the Lord of the Acorns saw through the eyes of the surviving West Team members was brown and slender. Its long arching legs elevated its freakishly tall and narrow body high into the heavens, where a triangular head with large eyes fed on their dying comrade. The forelegs sporting large scythes were being used to cut into the keratin shell of the trapped worker. The Lord of the Acorn looked into its instinctual memory and compared its records with the monstrous creature hunting in their backyard. It was a praying mantis, a juvenile. The Lord of the Acorn studied the fearsome predator through the eyes of the surviving 3 workers. Even though it packed a lot of delicious protein, more than 19 workers might be needed to overwhelm this fearsome adversary. It was busy now killing and feeding on their comrade, so it was unlikely to cause trouble for the rest of the foraging party. The creature had been immobile and ambushed one of the scouts of the West Squad before she could ever see it coming. The loss of a worker was regretful, true. For a tree ant's life to be cut short this soon before she could work herself to death for the colony was a sad tale. But this was no time for mourning. She was but a small piece of their grand colony, and she had bought precious time with her valiant death. "Mark," was the last request the Lord gave the dying worker. The trapped worker marked the predator so that the next squad that came along might have the chance to see it coming. The pheromone would eventually wear off, but it was the best that the Lord could do for now. The foraging party raced against the clock. The death of this worker had caused a deficit, which they would have to make up with more food for the colony. Praying mantises were voracious creatures, but they seldom chased after prey. It would probably leave them alone if they circumvented the monster's hunting ground. The Lord decisively commanded only one of the party's members to stay behind and keep an eye on the monster. The Lord had to know if it was still hungry enough to chase the rest of the workers back to the colony. In the worst-case scenario, the Lord would just offer one more worker as a sacrifice to keep the predator away from their castle. The other resources were allocated and distributed. The workers rushed to find as much food as possible before the monster finished its meal. By the time the juvenile praying mantis was done eating, the rest of the foragers had secured 18 grass and 4 dandelion seeds. "Retreat," came the final command from the Lord of the Acorn. Even as the praying mantis finished the last pieces of the deceased ant, its eyes were already locked on the one worker the Lord had ordered to remain behind. He had the scout go north, and once he was sure she wasn't being followed, he had her retreat into the tunnel. As soon as she entered the castle, the other workers closed the gate. They had suffered a casualty today, but tomorrow was another day. They would have their revenge soon. It was time to test whether the greaves made from layered leather were thick enough to hold a light trap. Roth activated the laser, draining his energy bar. The white beam of light burned the greave, digging inward. He kept the laser turned on until the point in the pattern shifted from red to yellow and paused. Feeling his mouth dry and his heart racing, he gulped and shot the laser in discrete bursts. He wanted to avoid perforating a hole in the material. As the laser pierced the second layer of leather and reached the third, the light became lime green. "Almost there," he said through clenched teeth. He pushed the button a few more times until the light finished shifting to green. He took a deep breath. What a relief. He was able to get the needed depth. The laser had stopped before getting to the 4th layer. Only by gluing hides together and then stacking the pieces of leather one against the other was he able to create the depth he needed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he started working on the next spot. It was precise, tedious work that required a steady hand. By the time Roth reached the next vertex in the triangle, he realized he still had a long way to go before reaching Master Bergelmir's level. While Bergelmir had carved beautiful, elegant lines, Roth dug a wonky series of back-to-back holes. It almost looked like the holes in a flute. Some clumsiness and awkwardness were to be expected. After all, this was his first time working with a laser in this way. He would perfect his technique later. The important thing was to make the first trap and then work his way up from there. He already had some ideas on how to fix this. He continued following the line of the triangle. Overall, it took him just as long to dig the rough triangle shape as it had taken him to craft the pair of greaves. Finally, Roth finished carving the shape in the greave. In an effort to smooth out the lines, Roth swept over the pattern with a brief pass of the laser. The lines became a little smoother, but not much. He risked piercing the leather if he overdid it, so he stopped. This technique of only activating the laser over one point at a time made the shape clunky. He had to make the trap in one slow, fluid motion for it to look more like Bergelmir's work. That was the only way to give it a more elegant sense of continuity. Now it was time to position the mirrors. Roth reached for the glue gun. Roth worked with silicone and hot glue guns in the carpentry workshop in prison. It didn't take him long to figure out how to open the cartridge to fill it with sand. Sand was a plentiful resource, especially here in the Grand Canyon. It was a byproduct of work carried out by masons and miners. There were as many different kinds of sand as there were rocks, and the auction house had dozens of types of sand for sale. Out of curiosity, when he last visited the auction house, he had looked for time sand, the same kind that Nakia had filled the wooden burlocks of his jewelry with. He hadn't found even one listing at Sapphira's auction house. It had to be extremely valuable. Since Roth was still experimenting, he decided to buy cheap sand to begin with. Canyon sand, common. Item description. As the wind and rain carved out the canyon, the hard rock was eroded into thin sand. It was sand the same color as the rock in which Sapphira was dug. He carefully loaded the cartridge of the glass gun and locked it. Bergelmeer's glass gun was similar to glue guns he had used, with one difference. It had a dial and a small protruding screen. Roth turned on the gun, and the screen came to life. It displayed a semicircle. Roth tried rotating the dial, which caused the shape on the screen also to rotate. He also heard a mechanical noise from the gun whenever he touched the dial. Looking at the gun's nozzle, he saw a shape like that on the screen. It was turning together with the dial. If my guess is right, the straight surface is the mirror. If I make the curve face the light will bounce at weird angles. Roth carefully positioned the glass gun over the greave and turned the dial. When the triangle's vertices met the line at the right angle, he pulled the trigger on the gun and waited. The gun began glowing bright red and heating up considerably. Roth could see his energy bar decrease quickly as his internal energy was channeled toward the gun and used to melt the sand. Whereas a regular gun immediately shot a bullet when one pulled the trigger, here he had to keep his hand motionless while he waited for the gun to shoot out the little bead of reflective glass. The machine finished just as his energy bar was about to run dry. Lifting it, he found the first semicircular bead of glass positioned at the right spot in the triangle. His energy bar was recovering at a sluggish rate. He could tell that a big part of light trapping would be waiting for it to fill. It was probably time to get the correct form for the job. Badger form. Instantly, his energy bar shot up, and his energy recovery rate sped up considerably. With this, he didn't have to wait anymore. It's a good thing that he had the flexibility to switch between zoomorph forms. This helped him adapt quickly to any unforeseen situation. Maybe as a side effect of his intelligence and massive energy bar, Roth could see that the glass gun heated up and shot the bead of glass out quicker. On the other hand, because of the lower dexterity, it felt slightly harder to keep a steady hand. Roth held his wrist with his other hand and placed both elbows on the table to ensure he kept his hands steady. He rotated the dial and carefully placed the last bead of glass. By the time he was done, there were 3 black, scorched, rough lines in the leather, adorned with 3 shiny beads of glass in each corner. All that was left was to seal the trap and light it up. It was time to use the vacuum maker machine. Vacuum maker, common. Item description. This machine applies an adhesive over an engraving and sucks the air out of it, creating a vacuum. This machine is broken and needs to be fixed to regain some of its functionality. Item effects. Can seal light traps level 10 or lower. It's too bad he was so far from Hillsford and Mario. The alligator cyborg would have probably been able to fix this for him. He had to figure out how he would repair this thing soon. He would leave it for after he reached level 10 in the profession. The vacuum maker had a long tripod, which could be adjusted and fixed. He carefully set it over the greave so the machine could be right over the pattern. Then, he turned it on. He instantly lost 50 energy points, and the machine came to life. There was the sound of a pump and hissing air. Time until seal completes, 30 minutes. Roth didn't know how the machine worked, but was glad the system would do the sealing for him. The 30-minute interval left Roth in a sour mood. Once he tried to streamline the process, every time limitation would matter. Roth worked on the other greave while the machine finished making the seal. This time, since he knew that the thickness of the leather was enough, he used the laser more confidently. The capability to make a fluid motion was still beyond him, though. Even so, the shape looked less perforated than the first one. He loaded the cartridge with another stack of canyon sand and carefully placed the beads. Although it wasn't difficult work, it was easy to mess up. As the traps became more complex, he was sure the seemingly simple processes would become increasingly difficult. When he finished carving the second light trap, the vacuum maker still had 15 minutes to go. He decided to talk to Keith about the supplies in his workstation. He found the tailor still busy around the mannequins. In the short time he had started working in his private space, a few more were fully dressed. "Nature's Weaver, how can I help you?" Listen, I used this jar of glue that was in the supplies cabinet," he said, holding up the jar with pine glue. "Feel free to use anything you want." "How much is the restocking fee?" "1 silver per consumable," Keith explained matter-of-factly. Roth wasn't short on cash right now. He would keep using the available supplies until he had to make a run to the auction house. He was too curious to see what happened once he activated the light trap. He wanted to be here for when the machine stopped working. "I'll go back to work. See you later, Keith." Roth returned to his workstation and grabbed a few more jars of pine glue from the cabinet. He started layering more hides. By the time he was done prepping, scattered throughout the room, there were 5 stretched lizard hides smeared with glue and weighed down by logs. Ding! The ceiling was complete. All that remained was to shoot the laser and activate the light trap. Chapter 20. The gates were busy as always, but that didn't stop Maggie from skipping through them. She used to enjoy skipping when she was a little girl, but she hadn't been able to do it after losing her leg in the water wars. Even though her prosthetic leg allowed her to run and walk, it didn't let her skip. She had finally upgraded her prosthetic leg in the game a second time, and her movements felt smoother and more agile. She skipped from the gate to the Union's tent and thought of when the 14th was stationed at the Sea of Tranquility. Skipping was faster than running in the moon's gravity, and they had to constantly practice military maneuvers using the motion. As she giggled at the memory of the sergeant clumsily hopping in a spacesuit, there was a shadow, a flash, and she was dead. "Jugular strike has attacked you. Minus 431. You have died. You have lost a level. You lost 1 strength. You'll need physiotherapy. You will respawn in the nearest graveyard." As she respawned in Hillsford's graveyard, she tensed. She hadn't seen the attack coming. It had to be a camouflaged rogue. For her to be done in 1 strike meant that the attacker was at a much higher level than she was. She opened the Union forums and looked for any reports of attacks. She skimmed through the different posts and comments and found what she feared. "Hey guys, my friend and I just got ambushed near the Union's tent. What's up with that? Was anyone else attacked?" This was the only one such comment, but she remembered her orders. Biting her lip, she sent a message to the rest of the 14th. It looked like Captain Drake's prophecies of doom were coming true. Roth consulted Bergelmir's notes and examined the trap in the piece of leather armor. To his side, the wheezing vacuuming machine sealed the trap on the other greave. The manual didn't say much about the final step in setting the light trap, so Roth would have to wing it. Roth slanted the laser to point at one of the mirrors, and then turned it on. The powerful white light beam bounced off the mirror and began heating the leather. Sensing something was wrong, Roth turned off the device. He scratched his head. He had to get light to hit the mirrors at the correct angle, but that would involve placing the laser inside the trap to hit the mirror head-on. What am I missing? How can I get the laser to hit the mirror at the right angle? Bergelmir's notes were pitiful at best. They only said he had to shoot a laser into the trap. It didn't explain how to. What now? Even though they had been new experiences for him, knitting and working with leather hadn't been this intimidating. He had experience working with his hands, and many of the skills required were transferable between crafts. If someone knew how to glue wood, it wasn't hard to figure out how to do the same with leather. Driving a chisel through leather wasn't too different from nailing wood, either. This, however, was something beyond him. He didn't know anything about lasers. Fortunately, he didn't have to figure it out on his own. He sent a message to his group chat with Drake and the 14th. "What's up, everyone? How's it going? Do any of you know how lasers work? I need your input on something." Among the different soldiers, there had to be someone who could perform minor repairs on weaponry. Since many guns utilized laser technology, Roth thought picking their brains would be the quickest way to do this. He waited for a few moments, and no reply came. Strange. Usually, someone responds right away. After reading Roth's message, Sarge sighed in relief. When he got the notification for a message, he was worried that Roth had heard about Loki's attacks. But it turned out that he just wanted to ask something about lasers.
"Okay, so it seems that Roth is still unaware of what's happening here. Let's keep it that way," the sergeant suggested.
Everyone else around the table nodded in agreement.
"How bad are the casualties so far?"
asked Benny.
56,
H answered dryly.
"Could be worse,"
commented Emily.
"It hasn't even been an hour since I was attacked. This many deaths in such a short period is alarming," warned Maggie.
Charlie asked the question that everyone else was thinking.
"Do we have conclusive proof that it really is Loki doing this?"
"Who else?" Sarge asked.
"I don't think we need proof. It's him. It has to be. He has figured out that the Union is connected to Roth. It was a matter of time. Were the 56 killed all guildless?"
Pete asked. H checked his notes and promptly gave the information.
Perseus from the Gorgons was targeted, as well as Irenia from the Basilisks.
"That means that he's not pulling his punches. I wouldn't either," affirmed Sarge. "After the inter-regional event, the enmity between Pegasus and the other guilds in the top 10 has escalated. Loki wants to be as vicious as possible to send them a message. He's smart. Instead of attacking them directly and starting a war, he's targeting the Union. That way he makes it clear who his foremost enemy is, gets a strike at the guilds, but avoids a direct war with them," explained Charlie.
The more encounters the sergeant had with this wealthy jerk, the more he disliked him. Drake was off doing an important quest and had left him in charge while he was gone. He had to do damage control before the situation got out of hand.
"Maggie, how many people ambushed you?"
"I'm not sure. I think it was one lone assassin."
The cyborg veteran was visibly upset over the ambush. Little puffs of smoke came out of her prosthetic leg, as if it were a volcano warning others it was about to erupt.
"He ambushed me right outside the city gates when I was traveling between the city and the Union's tent. He one-shot me. If only this were in the real world, I would have given them a proper beating."
Sarge gulped. He'd seen what someone who took a beating from Maggie looked like. He set aside the memories of black eyes and toothless mouths and focused on the matter.
"How's the morale of the Union members?"
Benny answered.
A few have commented on being ambushed, but they haven't caught on to this string of attacks yet. For now, the overall atmosphere is quite good, actually. Everyone's excited about the crafting tournament coming up, but it's only a matter of time before Loki vindicates these assassinations."
The sergeant weighed his options. It didn't take him long to make a decision.
"We can't wait for the captain to decide this. Let's inform the Union about what's going on."
"But, sir, don't you prefer to keep this under wraps?"
asked H.
"No, we strike preemptively. Let's reveal the assassinations on our terms. Even if it's a hit to morale, it will be much better if they hear it from us instead of whatever lame propaganda Loki has prepared. Let them know that Pegasus is targeting all Union members because we banned them from joining the Union. Also, ensure you spread the news that even players affiliated with top-ranking guilds were targeted. Hopefully this will generate sympathy from the guilds and provoke them to help us. Even if they don't want to step in, they might demand reparation from Loki. The more pressure on Loki, the better for the Union. In the meantime, advise players not to come to the Union's tent and to stay within the city walls. Also, tell them to avoid traveling alone or into dark alleys, even within the city, to avoid ambushes."
"On it, Sarge."
H was already operating on an invisible keyboard, preparing the message to the Union.
"By the way, Maggie, you were our weapons specialist back in the day. You call Roth. Don't let on that Loki is targeting us. Roth already has enough on his plate. Let's keep Loki's attention on us. We'll protect the Union ourselves."
Roth was gluing together his 16th pair of lizard hides when he finally heard back from someone from the 14th. Maggie was calling him.
"Hello, Roth. she greeted in her usual dry tone. "Hey, Maggie, thanks for calling back. Is everything okay?" he asked, concerned. It was the first time they had taken so long to answer his messages. "Everything's fine," she answered promptly. "I'm sorry, we were in the middle of a meeting with some of the craftsmen. We were tweaking things for the upcoming tournament." So that's what it was. He had worried for nothing. "Oh, okay. I was worried that something might have happened. I talked to Rhapsody and Leanne the other day. They seemed to be very excited about the tournament, too." Maggie grinned. "Oh, yes. Those two spend the day in the tent challenging each other and other tailors to battle. They're kind of addicted to it." Roth chuckled. That was in line with what he knew about the girls. "And how is the union doing?" "It's going fine. We already have 3,000 unionized workers, and more are joining daily." Roth was glad to hear about the union and to see so many people still joining it. It was a good thing, too, that they had adjusted the rules so that people could enter by winning a crafting battle. The more members the union had, the harder it was to contribute unique insights to the library. Being able to craft battle their way in made the union even more appealing to hardcore craftsmen. "So you said you wanted to know about lasers," Maggie prompted. Right. So here's the thing. I've unlocked a unique profession." "Unique?" asked Maggie with a twisted mouth. "Yes." "You lucky duck," she said, annoyed. "It's not like I do it on purpose, Maggie. You guys look at me as if I know what I'm doing. It was just luck." "Oh, you know what you're doing, all right, but go on. What does that have to do with lasers?" Maggie was quick-witted and immediately saw the connection between Roth's profession and his inquiry. "I can make light traps. I carve grooves into armor, set mirrors into certain points, and seal the whole thing in a vacuum. Then I have to shoot a laser into the mirrors, making light bounce between them indefinitely." "Interesting. And?" "I ran into a problem. I must make a laser hit the mirrors straight so the beam bounces between them, but I can only hit the mirrors at an angle. When I do, the laser reflects off the mirror and starts burning the leather where I carved the trap." "Okay," she said, frowning. "What kind of mirrors are they?" "What do you mean? Are they flat? Are they curved?" On one side they are flat, on the other they are curved." "How curved?" "A little," Roth said, unsure if this was what Maggie wanted to know. "No, are they concave or convex?" "I beg your pardon?" Maggie took a deep breath. Roth could tell she was trying to hold her frustration. "Do the mirrors bulge inward or outward?" "Outward." "Okay, shame. Our job would have been easier if they were concave." "Why is that?" Roth asked, confused. "Because concave mirrors focus light. They would help you correct the angle. What's the shape of the trap? How many mirrors does it have?" 3. It's a triangle." "And you said that the whole thing is in a vacuum?" "That's correct." "Shame about that, too. Otherwise we could stimulate the air particles between the mirrors to emit photons. But then he would also lose energy from the trap over time without a source of energy. Never mind." Roth couldn't follow Maggie's jibber-jabber. "Well, this thing you're making would require the mirrors to reflect 100% of the light. That's impossible. There isn't such a thing. Also, if the light were perfectly trapped, you wouldn't see it. Light would have to leak out for you to see it, which would mean the light wasn't perfectly trapped. All of this tells me that the developers have taken inspiration from laser technology, but are not making this thing 100% realistic. Do you hear what I'm saying?" Roth blinked a few times uncomprehendingly. "I guess. So, whatever works here wouldn't necessarily work in the real world." "Precisely. Off the top of my head, I can think of 3 solutions." Chapter 21. Maggie paused to organize her thoughts and give Roth time to take notes. She then shared the options she had considered. 1. I would bathe the trap in diffuse light. You mean light that isn't focused in a beam, right? That's correct. And what would that do? This approach relies on the statistical probability of photons hitting the mirrors at the correct angle over time. The probability of a photon shot from an angle to be perfectly trapped between the flat mirrors is small, but it is there. Since the whole thing is in a vacuum, and assuming the game makes the mirrors 100% reflective, if you keep a diffuse light on the trap, there's the chance that it would slowly charge and eventually build up into a laser beam. All right, so that means just leaving the light on or leaving the trap under the sun and hoping for the best, right? Correct. Roth frowned. He wasn't sure if this would go anywhere. After all, that wasn't how Bergelmir seemed to have done it. The light trapping master specifically said in his notes that shooting a laser into the trap was necessary. What else do you have for me? Very well. Option 2 is changing the mirrors in the trap. Instead of 3 flat mirrors, try using 1 convex mirror and 2 flat ones. The convex mirror could help redirect some photons toward the flat mirrors, increasing the likelihood of hitting them at the correct angle. This setup might offer better control over the incident angle of the laser beam. What Roth had heard so far was Option 1, do nothing. Option 2, use 2 flat mirrors and 1 bulging one. Fine. What's the third? He asked while massaging his temples. He was getting a headache. Building a Fabry-Perot interferometer. Roth's headache worsened. And what is that? It's an optical resonator consisting of 2 parallel mirrors with a spacer in between. Adjusting the spacer thickness allows the cavity to be tuned to specific wavelengths, providing control over the trapped light. Roth blinked a few times, trying to make sense of the scientific jargon she had just thrown at him. I beg your pardon? She widened her eyes, realizing that even what sounded simple to her was beyond Roth's and the prison's library's reach. The device consists of parallel flat mirrors that partially reflect light and partially let light through. So far so good? Roth nodded. Then you need 2 collimating lenses. She caught Roth's confusion and explained. Collimating means they focus light, like a magnifying glass. Oh, okay. He recalled holding a magnifying glass over an ant colony as a child. The memory of the burned smell of ants as he used focused sunlight to incinerate them made him feel disgusted. Maggie continued. Then you align the device, keeping one of the lenses in the trap. Once you get the beam aligned, you can remove the lens. Roth bit his lip until it was white. He wasn't expecting this light-trapping business to be so science-y. Thank you, Maggie. I'll try your options. I might need your help with option number 3 if it comes down to it. Of course. Keep me posted. You owe me a light trap, she joked. Say hi to everyone for me. Will do. After Maggie disconnected the call, Roth considered Maggie's suggestions. The last one, especially, sounded far too complicated. He would try at least the first 2 and hope that would help him figure out how light trapping worked. Looking around, he saw that the biggest source of light in the workshop was the hearth. He threw 1 more log into the fire to ensure it was nice and bright. He tilted the greave with the carved, sealed trap toward the fire, hoping it would catch some of the light. Nothing happened. He waited a few minutes, but there were no signs of it working. There goes option number 1, he said to Lin, who ignored him. He could always wait for daylight outside and put the greave under the sun, but he doubted that would work. Time to try option number 2. Roth grabbed a dried, layered hide. He set it on the cutting table, marked the needed shapes, and punched holes. He was starting to feel more confident around leather. This was his 3rd pair of greaves. Some of the skills he had acquired when knitting in the game and doing manual work in the real world helped him quickly get comfortable with the new material. In the end, he managed to get a B-. Congratulations, you've successfully crafted rock lizard layered leather greaves. Crafting grade, B-, plus 400 Eco-Tailor XP. Rock lizard layered leather greaves, common. Item description, a piece of light armor that offers a modicum of protection. The leather chosen by the craftsman is thin, but it will reduce some of the damage. Item effects, plus 5% damage reduction, plus 5% movement speed, plus 3 endurance, Restrictions, rogues level 10. As before, he called for the system's assistance and tried carving a trap into the greaves. He still couldn't do everything in one fluid motion, but instead of focusing the laser on individual points, he tried sweeping the laser in short strokes with good results. The trap turned out a little straighter than his first crude attempts. Once Roth was happy with the triangular light trap's depth, he mounted the 2 flat mirrors with his glass gun. Thanks to his badger form, he didn't need to take breaks to recover energy between mirrors. He had more than enough energy to go around. His Energy Tycoon title also granted him a generous boost, letting him heat the sand with plenty of power to spare. When he reached the last mirror, he rotated the dial to get the convex part bulging outward. Happy with the result, he activated the greave under the vacuuming machine. While the vacuuming machine sealed the trap, he tried to keep himself busy by layering leather and knitting sweaters. Even though he was running into obstacle after obstacle, he felt relaxed. It was almost as if he was on a holiday. No one was chasing after him. There was no conflict, no troubles, just the challenges of a peaceful job. He glanced over at Lin, who stretched before the fire while dreaming of whatever cats dreamed of. Roth's best guess was that he dreamed of eating a fish or playing with yarn. Crafting near a fire and his sleeping kitten wasn't a bad way to spend the day. Not bad at all. Once the vacuuming machine finished sealing the trap into a vacuum, he eagerly positioned the greave on a table and got the laser ready. Hands trembling, he shot the laser at the curved mirror. Instead of the beam angling downward, it bounced back upward. Roth adjusted the laser to make it bounce into one of the flat mirrors. Although some of the light dispersed into a diffuse glare, he managed to align the beam after several tries. A thin beam of light shaped like a triangle began glowing on the leather greaves. Light trap charging, 24%. 45%, 86%. Congratulations, you've crafted Triangular Trap. Plus 100 Light Trapper XP. Light Trapper level up. Congratulations, you've learned Convex Alignment. Plus 2,000 Light Trapper XP. Light Trapper level up. Light Trapper level up. You've learned Quadrangular Trap. Light Trapper level up. Light Trapper level up. You've learned Energy Efficiency. Congratulations, you've successfully crafted Rock Lizard Layered Leather Greaves, crafting grade B-. Plus 400 Eco-Tailor XP. Rock Lizard Layered Leather Greaves, common. Item description. A piece of light armor that offers a modicum of protection. The leather chosen by the craftsman is thin, but it will reduce some of the damage. Item effects. Plus 5, plus 1% damage reduction. Plus 5, plus 1% movement speed. Plus 3, plus 1 endurance. Light trap effects. Plus 1 to all equipment's stats. The cascade of notifications threw Roth aback, but one thing was sure. He had succeeded. I did it! He shouted in celebration. Little Lin awoke and glanced at Roth with a sleepy, annoyed look. Roth had disrupted his beauty sleep. Roth didn't care about Lin's discontent, though. He was just too happy about what had just happened. He remembered to message Maggie with the good news. It worked, Maggie! Option 2 worked! Thank you, thank you, thank you! He wouldn't have figured this out without her help. Roth looked at the greave with the completed light trap. The triangular, thin, glowing shape cast a beige glow on the patterns of the lizard's hide. It looked super cool. Roth would have bought this equipment solely based on its aesthetically pleasing appearance. It wasn't just about the style, though. The light trap boosted the equipment. It enhanced his greaves by a considerable amount. Even though it just granted 3 additional stat points, it was still significant. Furthermore, he was just a level 1 light trapper. This was only the beginning. Since he had figured out the convex alignment technique on his own, he received a massive XP boost and leveled several times in the profession in one fell swoop. He studied his new skills. Convex alignment, uncommon. Skill description. You can align laser beams utilizing a curved mirror. Most of the laser's potency is dispersed, resulting in a thin beam. Skill effects. You can charge a light trap at 30% total capacity. It looked like Maggie's solution worked somewhat, but didn't maximize the trap's potential. Since the trap working at 30% had increased each equipment stat by 1, if he were looking at this correctly, a fully working triangular trap would boost each equipment stat by 3. It had a nice thematic symmetry to it. A 3-point trap boosted each equipment stat by 3. The benefit was enormous. He proceeded to check the other 2 things he had unlocked. Quadrangular trap. Recipe. Description. A 4-pointed trap that can boost equipment. Restrictions. Light trappers, level 5. He had learned a new trap. Just a square. He guessed it was slightly superior to the triangular trap and gave +4 to each equipment stat. Finally, he learned another skill. Energy efficiency. Common. Description. You've learned to maximize your energy output. Effects. -10% energy usage. Where were you when I had to use lion's breath? He demanded, looking at the skill description. What an incredible passive buff. It granted a discount to everything that consumed energy, so his energy problems were gone for good. This, coupled with badger form, practically made his energy unlimited. He couldn't wait to rub this skill in the face of that cheeky griffin. If the player base got a hold of this, every Esper and medic in the game would come running and beg him to learn this profession. Just for this skill, it would be worth it. He turned over the greave with the glowing triangle in his hand and then set it aside. He hadn't finished carving the trap in the other greave. If a light trap was this incredible when it was just on one of the greaves, what would happen if he could get a trap on each one? He hurriedly placed the other greave on the vacuuming machine. He paced as he waited for the machine to put the greave in a vacuum. He felt too fidgety to sit down and craft, so he checked the Union forums. Although many craftsmen had entered the Union by winning a crafting battle, the majority still entered by contributing unique insights into a profession. Roth hadn't taken the time to read much of the Union library, but since he would spend a long time leveling his profession, he might as well check what he could learn from his peers. The rescue library, built from the information stolen by Brian, had been instrumental so far, but its guides on crafting were shallow, and it only provided information about common titles. Perhaps some unionized artisans had divulged information about better titles or rare crafting techniques. Access denied. Huh? Access denied? What in the world? One got this kind of message when they were banned from a private page in the forums. Why would the 14th lock him out? He opened his friends list and messaged H. Hey, H, what's up? I tried to access the Union forums, but it says I'm denied access. This time, the response time was almost instant. Hey, Roth, what's up? The forums are undergoing maintenance. I have a lot of things to reorganize and optimize. What do you need to access in the forums? Undergoing maintenance? Why hadn't H given him a heads up about this? And did he have to shut the forums down for everyone? I wanted to check the Union library to see what information there is about tailoring, Roth tried. That I can give you access to. Thanks, H, you're the best. No worries, I'll let you know when the forums are up and running. He soon received a message granting him offline access to the library section he wanted. Let's see what the other tailors in AstroTerra are up to, he mused. Chapter 22. When the vacuuming machine rang, signaling that it had finished sealing the trap, Roth almost missed it. He was too engrossed in the many hints and insights into crafting in the Union's library. He had thought of himself as talented for discovering different stitches, but the list of stitches in the Union library showed him that what he knew was just a drop in the ocean. There were all kinds of stitches. The diamond honeycomb stitch, the cable car stitch, the Andalusian, the caterpillar stitch, the aurora stitch, and the list went on and on. He had only scratched the surface of the information available in the library. Still, from the little that he had read, Roth finally understood how Leanne, Rhapsody, Godfrey, and Nakia could give him the exact stats he needed. It was a combination of 3 things and a hot topic in the Union. The first was a skill unlocked by all professions at level 25. Attribute selection, common. Skill description. It's not just about making good items that fit your customer's needs. Skill effects. Select the equipment's primary stat. Roth had worried that attributing stats to equipment resulted from highly secretive techniques, but after seeing this skill, he wasn't so scared of crafting anymore. This was a game, and there were skills designed to help players along. The materials used were the second key to deciding which stats a piece of equipment got. The library explained that some materials responded better to some attributes than others. For example, wool granted much more intelligence than leather. Conversely, leather offered more damage reduction. If one used attribute selection and selected intelligence on wool, they would get much better results than if they chose strength or damage reduction. That led him to another skill that he would unlock at level 35. Material I, common. Skill description. After becoming more experienced as a craftsman, you develop a keen eye for judging the potential of crafting materials. Skill effects. Grants more information about crafting materials. Scales with insight. The synergy between both skills was evident. With Material I, one could make a much better decision about what materials to use when crafting, thus maximizing the potential of attribute selection. Finally, Technique was the last thing that allowed one to give more of one stat or the other to a piece of equipment. Specific stitches in knitting and patterns in leatherworking boosted particular attributes. For example, the Aurora stitch granted intelligence, and Roth could now identify the patterns all over his clothes. Rhapsody used this technique to boost the intelligence of his set. Much of this would only come later, though. He needed to gain several levels before he could unlock these skills. For now, he was happy with all the hints he found on improving his knitting, and there was even one new stitch that he felt confident trying. Before getting lost in all these insights, it was time to figure out what happened once he set a second light trap in the other greave. Like before, Roth set 2 flat mirrors and 1 convex one, ensuring he got them at the right angles. Then he shot a laser into the convex mirror, aligned it, and got another beam of thin light bouncing between them. The light trap failed, plus 50 light trapping XP. What? Failed? Roth complained. Why? The only benefit that carving a second light trap provided to the second greave was aesthetic. Both greaves now had a cool light trap. Roth frowned, confused. He thought it was possible to get light traps in both greaves. Since the greaves were considered one item, could they only support one light trap? Roth shrugged. It was a little disappointing, but he had at least finally figured out how to level light trapping and tailoring simultaneously. It was time to streamline the process. He still had several layered hides, and he even had a new recipe. He could make leather helmets. Your tree ant colony has reached its first landmark, a total population of 50. Leafies level up. Your tree ant colony has learned a new skill, scavenge. Scavenge, pet skill. Skill description. Your colony can scavenge dead insects to increase their growth. Skill effects. For each insect consumed, bonus experience is granted to the colony. Wow, over 50 already? When Roth had dropped the Leafies, they only had 10 workers and 20 nanites. As he looked over his pet's description, he saw that the number of workers had climbed to 40. Their growth had skyrocketed after he left them foraging. He couldn't wait to see what other skills his tree ant colony would unlock down the road. About their choice of food, well, it sounded disgusting. But it didn't bother Roth much since the insects were dead. It wasn't like the Leafies were killing anything. Do you hear that, Lin? The Leafies are working hard. Maybe you should too. Meow, let me sleep. Meow, annoying. Progress in learning Felinian, 52%. Roth grabbed a greave he had assembled earlier and set it under the vacuuming machine. He grabbed chalk and began marking the shapes to craft a leather helmet. The Lord of the Acorn examined the colony. After the 20 new workers had metamorphosed, his thoughts became clearer, and the number of tasks that the colony could perform greatly increased. The Leafies now had a nursery separated from the Queen's chambers, allowing them to keep larvae and eggs separately. They had also built a second larder and a new garbage dump. Construction for 2 new chambers that could be used in the future for different applications was already well on its way. The Lord's worries were mainly about the signs of a predator near the castle. The Leafies' greatest strength was numbers, but there were still so few of them. However, the Lord couldn't delay a new expedition any longer. The 39 workers and 20 nanites would have to do. This expedition would be vital in determining the colony's future. For the Lord's plans to succeed, simple seeds wouldn't do this time. They needed rich protein. it was time for the tree ants to go scavenging. For the first time, the Lord left 5 ant workers behind. They would remain stationed at the gate, ensuring the colony's safety. The second layer of defense, consisting of 10 nanites, stood at the ready, just in case whatever enemy tried attacking the castle had better armor that required thinner, more surgical mandibles. Given the casualty they had experienced before, the Lord was prepared for danger from the get-go. As soon as the gate opened, he sent the foragers in every direction to cover as much ground as possible. He was looking for not just seeds or fruit, but something meatier. It couldn't be something like the praying mantis, which could fight back and harm the workers. No, it had to be something that couldn't fight back, something they could scavenge. Since there were predators in this land, there had to be prey. As long as there was live prey, there also had to be dead ones. The 34 ants, composing the colony's third expedition, covered the ground around their castle. "Food," announced one of them, another grass seed. "Food," another seed. The Lord had the workers mark the location of whatever food they found with pheromones, but urged the workers to keep scouting. Food, food, food. There were more reports of seeds and even one rotting berry. These were valuable resources, but not what the colony needed most. He encouraged the scouts to press onward and expand the radius of search. This time, he didn't bother splitting them up into teams. Every ant traveled in a different direction, trying to locate what they desperately needed. Contact! The Lord hurriedly focused on the individual eyes of the worker who sent the warning. She had spotted the brown praying mantis that had devoured one of their comrades. It was far away with its back toward her. Despite its powerful camouflage, the pheromone left behind by the sacrificial worker enabled the scout to detect the predator from a safe distance. Spotting the predator was both good and bad news to the Lord. On the one hand, a predator represented danger, but it also suggested the presence of game around. The fact that the praying mantis hadn't moved much since the last time they had stumbled upon it meant this was a good hunting ground, and other insects were nearby. "Mark," he commanded the scout. The worker left a pheromone representing danger, while the Lord commanded the other workers to stay clear of the praying mantis. These monsters had powerful eyesight, and if they weren't careful, and if it was hungry enough, they could chase after them. With its large hind legs, it would probably quickly catch up with any individual worker. Food, food, food. There were more seeds, but they were still not what they were looking for. With each passing minute, the danger of the praying mantis chasing after the foragers, or for other predators to spot the ants, increased. But the Lord stayed his course. The potential gains were well worth the risk. Thankfully, the good news soon came. Target acquired. The Lord of the Acorn focused on the individual eyes that had found their bounty, like a security guard switching between cameras in a security room, and found what he had been hoping for. The corpse was big, but not nearly as big as the praying mantis. It had large red eyes, faceted with hexagons like a precious stone. It had an emerald, shiny coat of armor and translucent, veiny wings. Its hairy legs had little blobs of yellow pollen. It was a pollinating fly. The Lord of the Acorn wasn't sure if it had died from old age, sickness, or exhaustion, but that didn't matter. Here was the protein that they so sorely needed. The Lord focused on all the different sightings of seeds and food. Thanks to the increased number of neurons, he quickly calculated a course that steered clear from the predator to the southwest and considered all sightings of seeds and fruits, maximizing the trip between the dead fly and the castle. Deploy. All the workers converged. Carrying such a heavy dead fly was the work for more than one ant. As workers arrived, they began dismantling the fly for transport. They started with the wings, which were more fragile and easy to cut. Though large, they were light enough for 2 workers to carry. The other ants began pulling at the fly, dragging it slowly. With each arriving worker, their power increased. They soon had enough to drag the fly back to the castle at an acceptable speed. After determining the number of ants required for optimal transportation was 22, the Lord sent commands to the rest of the foragers. He had the gatekeepers expand the moat leading to the gate's surface, while the remaining 12 workers collected as many seeds as possible. For the first time in the Leafy's history, they formed an ant trail. What a glorious occasion! A thin, moving line of ants traveled back and forth, while the bulk of his scavengers dragged the nutritious bounty home. By the time the dead fly was carried back to the castle, the moat had been expanded enough to fit it. The remaining workers had brought several seeds, which the nanites carried to the larder. Seeing their arriving comrades, the 5 gatekeepers joined in dragging the prey into the moat. The castle's gate was not large enough to fit the entire fly. Even though they had previously expanded the diameter of the gate, increasing it too much would make the castle vulnerable to predators. Therefore, they had created an entry tunnel with a chamber in the dirt that would allow them to work under cover, dismantle the fly, and bring the pieces back into the castle without compromising security. In the quiet of the underground, they could dismantle it and prepare the food for storage and consumption. There, it would be butchered and properly stored. Its much-needed protein would go a long way toward the next stage of development. Once the fly was completely underground, they sealed the entrance. They finally had the resources needed to breed their first soldiers. Chapter 23. Spider Hands browsed the Greensburg auction house with a frown. He had just finished a rare quest and obtained a treasure chest, which he sold for a hefty sum. He had come here today to use that money to buy some stat-boosting consumables as an incentive for his best guild players, but everything was much more expensive than he remembered.
Gold acorns at 34 gold each? That's triple the price it was a few days ago. 100-year-old ginseng root at 4,300 gold? What? How is that possible?
He complained loudly, drawing the looks of nearby players.
Isn't that Spider Hands? The spiders are rich. Look at that. He talks about gold as if it were coppers.
Man, I wish I had passed their trials. Then I could have been rich too. Oh well, let's just go. We have everything we need to finish the quest.
Hearing such comments would normally have made Spider Hands' day. Not today. He hadn't exclaimed loudly to flaunt his guild's wealth. He really was shocked. These items were highly sought after, but their price remained fairly stable. What in the world had happened to make them so expensive? He decided to touch base with his cousin, who ran a guild in Mount Pyro, a city in the fire pits.
Hey, Jamie, stat boosters in Greensburg have gotten crazy expensive. What's the price like in your city?
He patiently waited for a response. He could see his cousin was online, and he usually responded quickly. He used the time to look at other stat-boosting consumables, but the prices had all doubled or tripled wherever he looked.
Hi, Spidey. Yeah, it's the same here. Some guild has been picking them up clean. No one knows who, though.
Thanks, he messaged back. He sighed, disappointed. These were just too expensive right now. He decided to look for computer chips instead. They were a rare commodity, and he knew that his main tank was looking for one chip that boosted knockback resistance for his shield.
Huh? Why are the chips so expensive too?
Loki studied the charts on his screen while ignoring the sounds of the nearby battle. The party of 4 funneling XP into his character was running a 5-man dungeon without his help. They could handle themselves. That's what he paid them to do. His time was far too precious to grind levels. In one window, he ran through Annex reports about Zin's crew. They had finally announced the name of their guild. They had decided to call it the Usurpers, a suitable name based on how Zin had started it. As Loki feared, several people he had presumed dead were working for Zin. When he thought of all the unsavory characters he had Zin execute over the years, and how they had been silently gathering their strength, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Here was a group of people united in their hatred of him. They were dangerous enough that Loki had wanted them gone, and now all of them were back, and in a team. In another window, he monitored the bounties. For every usurper his assassins and mercenaries killed, he paid 100 gold. He had even put a bounty of 100k gold on Zin. He had a similar bounty system in place for Union players. After digging around, he discovered that the Union Collective was associated with the Slayer. VIP seats in the organization, a guide about Antioch, and the opportunity to come to hunt him down had all been part of the package that had swayed the ogres to offer him and his family sanctuary.
He bit his lip hard enough to draw blood. The thought that the Slayer had been bold enough to use the opportunity to hunt him as a bargaining chip infuriated him. That violent monster had no conscience. Loki refused to sleep outside of the game, at least for now. Every time he closed his eyes, all he could see was that giant brute knitting to mock him. On the one hand, gathering this information so easily from one of the top guilds told him they didn't like the Slayer's growth. They must have leaked the information on purpose. That was fine by him. Since the Slayer's whereabouts were unknown, and since his body was safely ensconced in the ogre's compound, Loki had decided to strike at the organization associated with him. He set up several bounties for his assassins and hired mercs. 10 gold for any unionized worker, 100 gold if they were part of the management, and 1,000 gold if they were famous craftsmen from the top guilds. The tally of kills had already passed 200. They had gotten 2 of the management members and 9 of the top craftsmen in the top guilds. Loki read the post that management had just posted with interest. Even though he didn't have access to the union forums, thanks to his moles, he kept tabs on their every announcement. Pegasus hunting union members. #union. #union collective. #Pegasus. #assassination. Poster. Union Sergeant Sarge. Post. Greetings, dear craftsmen. As you might have noticed, or as you might have unfortunately experienced it, Union members are being targeted by Pegasus's assassins. This is petty revenge for having banned Pegasus from placing orders or unionizing its craftsmen. Although many who have died are guildless, some of the victims belong to top guilds. For now, we recommend that no unionized players come alone to the Union headquarters, since most reported assassinations occurred in the commute between the North Gate and the tent. We suggest that you stay safe in Hillsford's crafting district. Avoid traveling alone and stick to crowded places. Union management will not sit idly while our peaceful organization is attacked. Therefore, we want to announce to all top guilds that there is a new way of getting a VIP seat for one of your craftsmen. We're willing to offer 1 VIP seat for every guild that successfully kills 100 Pegasus players. Alternatively, some unionized workforce have volunteered to accept Pegasus's kills as currency. All you have to do is bring the materials and place an order with us. Instead of paying our artisans with gold, you can submit proof of killing Pegasus's players, and our unionized members will waive the fee. Additionally, all known allies and associates of Pegasus are temporarily banned from the Union until Pegasus ends this madness. See the list of banned organizations attached to this message. Stay safe. Union Management. Comments. Rhapsody. Arg, this is why I hate guilds, all these petty squabbles. Pegasus, just let us craft in peace. I'm at these coordinates if you want to get me so bad. I'll be happy to sew you to a wall. Jason Blacksmith. Is this true? Did they also get players from the top guilds? Ogres Godsfried. It's true, they killed me one time. Ogres Galathiel. They tried attacking me too. I fended them off though. Trademan. That's why I don't join guilds. I hate their underhanded moves. How can I help? R.E. Trademan, Union H. Hi, Trademan. Can I sign you up as a volunteer to craft in exchange for Pegasus takedowns? R.E. Trademan, Union H. Trademan. Sure thing, H. Sign me up. Gorgon's Leanne. Sign me up, too. He had to admit that this union management was somewhat competent. They took the initiative to publicize the attacks before Loki could use the propaganda he had prepared. They had also tried to bring the other top guilds to their side by publicizing the deaths of their cherished artisans. Furthermore, they banned all Pegasus's allies and associates to put more pressure on Loki. Finally, they immediately launched a proxy counterattack, offering whatever benefits they could in return for damaging Pegasus. Interesting, he said, grinning. Let's see how many deaths these craftsmen need before they abandon your union, Slayer. He asked his intelligence to make a statement on Pegasus's official website denying all of the union's wild claims. At the same time, he increased the bounties to increase the pressure on this organization. He was happy to oblige them if they wanted to fight a proxy war with wealth.
After the Rise of the Hive King event, despite all his losses, he wasn't short on one thing: gold. He had millions of it piled up in the bank. He couldn't convert it to in-real-life currency all at once. That would backfire. Exchanging so much gold would depreciate his own money. He had steadily and slowly converted a significant amount daily, careful not to deflate his fortune. Much of the IRL money had been used to purchase stock in other guilds, and he took over the Genies, the Street Rats, and the Penitents, guilds number 43, number 24, and number 19 in the ranks. This bolstered his guild's power and helped him recover from his heavy losses on the day he was hunted. With the millions of gold in the game, he had made millionaire offers to poach talented players willing to betray their guilds. He had also invested in items that would gain value so that he could resell them at a higher price later. He had restocked his guild's armory and bought whatever stat-boosting consumables he could get his hands on. Even so, he still had more money than he knew what to do with. He turned toward the empty spot among all the other system windows. Once upon a time, he would have kept his character sheet open in that spot. He had enjoyed looking at his growing stats and incredible collection of titles. But not anymore. He couldn't look at his attributes without thinking of all the precious consumables stolen from his vault. He had purchased what was available in the market, but any respectable guild would buy those when possible. The consumables that had been stolen from him weren't for sale. They were priceless. He was level 35 again, and had recovered many of his precious titles. However, every success paled in comparison with what he could have had. He could have become the player with the best stats in the game. His breathing and heartbeat quickened, and he clenched his fists to regain control. He couldn't let his hatred toward the Slayer and Zin cloud his judgment. That's how they had gotten him last time. Level up. As the other players in the party finished carrying him to level 36, and he reached his leveling goals for the day, he summoned his mount, a giant hyena, and rode back to the capital. Even if his guild wasn't the strongest, they were the wealthiest, and it was time to proceed with the next phase of his plan. It was finally time to purchase real estate. Drake paced back and forth while waiting for his name to be called. As his footsteps echoed in the empty hallways, he read all the messages from Sergeant Jazenald, but he couldn't leave this quest in the middle. It was good that he had seen this coming and had started this quest before. Thanks to it, if things went well, Loki would soon regret messing with his union. "The magistrate will see you now," the soldier offered. Drake stood a little straighter. He had never met a magister before. He knew such an NPC had given Roth his unique class, but he couldn't be sure if this would be the same one. He followed after the soldier, who directed him toward a set of double mahogany doors. "Come in," he heard from across the door. It was a calm contralto, neither too loud nor too quiet. Drake's body opened the door and moved toward the voice before he could do anything. It was as if he had just become a puppet. The robed, thin, blonde woman who studied Drake from behind her desk was freakishly tall, even taller than Roth. She could look at Drake at eye level even though he was standing and she was sitting down. The large chamber was filled with shelves, tomes, and books. Flags fluttered gently, as if dancing in the breeze, even though they were indoors and no windows were open. Drake grinned. "Magister Mildred, I presume?" The magistrate's brow raised. "You know who I am, but I'm sure we haven't met before," she said, with a tone of certainty. "We have a mutual friend. However, that's not what brought me here." "I know," she said as she stood up, letting the immensity of her height and presence command the room. "You want to discuss the renewal project." Drake grabbed a ledger from his inventory. It was given to him by the boss of the raviolis. He had taken it out of the gazpacho boss's dead hands. Hopefully, it would be enough to gain favor with the magistrate. Before he could hand the book to the magistrate, the tome was already flying toward her, lifted by her telekinetic powers. "What is this?" she asked as she leafed through the ledger. "Proof." "Of what?"
that the gazpachos have infiltrated the renewal project.
She kept leafing through the ledger, only taking a second on every page. In a matter of a few silent minutes, she was done. Interesting ledger. Drake gulped. She hadn't just been skimming through the ledger, she had read the whole thing. What a fast reader. These crime families keep finding ways to stick their paws into the city's money, she regretted. I can't believe we were about to give them control of the shield generator. After a few silent moments, she turned to Drake and smiled amicably. You've done great service in the city. How can we repay you?
I'm sure that after this sad news you are short of workers. I believe we can help each other.
Chapter 24.
Congratulations, you've crafted Rock Lizard Layered Leather Helmet. Crafting grade D, plus 120 Eco-Tailor XP.
Roth admired his first crack at the new recipe.
Rock Lizard Layered Leather Helmet, common. Item description: a leather helmet with a simple design, fashioned from the shed skin of rock lizards. Item effects: plus 10 HP, plus 2 strength, plus 1 endurance. Restrictions: level 14.
Even though it was brand new, this helmet looked like it had seen many battles and taken several hits. It was dented and bumpy. Roth wondered where he had gone wrong. He'd been so careful while punching the holes in the pieces and stitching them together, but still, he only got a D. Rather than wasting energy figuring out what was missing, he opened the Union library and wrote leatherworking. He got hundreds of hits. Wow, he exclaimed. The Union's library was awesome. He had known that craftsmen associated with guilds had an advantage, but having access to this kind of database made a huge difference. He fine-tuned the key words, writing leather helmet, dented, bumpy, to narrow the results. This time, he got only 1 hit, which directly answered his question. When crafting the second recipe awarded to you by the leatherworking trainer, as well as any leather piece with a lot of curvature, the final product is often deformed. There's a straightforward solution. You just need to soak the leather in water for a few seconds, and then find something spherical to stretch it into the shape you want. This will smooth the curves in any leather equipment you make. Insight was added by Neartel as the entry admission into the Union, validated by Union H. As part of the management, Roth could access this insight into the craft and see who had added it and why. He didn't know this Neartel fellow, but his solution was surprisingly simple. This time, after he punched the holes and finished cutting the 4 shapes that formed the simple helmet design, he grabbed a bucket, filled it with water, and soaked each piece of the design. He then looked around, found a wooden sphere, and used it to ease the leather into the shape it would gain once the product was finished. It was working. The water softened the leather, letting Roth bend it. Satisfied with the results, Roth used the saddle stitch to combine the 4 pieces. A large piece protected the back of the skull, and 2 side pieces came together on the top. Finally, a long necktie-shaped piece brought the 3 other pieces together, creating a helmet shaped like half a coconut. By the time he was finished, the helmet looked much sleeker. Thank you, Neartel, he said, smiling.
Congratulations, you've crafted Rock Lizard Layered Leather Helmet. Crafting grade B. Plus 600 Eco-Tailor XP. Eco-Tailor Profession level up. Rock Lizard Layered Leather Helmet, common. Item description: a leather helmet with a simple design fashioned from the shed skin of rock lizards. Item effects: plus 30 HP, plus 4 strength, plus 3 endurance. Restrictions: level 14. Much happier with the results, Roth got started with the light trap he wanted to set in this helmet. This time, he was going for the new recipe. Quadrangular trap. Recipe. Description: a 4-point trap that can boost equipment. Restrictions: light trappers level 5. Roth located the best place in the helmet to set the trap. He then activated the system's assistance to visualize it. This time, there would be 4 vertices and 4 mirrors. Roth turned the laser on. It felt easier to draw squares than triangles. Making straight angles felt more natural.
Roth was trying to make broader strokes with the laser to make the trap look smoother, and it wasn't long before he finished carving the trap on the helmet. He grabbed the glass gun, placed 3 flat mirrors in 3 vertices, and finally 1 convex mirror at only one of the corners. He put the helmet under the vacuuming machine and started on the next one. It was impossible to place light traps on every piece of equipment he crafted. Making a piece of leather equipment only took him 10 to 15 minutes, whereas setting a trap took nearly 45 minutes. That meant that if he crafted non-stop, he could create 2 ordinary pieces of leather equipment and an enhanced one. He still wasn't sure how much these items would fetch in the market, but Roth planned to use up all the lizard hide in his inventory and then put them up for sale. He'd purchased 100 pieces and used 2 per design, so he still had 40-something pieces of equipment to craft before leaving the workshop. Roth proceeded to make a B+ helmet and a B-, and by the time he was finished, the machine finally beeped. He grabbed Bergelmir's laser and charged the trap using the convex alignment technique. Congratulations, you've crafted quadrangular trap. Plus 150 light trapper XP. Rock lizard layered leather helmet, common. Item description: a leather helmet with a simple design fashioned from the shed leather of rock lizards. Item effects: plus 30, plus 1, HP. Plus 4, plus 2, strength. Plus 3, plus 1, endurance. Restrictions: level 14. Light trap effects: plus 1 to all equipment stats. Plus 1 to equipment's highest stat. The quadrangular trap offered an additional effect. It granted plus 1 to the equipment's highest stat, in this case, strength. Bonuses for health and energy were probably not included in this bonus. That was a good thing, too. It was much better to have plus 1 strength than just plus 1 HP. Thinking about how many pieces he still had to make, Roth placed the new B+ helmet under the vacuuming machine and went to find Keith. Keith was finally done dressing the mannequins in his store and stood behind the counter reading a magazine. It was the first time Roth saw the tailor doing something other than working. "Hi, Keith. How are you?" "Nature's weaver. How goes your work with leather?" "It's going great. Listen, you had one more skill you could teach me regarding leatherworking, right? I feel confident about the basics you taught me, so I want to learn it." "You mean beveling?" Roth was unfamiliar with the term. "Yes, that's right." "Very well. To do that, you need to use a beveler stamp." He opened a drawer in his desk and grabbed what looked like a mix of a fork and a screwdriver. There were 2 small teeth at the end of the thin metal rod. "You use these to cut away the edges of the design and create a raised border around it." "What's the point?" asked Roth, curious. "It looks nice. It gives your designs more depth. Come, I'll show you." Roth followed Keith back to his rented workspace. This time, Lin didn't even react to Keith's arrival. The kitten was getting used to their landlord barging in. Keith spotted the bucket of water and the finished leather helmet. "Good. You soaked it, huh?" Roth smiled. "That's right, sir." "Keith is impressed with how insightful you are. Plus 200 Eco-Tailor XP. Keith then froze like a deer in the headlights. His eyes were glued to the bright square shining on the helmet. "Goodness gracious, did you make that?" he said, reaching for the equipment and turning it over in his hands as if it were a priceless treasure. "Yes, sir." "Incredible! A light trap. I only read about those in old manuals. But how? How do you know the lost art?" Roth tried to phrase it in a way that the NPC would understand. I've inherited this profession from my mentor." "Incredible! You're something else. Are you taking orders?" Excuse me?" "You've unlocked a new quest, Wadi's Light. Wadi's Light, rare. Keith has been having trouble selling leather equipment in Sapphira. The competition is fierce. After seeing your light trapping skills, he sees an opportunity. Quest objectives: install light traps in 100 full suits of leather armor crafted by Keith." Roth blinked as he unlocked yet another rare quest, a quest related to crafting. He stared at it for some time. Quests were the best way to speed up a player's progress.
On top of gaining XP from crafting while fulfilling the assignment, he would receive an additional reward at the end. Roth didn't need to think much before making a decision.
So? Prompted Keith.
Of course. When do I start?
You've accepted Wadi's Light.
Brilliant! I knew having you here was the right move. I'll get you the suits of armor. I'm looking forward to seeing how good they'll look.
Keith was about to go away, and Roth cleared his throat.
Master Keith?
Yes?
Oh, of course. I almost forgot. Beveling. Go ahead, cut the pieces and punch holes in them. I'll go get the suits of armor in the meantime.
Keith ran as fast as the wind, and Lin, this time, raised his head, alarmed by their visitor's sudden moves. Roth guessed that Keith was excited about improving his equipment, so, smiling, he started working on a pair of greaves. By the time Roth was punching holes, Keith entered the room, followed by 3 aides who dumped many pieces of leather equipment in the corner. Keith glanced at the work table and, seeing how Roth wasn't finished yet, ran out before Roth could say anything. Roth sighed and kept punching holes with the chisel. Roth finished cutting the leather before Keith and his aides returned, so he ran to the pile, curious to see the equipment he'd be working on. As he approached, his mouth went dry. With trembling hands, he grabbed a leather helmet. It was fiery red, with beautiful veins and patterns carved into it. Where Roth's leather helmet was made up of 4 pieces stitched together, this helmet was made of at least 20. Not only were they stitched together, but they also had rivets strengthening the joints. He inspected the helmet and almost fainted. Komodo leather helmet, rare. Item description: a beautiful, strong helmet made of Komodo dragon leather. It has been dyed in molten ruby and is coated with sequoia oil. The craftsman outdid himself. It's part of a set. Item effects: plus 31 resilience, plus 40 strength, plus 12 dexterity, plus 20% damage reduction, plus 310 HP. Restrictions: warriors level 50. Komodo leather, set effects. If all 5 pieces are equipped, you can use warrior's mindset and sundering sword. What in the world? This was a serious piece of equipment. It even came with skills. Keith returned with another load of equipment and put it on the corner.
Ah, I see you're admiring my work.
You made these? Oh, yes. I originally made it for the garrison soldiers. I haven't had much success selling it, though. That's where my order comes in.
Roth nodded. Soldiers were at a much higher level than players, so it's no wonder this equipment was this good. Anyway, have you finished preparing the pieces?
Yes, here, take a look,
Roth said, offering the pieces of the pair of greaves.
You've soaked these too? Good. That's a good idea. So, beveling. This technique creates a raised outline around a design, which adds depth and dimension. Let me first do one for you.
Keith randomly selected a piece of leather and laid it on the table. He then grabbed the fork-like tool and positioned it on the edge.
Now, with a steady hand, I apply pressure along the edge of the design.
Keith pushed the fork-like tool away from him along the edge of the piece, cutting a strip of leather. There was a sharp blade between those 2 teeth.
See how much smoother it looks?
Roth nodded excitedly.
Even though it's not essential, it adds a nice finish. Now you try,
he invited while handing the bevel over. Roth grabbed the tool and tried to mimic Keith's technique.
Hold the beveling tool at a 45-degree angle to the leather with the beveled edge facing down. Apply even pressure to the tool as you drag it along the edge.
Roth did as he was told. It reminded him of a similar technique used in carpentry called planing. It required using a blade to shave off pieces of wood and produce a flat surface. In this case, however, it was only used on the corner of the design. He changed the angle accidentally and his hand slipped. The bevel stamp fell out of his hand.
Don't worry, that's normal. You'll develop a sense of how much strength to use as you do this more.
Roth kept working along the edges of the piece, creating a lined frame.
Is this good?
Roth caught Keith drooling while glancing at the pile of his equipment in the corner.
Excuse me, what?
Does it look good?
Oh, yes, perfect. Well done.
Now what?
Now turn it over and bevel the other side.
He turned the piece over and proceeded to bevel it as well. Keith dropped a few more hints while he worked. The key to beveling is maintaining a consistent angle and pressure with the beveling tool. Wetting the leather helps. Roth finished beveling the back side of the design. He held the finished piece in his hand and studied it. The worked edges made the leather look neater and created the illusion that the piece had more texture. You've learned beveling. Good, you've got it. Now, when can you start with my order? Chapter 25. Beveling, common. Skill description. By working the edges of a leather design, you can make it sturdier and more aesthetically pleasing. Skill effects. Grants half a grade on leather equipment. Restrictions. Tailors, level 15. The description of his new profession skill reminded him of stockinette stitch. Just as using different stitches improved the stats of knitted clothes, stamping patterns did the same with leather. He would read up more on what the library had to say about it later. So, insisted Keith, while Roth checked the details of his new skill. Roth scratched his chin in thought. Keith seemed eager for him to start setting light traps on his sets right away, and Roth could feel the pressure. At the same time, wasn't Keith's eagerness a good thing? It meant that he desperately needed his services. Maybe he shouldn't change all his plans to accommodate this quest. Master Keith, if I may ask, what is more important to you in this order, speed or quality? The tailor raised his brow. I would say quality. That's what will make my product stand out from the competition. Master Keith, I'm not experienced as a light trapper. Look, see how my traps are a little rough? The master inspected Roth's work with an uneasy frown. That seems to be true. Tell you what, I'm going first to hone my technique, and once I feel it's at a point worthy of your equipment, I'll get started. What do you say? Keith pursed his lip while tapping his foot. After a few moments, he let out an impatient sigh. I guess that would be best. Take your time. Just do the best work you can do. Keep me posted. Keith issued a few commands to the boys carrying the armor into Roth's workshop, and he headed out. Roth sighed in relief. From his previous experience in quests, timing was essential in determining the completion rate. This quest, however, required him to work on level 60 sets. How lame would it be if he ruined the fancy equipment with sloppy work? Worse, how would he feel if he unlocked a new light trapping skill after grinding for a day that enabled him to do a much better job? If this quest's rewards were based on how good his light traps were, it made sense to at least reach novice rank before starting it. Furthermore, it seemed dangerous to draw too much attention to him at this point. Light traps seemed to be extremely valuable. As far as he knew, he was the only player in the game who could make them. He should take his time and, perhaps, even take a few more orders from different places to muddy the waters and hide his location. His endgame in Sapphira was to end slavery. He was bound to make enemies. This was no time to rush or call attention to himself. Roth grabbed the pair of greaves he had just beveled and went back to his previous goal. He would first use up the rock lizard leather he'd bought and put the 50 pieces of equipment up for sale in the auction house. He would also assess how the market responded to light traps. But for that, he needed to finish crafting the equipment. He grabbed the needle and put a waxed thread through it. It was time to grind. Compared to the unwalled basic space of the Union tent, the Golden Anvil Inn wasn't much of a downgrade. It was also much more tasteful and in much better repair than the Rolling Hill Inn in the slums where they used to meet. The walls were decorated with paintings and portraits instead of mold, and instead of the smell of rotten humidity was the perfume of freshly baked apple pies and frothing ale. Of course, they had to pay much more to this innkeeper. Even though this inn looked nice, moving here didn't bode well with the Union's situation. They had been kicked out of their base of operations and were forced to move here with their tails between their legs. After Charlie was ambushed when commuting between the North Gate and the tent, Sarge decided to relocate their operations.
Pegasus's minions had started a post on the forums where they posted the kill count for Union members and linked the videos of Maggie and Charlie's ambushes. Drake agreed with the sergeant's strategic retreat. They didn't need to provide Loki with more videos of Union management members getting killed. That would be worse for morale than temporarily coming to this lovely inn. Used to the layout of the inns in the game, Drake quickly located the doors leading to the conference room where the team was meeting. As he entered, he was taken aback by how frenzied the 14th looked. Sarge was hunched over a table, having a serious discussion with H. Benny didn't have his usual playful attitude, and Pete wasn't keeping to himself. Instead, both debated with Charlie. The 14th was in battle mode. This looked like a campaign tent where the top brass decided the troops' strategy on the battlefield. As if to reinforce the heavy martial atmosphere, as soon as Drake entered, Emily called out in a loud voice, "Officer on deck! Attention!" Immediately, the entire squad stopped what they were doing and turned toward Drake. "Captain!" "At ease, soldiers. Sorry that I couldn't come sooner. I was in the middle of a quest that hopefully will help us escape this mess. What's the status?" The sergeant stepped forward. "The kill count on the side of Pegasus has reached 600. Thanks to the support of the guilds and customers, we have managed to get 100 of them in return. But things aren't looking so good right now." Drake nodded gravely. "How is morale?" "The requests to join the Union have somewhat decreased, and some people have asked to leave the Union. However, our member count is still slowly rising. We've just reached 7,000 members yesterday." Hearing the number, Drake smiled from ear to ear. "That's fantastic." He grabbed a scroll from his inventory and unfurled it, setting it on the table. "Don't worry, I have something that will help the Union."
Did you make it? Asked H, hopefully, as he started reading through it.
"You're looking at the new captain of the Raviolis and the foreman of the Renewal Project."
Roth wiped the sweat off his forehead. He was finally done. It had been almost 20 hours of non-stop crafting, but he had finally used up the leather he'd purchased from the auction house. Thanks to the crafting spree, he had reached level 17 in Eco-Tailor and unlocked the upgraded version of Tailor Bag. Tailor Supply Bag. Profession. Skill description. As a tailor, you learn how to make your supplies fit more nicely into your bag, allowing you to carry more weight. Skill effects. Tailor materials and supplies weigh 40% less. Restrictions. Tailors, level 17. The weight reduction had gone from 25% to 40%. He welcomed the upgrade. He had also managed to level up light trapping to level 9, and got a new skill in that profession too. Beaming eyes. Profession. Skill description. Human vision depends on light. As a light trapper, you become more sensitive to different wavelengths and can discern important information about materials relevant to your profession. Skill effects. You can read additional descriptions of crystals and sand materials. +5 insight. +5 perception. Restrictions. Light trappers, level 8. It looked like light trapping provided bonuses related to the craft, but also granted stats and other benefits to help him when adventuring. Gaining 10 stats like this was incredible. Additionally, thanks to this skill, he could better decide what crystal to add to his laser and what sand to use when using glass guns, which would help him make even better traps. Light trapping was very different from eco-tailoring. There wasn't a trap grade. The trap either worked or didn't. Maybe because he was stuck with the most basic traps available, he had only failed to install one light trap. When he did that, the greaves he'd been mounting it on crumpled to dust. It was a good decision to tell Keith he would first perfect the craft. He didn't know if he could refund Keith if he destroyed one of these priceless leather sets. It was time to put these babies up for sale at the auction house. Before that, though, he wanted to check in on the Leafies. It had been 24 hours since he had left them in the garden, and the system text had mentioned that he should visit them every day. He canceled Badger form to avoid drawing too much attention to himself and ran out of the shop, carefully ensuring he didn't leave any leather helmets or greaves behind. He took the elevator up to the city's gardens. While the wooden platform was climbing up, Roth took a moment to check his character sheet. Character information. Name, Pax. Class, Pacifist. Race, Zoomorph, human form. Professions: Broker, level 23. Eco-Tailor, level 17. Light Trapper, level 9. Level 39. Guild: Union Collective Guild. Guild Museum: Boar's Great Tusk, plus 2 Strength, plus 5 HP. White Wolf Fang, plus 2 Dexterity, plus 1% Speed. Owl Duke's Lens, plus 2 Wisdom, plus 5 Energy. Alpaca Talisman, plus 2 Intelligence, plus 1% damage reduction. Empty. Pets: Leafies, Lin, Lua. Affinity: Light, 479 of 1000. Nature, 247 of 300. Alignment: Meek, 554 of 1000. Positive relationships: Badgers, 1,923 of 2,000. Boars, 1,892 of 2,000. Corvids, 1,900 of 2,000. Cyborg Union, 1,231 of 2,000. Dogs, 223 of 300. Dwarf Exiles, 254 of 300. Flock, 242 of 300. Foxes, 1,898 of 2,000. Golden Mountain Ink, 1,444 of 2,000. Greenleaf Ink, 912 of 1,000. Hillsford Garrison Soldiers, 103 of 300. Moles, 535 of 1,000. Moon Garrison of Sapphira, 85 of 100. Moonlight Herd, 132 of 300. Ali the Cat Burglar, 126 of 300. Peace Corps, 100 of 300. Rattans, 4,195 of 8,000. Silkworms, 10 of 100. Snakes, 3,293 of 8,000. The Table, 60 of 100. Tree Ants, 1,631 of 2,000. White Onyx Ink, 300 of 1,000. Negative relationships: Bears, -10 of -100. Blue Caterpillars, -100 of -300. Gazpachos, -1,400 of -3,000. Grassland Wolves, -45 of -100. Thaddeus, -10 of -100. Timberwolves, -90 of -100. Titles: Adored, Alpinist, Art Enthusiast, All-Nighter, Beastmaster, Creature of the Night, Dark's Bane, Discoverer of Species, Energy Tycoon, Entitled, Friend of Moles, Grand Explorer, Hero of Ages, First of a Kind, Jumper, Marathonist, Martyr, Microman, Mindfulness, Novice, Overachiever, Pioneer, Polyglot, Richling, Single-Minded Craftsman, Speedster, Stat Prodigy, Sweatshop Worker, Swimmer, Triathlete, Well-Read. Stats: HP 502, Energy 1,032, Damage Reduction 50.9%, Status Resistance 17.2%, Cooldown Reduction 17%, Movement Speed 174.4%, Weight Light 146.7 of 196.5 kilograms, Strength 77, Dexterity 116, Intelligence 240 plus 11%, Wisdom 183, Endurance 245 plus 10%, Charisma 188 plus 5%, Resilience 31, Insight 39, Subterfuge 62, Perception 29. Equipment: Right hand, Plumber's Torch, plus 5 Intelligence. Left hand, Flag of the Rat Cave, plus 10 Wisdom, plus 6 Dexterity, plus 10% Speed, Rattan Stride, Rattan Dash. Shoes: Forest Lamb's Wool Runner Shoes, plus 15% Movement Speed, plus 5 Dexterity. Bottom: Forest Lamb's Wool Slacks, plus 10 Intelligence, plus 4 Wisdom, plus 1% Damage Reduction. Top: Forest Lamb's Wool Robes, plus 1% Cooldown Reduction, plus 11 Intelligence, plus 100 HP, plus 6% Damage Reduction, plus 4% Status Resistance. Gloves: Forest Lamb's Wool Mittens, plus 1% Cooldown Reduction, plus 4 Intelligence, plus 3 Wisdom, plus 4% Status Resistance. Head: Forest Lamb's Wool Cap, plus 1% cooldown reduction, plus 8 intelligence, plus 2 wisdom, plus 5 HP regeneration, plus 5 energy regeneration. Cape, forest lamb's wool cape, plus 1% cooldown reduction, plus 10 intelligence, plus 5 charisma, plus 3% movement speed. Accessories, iron wood earring, plus 8 intelligence, plus 2% cooldown reduction, blue caterpillar earring, plus 5 subterfuge, plus 10 wisdom, witness protection mask, time burlock necklace, plus 1 to all stats, plus 5% cooldown reduction, plus 5% status resistance, plus 50 HP. Iron wood belt, plus 4 intelligence, plus 4 wisdom, plus 4% damage reduction, plus 2% cooldown reduction. Blue caterpillar ring, plus 8 subterfuge, 5 intelligence. Iron wood globe ring, plus 8 intelligence, plus 2% cooldown reduction. Skills. Stat bonuses. Call of the Wild, Charm, Copper Skin, Eidetic Memory, Eloquent, Fast Hands, Good Character, Healthy Bones, Horse's Gallop, Inner Light, Quick Feet, Quick Hands, Punctual, Sharp Mind, Slower Heart Rate, Speed of Light, Strategic Thinking. Profession related. Beaming Eyes, Beveling, Cart Pulling, Convex Alignment, Energy Efficiency, Increased Discount, Exasperate, Linen's Will, Novice Hiring, Plenty of Fiber, Quadrangular Trap, Rib Stitch, Saddle Stitch, Stockinette Stitch, Supplier's Loyalty, Triangular Trap, Tailor's Supply Bag. Passive, Blessing of the Lion King, Cobra Slither, Farsight, Flag Bearer, Forest Lamb's Wool Set 2, Horrific Glow, Rattan Sprint, Taunting Bellow. Active, Blink Blink, Camouflage, Inspiration, Mouseketeer Dash, Miniaturize, Peace Decree, Peace Treaty, Screeching Terror, Search. His character sheet had grown immensely. He had so many skills, stat bonuses, and attributes that it was difficult to keep track of everything. Roth had used all free stats to level up his intelligence. Not only did he permanently unlock Eidetic Memory, the 250 intelligence stat bonus, but he was very close to making his intelligence his largest stat. Once he did so, the 10% bonus of Stat Prodigy would shift from endurance to intelligence, allowing him to boost it further. His other stats were also coming along nicely. He had 500 HP and 1000 energy, an almost 20% cooldown reduction, and several stat bonuses, even in human form. He had permanently unlocked Eloquent because of the passive bonus of his Blessing of the Lion King legendary skill. Bucky was also keeping busy and kept running his trade route for him. He had climbed from level 21 to 23 as a broker, and his reputation points with the rattans, badgers, foxes, corvids, boars, tree ants, snakes, Mario, the dwarves, Greenleaf Inc., and Golden Mountain Inc. kept passively climbing as a result. A little more, maybe 1 or 2 trade runs, and he would accumulate enough reputation with several of them to unlock their next relationship status. He was also very close to finishing learning Horsean and Felinian, and all his pets were progressing well and were highly affectionate toward him. Roth reached his destination, climbed out of the platform, and ran toward the garden. It was early morning outside, and now he could see how the light chimney shone, like the sun, inside the indoor garden. The garden was crowded with players resting, laughing, and chatting. He headed straight toward the greenhouses. It wasn't difficult to locate the greenhouse where his pets were. It was the largest and had a giant golden acorn tree in it. As he arrived, his heart skipped a beat. There were people inside. Chapter 26. Roth studied the moving figures inside the Lin store's greenhouse. They wore high boots and muddied overalls. At least 5 of them tended to the different herbs and plants in the garden. Several players observed the commotion from his side of the glass and chatted excitedly.
Yeah, friend ants meow, all right?
Roth heard Lin ask from within his robes.
Progress in learning Felinian, 59%.
I don't know, whispered Roth. Those people inside the greenhouse seem to be gardeners. Hopefully they haven't spotted them yet. Roth closed his eyes and opened his mind to the brainwaves in the surrounding area. The tree ants were radio silent. That didn't mean that they weren't safe. Maybe they were on lockdown to go unnoticed by the gardeners. Roth tried calming himself down. Soros had known telepathy. Among those gardeners, there could be powerful NPCs who knew telepathy too. He'd better not risk sending a mental message to his pets until the coast was clear. Eager to learn more about what was happening, Roth approached the crowd. There were roughly 50 people who, from the looks of their gear, were between levels 20 to 30. Roth studied the different faces around him, and judging a certain couple chatting and smiling to be the friendliest, he decided to try his luck with them. "Good morning," he greeted. "I'm sorry, do we know each other?" the girl asked. The question didn't put off Roth. It wasn't asked aggressively. He could see that the girl with dark skin and braided hair asked because she was unsure about his identity. The man beside her also squinted, rummaging through his memory and trying to put a name to Roth's face. "Actually, no. Hi, I'm Raincloud. I was just passing by and I noticed this crowd. What is this about?" "Oh, right. Everyone here is a herbalist. 3 days a week, the Lin stores come to tend to their garden. If you sit outside and watch, it's free profession XP. If you want to get the profession, you can also learn it by watching them during a gardening session." "Ah, so that's what it was. And those are the gardeners, I presume?" "That's right." The couple was visibly relaxed. It looked like they were used to coming here and chatting with other herbalists. "I've been thinking about becoming a herbalist. Do you recommend it?" "Well, herbs and such aren't that easy to find in Rock Canyon, but you can find many valuable ones in the mountains surrounding the plateau," the girl explained.
Right. It's a cool profession if you're out adventuring a lot. If you prefer to set up camp somewhere, I'd advise you to take up farming instead."
Roth nodded. Even though he enjoyed adventuring, he had recently spent most of his time inside cities, completing quests and interacting with NPCs. He had so many things on his plate already. Maybe he had to revisit the whole idea of becoming a herbalist.
By the way, I'm Matt. This is my wife, Roxanne. You said you were just passing by. Aren't you based in Sapphira?"
"I just moved here. I came from the Thunder Mountains," Roth lied.
"Cool. Make sure you try the pit cakes in the bakeries on the 5th floor. Every city in Rock Canyon has its specialty pastry, and I think this city's is the best."
"That's why someone just had to move here," Roxanne said playfully, while pointing accusingly at her husband.
"Hey, it's not like you don't love them either."
Roth was happy to meet such a friendly couple. They seemed to enjoy spending time with other folks and not just keeping to themselves. Roth also thought it looked sweet that the couple was playing this game together. "How long will the gardeners stay in the greenhouse?" asked Roth, trying to sound uninterested.
"They leave at 10, so 2 more hours, roughly. Wait a moment. Are you seeing that, Roxanne? Check it out." "Awesome. So that's how the Lin stores avoid using pesticides and ruining the more sensitive plants? I just got some XP from learning this. Sweet."
Roth followed the couple's gaze and saw one of the gardeners on his knees, opening jars and letting little insects out. "What are they doing?" Roth asked.
"Adding insects to the greenhouse."
"Why?" asked Roth, confused, as one of the gardeners opened a jar full of flies and hit it with a stick to get all of them out.
"To strengthen the ecosystem," Roxanne explained.
"Say what?" Matt exchanged an amused look with Roxanne. Roth didn't miss the implied, "what a noob." Nevertheless, Matt generously elaborated.
"Flowers and plants need pollinators, so that's why they're introducing the flies, for example. But things can quickly get out of control, so they add predators to control the insect population in the greenhouses," explained Roxanne.
Roth gulped dryly. "What kind of predators?"
"It depends. Scorpions, praying mantises, wasps, beetles, whatever feeds on other insects."
Matt squinted.
"From the looks of it, the Lin stores prefer praying mantises."
"Friends? Danger? Yeah?"
asked Lin. Roth coughed, trying to disguise the sound while gently hitting his chest with his hand, warning Lin to be quiet. The couple looked around, alarmed by the high-pitched sound.
"What was that?"
Was that a dog? Matt asked, looking for the source of the noise.
No, it sounded more like a cat,
guessed Roxanne. Where? Roth asked, cheeks flushed. He was a terrible actor, but he couldn't help but improvise on the spot to keep his secrets safe. If word got out that a tall dude owning a kitten was walking around in Sapphira, it wouldn't take long for the guilds to locate him. But why do they need to add more insects? Roth asked, hoping to distract the couple and make them stop looking for his kitten. Between the fear of anyone spotting his kitten and the presence of predators near the leafies, he was lost as to what to do.
It's a fragile balance. Whenever the gardeners see too little or too much of one thing, they have to balance it out,
Roxanne explained, having given up on detecting the source of the whimper. As Roxanne and Matt debated about the best insect for pest control in a garden, Roth clenched his fists so hard that his nails dug into his palms and his knuckles turned pale white. He just hoped that his little friends were okay. He had never imagined that there would be predators inside that beautiful garden. Thanks for the info. Roth excused himself and walked a few steps away from the couple. He opened the pet window to check on the leafies.
Leafies, pet. Pet rating, A+, level 7. Eggs, 67. Larvae, 26. Workers, 39. Nanites, 18. Affection, 34 of 110. Weightlifting, 15 grams. Strength, 5. Dexterity, 9. Intelligence, 15. Wisdom, 5. Skills, forage, scavenge, tiny house. Checking the leafies' status was reassuring. They were already level 7, and the colony was growing quickly. They wouldn't be growing this much if they had run into trouble. Roth tried to find the acorn where his aunts lived, but it was impossible among the hundreds of fallen acorns. He kept observing the gardeners for a while, and his heart raced as one of them approached the oak tree. His muddied high boots stepped over the many acorns, and Roth prayed that he hadn't stepped on his pet colony. Even if he did, hopefully, the soil was soft enough that he would only bury the acorn deeper into the ground instead of smashing it. The gardener inspected the many branches of the oak tree. Roth guessed that he was looking for any golden acorns. Sure enough, he found 3, and then looked around the fallen acorns for more. He picked up 2 fallen golden acorns and moved on to care for the next plant. Roth opened the pet window again and found that everything was the same. They should be safe. Roth turned back and headed toward the auction house. He would go there to dump his cargo and then return here at 10 a.m. sharp. He wanted to talk to his tree ant colony and ensure they were okay. Congratulations, you have learned telepathy. Plus 100 reputation with tree ants. You are now friends with the tree ants. You've unlocked a new title, Mindfulness. Mindfulness, rare. Title description. You have exercised your brain in such a manner that it becomes not only a world within, but a hand to reach the universe outside. Title effects, +2 intelligence.
Bluefire read the notifications with a grin on his face. It hadn't been easy, but he'd finally done it. It worked, he messaged his boss proudly. What a relief, came the swift response. Good job, Bluefire. Bluefire was forced to resort to Trampler's strategy when exploring Antioch. After hours of exploring the city without any results, Bluefire was forced to ask his boss for his honeydew and to try tackling the secret to this place by himself. Bluefire was an Esper with over 400 intelligence. From the moment he entered Antioch, he felt a headache. At first, he assumed that he was just tense and anxious, but after a while, he realized that there was something in the air that only he, with high intelligence, could pick up on. He sat down and, concentrating, found out that the tree ants were, in fact, telepathic. Who would have thought it? He had tried to tune his mind to the mental waves around him, hopeful that it was the key to obtaining all of Antioch's treasures. After painstaking hours of concentration, he was finally able to do so. The last miniaturizing honeydew timer was almost over. There wasn't any time to lose. Bluefire hurriedly approached the honeypot ant and tried to communicate with it mentally. A window didn't appear, but he got a message.
Hey, tourist, get in line,
came the protest from the honeypot ant. Excuse me?
Everyone has their turn. Get in line.
Bluefire was shocked.
An animal had talked to him. Gears turned furiously in his mind, and he went to wait in line. The tree ants could talk. What a surprise! He had never imagined that tree ants were sentient. As he watched the precious minutes on the consumables timer, finally his time came, and a window appeared. It was honeydew, but not the kind he wanted.
Pinecone honeydew, consumable. Item description: a sweet liquid fermented in the stomach of the honeypot ants. Having been fed many pine cones today, the honeydew takes some of its characteristics. Item effects: plus 200 HP for 1 hour.
"I'm sorry, don't you have miniaturizing honeydew?" he tried.
I only have what you can see. I only have one stomach to cook in, pal. Next. Stop wasting the time of the tree ants. They're busy, you know. -1 reputation with tree ants.
Biting his lip, Bluefire purchased as much honeydew as he could anyway. It was an incredible item. Gaining plus 200 HP could make a considerable difference in boss fights. Particularly, squishy targets that were easily one-shot could increase their survivability if they had a larger HP bar. He left the line confused and tried to make sense of the situation. "Pinecone honeydew," he mumbled. He saw that the tree ants in line to see this honeypot ant were carrying pine seeds. Could it be that the consumables they sold varied depending on what these cooks were fed? He raised his burning hand as a torch to illuminate as much of his surroundings as possible. Some ants carried seeds, others berries, and others pieces of mushrooms. Each of them split up into different lines to feed the cooks of Antioch and produce a variety of powerful honeydews. How had Roth found what led to the miniaturizing honeydew? "I don't have time for this," he said through clenched teeth. He had no choice. It was up to his luck. He went to the following line and found another consumable.
Royal poop honeydew, consumable. Item description: a sweet liquid fermented in the stomach of the honeypot ants. Having been fed much of Prince Piglet's poop today, the honeydew takes some of its characteristics. Item effects: plus 20 strength for 1 hour. Prince Piglet had to be the NPC outside. Even though the item was disgusting, he bought as much as possible. 20 strength was a fantastic bonus. Each line took 5 minutes, and he only had 10 more. The next line turned out to be the worst honeydew he'd seen. Elderberry honeydew, consumable. Item description: a sweet liquid fermented in the stomach of the honeypot ants. Having been fed many elderberries today, the honeydew takes some of its characteristics. Item effects: plus 10 energy regen per 5 seconds for 1 hour. Even though it was the worst, it didn't mean it wasn't an incredible item. He knew of consumables with the same effect, which only lasted 5 minutes. For it to last 1 hour was fantastic. He tapped his foot as he waited in the line. It was now or never. As he was halfway in line, his body began glowing red. Warning: your miniaturized buff is about to end. Renew it or perish.
"Don't you think I know?" he screamed, frustrated.
10, 9, 8...
Huh? I still have almost 1 full minute on the timer, he said questioningly. Why was the timer already counting down now?
2, 1, 0.
When only 3 more ants were in front of him, a troop of 10 soldiers appeared out of nowhere and lunged at him. Bluefire reined in the impulse to fight back, and understanding they were killing him before he returned to his normal size and crushed all these ants, he let himself get killed.
You have died. You are level 54. You lost 2 wisdom. You'll need physiotherapy. You will be brought back to your last saving point.
Bluefire awoke in the graveyard. He would never know if the honeypot ant in that line sold the miniaturizing honeydew he needed. He massaged his temples and let out a hefty sigh. I didn't make it in the end.
"Are you convinced now?"
Ogre sent back. Bluefire kicked a nearby rock. Still frustrated, he used Pyroblast on it and blew it to pieces. "I am. Let's recruit Roth." Chapter 27. Roth sat at the trading square of Sapphira's auction house and, for the 10th time, checked the Leafy's status window. Nothing had changed. The number of eggs and larvae had slightly increased, meaning they were active.
He wished he could get the clock to tick faster so that those gardeners would leave and he could talk to his colony. All signs indicated that his colony was safe and sound, so he decided to keep himself busy and productive while waiting. He operated the auction house and readied the items to sell. Roth had 49 pieces of leather equipment in his inventory, 23 pairs of greaves, and 25 helmets. Out of the almost 50 pieces of equipment, 15 had light traps. The auction house calculated the market price of the haul to be 15 gold. It was slightly disappointing. He made so much more money from trading than he did from tailoring. As he checked the individual figures, he saw that the trapless leather equipment sold for, at most, 80 silver apiece. Light traps helped the equipment fetch a slightly higher price of 1 gold. The profit margin was incredible for equipment of this level. Each rock lizard hide only cost him 1 silver, and each glue jar was roughly that much too. He was getting tenfold the amount. Roth disagreed with the prices determined by the system. True, he was just getting started with light trapping. True, ordinary players of the level this equipment was meant for could hardly afford to pay more. Still, he was the only one in the game with the light trapping profession. This was an exclusive item. Roth scratched his head, pondering his next move. He felt tempted to leave the crafting and focus on trade routes. That would mean much quicker character development. At the same time, perhaps light trapping and eco-tailoring were late-blooming professions, only showing their true potential at later levels. He might also be partly disappointed because he was already used to handling thousands of gold, and 15 gold seemed like a drop in the ocean. He wasn't done giving this eco-tailoring light-trapping combo a chance. He just had to play it smart. After some thought, Roth operated the market's controls and only put the light-trapped items for sale. He set the starting bid for each one at 5 gold, with minimal increments of 10 silver, and made it so that only after one auction was over would the next begin. He sent a message to H explaining his plan, and after a few moments, he got a thumbs up. Roth browsed the market, looking for plant-based glue and crafting supplies. Just as he was about to purchase lizard hides, he stopped himself. He had a better idea of where to get leather this time around. That led him to his next purchase. Roth visited the skill section in the market. Blessing of the Lion King offered him 2 skill slots, meaning that it occupied no slots in his skill set and allowed him to learn an extra one. He browsed the different skills for sale and found one he liked, so he purchased it. Now, all of his skill slots were full. Happy with all the arrangements, Roth headed back to the lower levels of Sapphira. It was time to visit White Onyx Inc. Matilda should be able to fetch him a higher price for this leather gear. Emmanuel, or as he was known in the game, ML, arrived at the auction house and took a seat on one of the benches. He had first tried carpentry, but ended up giving it up. It just wasn't for him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get crafting grades higher than C. That's when he read in the forums about a guy in the fire pits who had also struggled with carpentry, but then shifted to tailoring and found his calling. Inspired by this account, Emmanuel decided to do the same and changed professions 2 months ago. He didn't regret his decision. He enjoyed tailoring much more. Whenever he got tired of running dungeons and hunting bosses, he took a day off to craft equipment. ML found that between knitting, working with hemp or linen, and leatherworking, he preferred the latter. There was something special about using the chisel and stamps. Also, at more advanced levels, leatherworkers got to dye their armor in unique patterns and colors. He had been crafting leather chest pieces and boots to level up his profession. Once he ran out of supplies, he went to the auction house to sell all his designs. Even though tailoring supplies weren't as expensive as those of other professions, there were days when he barely broke even. About 1 in every 10 items he crafted failed. When that happened, he took a significant loss. To worsen matters, good quality leather was expensive. Quality lizard hides sold for 10 silver apiece, and elite lizard hides for over 30 silver. Items crafted from the materials only sold for twice as much. Since he didn't have a lot of cash, he often had to come here and dump the supplies, go hunting, and wait for them to sell before he could buy new ones to progress in his craft.
After listing all his leather chest pieces and boots, he inspected what his fellow tailors were making more of. He enjoyed seeing what was hot in the market so that he could plan accordingly and increase his profit margin. There was no point in selling chest pieces if everyone else did the same. He sorted the listing price from top to bottom to see the highest prices that leather equipment level 20 and lower was selling for. The first item on the list was a helmet. Even though he knew the basic design well and the craftsmanship was serviceable, there were no stamped patterns or dies on it. Still, the craftsman was selling it for 5 gold, and there were already 2 bidders. What had this craftsman done to improve the pricing of this item so much? He inspected it and found the reason. At the center of the leather helmet, there was a bright square. Its fluorescent, eerie glow made it look more modern and cool. It was as if someone had managed to install neon in the leather. Opening the details, he found it wasn't just an aesthetic bonus. Rock Lizard Layered Leather Helmet, Common. Item description: a leather helmet with a simple design, fashioned from the shed leather of rock lizards. Item effects: plus 30, plus 1, HP. Plus 4, plus 2, Strength. Plus 3, plus 1, Endurance. Restrictions, level 14. Light trap effects: plus 1 to all equipment stats. Plus 1 to equipment's highest stat. A light trap? He hadn't realized that such a tailoring technique existed. Was it some special skill someone had unlocked from a quest? If so, this artisan was set for life. Being able to add this cool effect added real aesthetic value. Sadly, the stats it granted weren't anything special. A good die or stamp would have generated the same result. He wasn't interested in buying it, but for fun, he copied the link to the listing and shared it with his buddies in the guild. Check this out. Super cool effect on leather headgear. He then scrolled down, comparing what was for sale and trying to decide what he would craft next. Pierre proofread the report he had just written for Feeney and Exis. The twins wanted to know how things were going in the Union and required him to send a daily report. He had to say that integrating the Union was more fun than he had expected. Their library was very respectable, and he had picked up a few new insights. However, the best thing about it was, by far, the crafting battles. Having an environment where top craftsmen could compete with each other and compare notes was addictive. It already helped him progress greatly in this profession. After being stuck in a bottleneck for a month, he had leveled twice after a week and was now a level 62 tailor. How unfortunate that Pegasus was attacking the organization. Pierre had always known that this organization wouldn't last. It couldn't without the support of a major guild. No matter how good the benefits they offered, it was too juicy a target, and it had no muscle to back it up. The notification alarm rang. There's a new order for tailors in the Union Collective. As was his custom, Pierre opened it, hoping it was worth his time. Customer, anonymous. For tailors. Request. A guild that wishes to remain anonymous has asked the Union if anyone knows about light traps. These boost the stats of existing equipment and have just appeared in a listing in the auction house in Sapphira Rock Canyon. Our customer will pay 10,000 gold if you have any information about them. Attached to the order is the description of the item. No deadline. Payment, 10,000 gold. Pierre let out a whistle. Even to him, a seasoned veteran who wasn't lacking in funds or resources, 10,000 gold was a very considerable sum. He felt tempted to give the information and make a quick buck. His jaw dropped as the item's details expanded, and he inspected the post. Was this what he thought it was? He immediately called Feeney. Hey, Pierre, to what do I owe the pleasure? Everything all right in Hillsford? Ma'am, I think I just discovered what you were looking for. It's the first hint of an enchanter profession in the game. What? Where? Sapphira. Someone is selling leather equipment that is boosted by something called a light trap. I think it's the equivalent to imbuements in New Earth. Are you sure? Yes, some guild issued a quest to tailors here in the Union asking for information. I'll get down to it.
I'll contact all our agents in the auction houses of Rock Canyon to ask around. Good job, Pierre. I'll reward you for finding this information in your next paycheck. See you.
Pierre rubbed his hands contentedly. Not only was the Union a place where he could progress steadily, but he learned juicy secrets that interested his guild every day. Any respectable top guild had at least one agent working in the Union nowadays, keeping an eye and ears open for any exciting news. Calmer after sharing the news about this light trap thing, Pierre turned his attention to the recipes he knew, trying to determine what he would craft next. He had seen a tailor from Cerberus make an interesting stamping pattern in one leather chest piece he wanted to try. He got another notification. All unionized workers have received a quest. Quest? He opened the window again, and this time his eyes practically popped out of his sockets. All Union members are invited to join the following quest. City Renewal Project, Epic. The city of Hillsford has hired the Union to renew several infrastructures in the city. Although rewards vary depending on the contribution of each Union member, the city promises to pay a fee of at least 100 gold per worker. The Union is looking for 500 blacksmiths, 500 tailors, 500 tinkerers, 500 engineers, 500 chemists, 500 carpenters. The list went on. Pierre's heart raced as he saw that they amounted to 10,000 workers. He carried on reading. While you undertake the quest, you'll be protected by the city. Any interested parties should contact management. Note, only unionized workers approved by management can participate in this quest. Rewards depend on your contribution. As far as Pierre knew, this was unprecedented in the game's history. A city had issued a quest involving 10,000 players exclusive to craftsmen and had given control over it to the Union. Just how had the Union Collective pulled this off? The most important note in the quest description was the line saying that the city would guarantee protection during the works. That meant that while craftsmen undertook this quest, Pegasus wouldn't be able to reach them, or if they did, they would have to fight with the garrison soldiers. Ordinary soldier NPCs were at least level 50. Captains could go as high as levels 70 and 80, and the garrison general was at least a level 90 NPC. The Union had, in one fell swoop, made itself the most attractive destination to craftsmen and come under the city's protection. Pierre decided to call Feeney again. This news was even bigger than the last one. Chapter 28. Roth left white onyx ink with reddish hair and beard, a longer snout, a wagging tail, a puffed chest, and a confident, foxy grin. Just as he suspected, Matilda got him a much better price for his gear. His broker skill, Supplier's Loyalty, was a big reason for this. Supplier's Loyalty, rare. Skill description. NPCs treasure the business relationship you have cultivated with them. Skill effects. Passive. NPCs pay you 2% more when purchasing goods from you. Percentage scales with reputation, charisma, and wisdom. This bonus is doubled if you have an exclusive trade agreement. Restrictions. Brokers, level 20. Given how it scaled with charisma, Roth had pulled out his big guns and had changed to fox form. His stats had grown so much since he last used it that even without the 50% bonus of the Discoverer of Species title, his charisma was over 800. The stat bonuses for such a high charisma were incredible. Godsend, stat bonus. Bonus description. Not even the sun and moon are indifferent to your overwhelming presence and charisma. Bonus effects. It's dramatically easier to increase reputation. There's a great chance of reputation with factions spontaneously increasing. You'll receive spontaneous invitations from high-ranking NPCs for rare and above quests. If you don't antagonize a faction you have a negative reputation with, you'll quickly recover your reputation with them over time. Restrictions, 750 charisma. Tongue of the Leader, bonus stat. Bonus description. Your listeners cannot help but accept everything you say. Bonus effects. Dramatically increases favor with NPCs. Even monarchs defer to you. Enemies won't attack unless provoked. Vocal skills are dramatically enhanced. Whenever you meet a faction for the first time, it's easier to become friends with them. Restrictions, 800 charisma.
He had left Matilda's office with a boost of 500 reputation with White Onyx Inc. and was almost on revered status with her. It wasn't only that. Every 10 minutes or so, he received a notification. The Rattans miss you and rejoice in how happy they are to be your friends. Plus 10 reputation with Rattans. The Timberwolves regret how things went down the last time you fought. They wish they could make things better. Plus 10 reputation with Timberwolves. With such high charisma, it was possible to gain reputation points just by breathing. Thanks to his previous encounter with the Blue Caterpillar and the Stat Prodigy title, he was confident that he was the player with the highest charisma in the game. Matilda just couldn't resist his overwhelming charm. Keeping in mind how much longer the gardeners would spend in the Lin store's greenhouse, Roth had purposefully pestered Matilda for as long as he could, activating another one of his broker skills. Exasperate, uncommon. Skill description. Your relentlessness is like a mighty river that carves a canyon into the toughest of rocks. Skill effects. Passive. The longer a negotiation is, the more chances you have of gaining better deals and getting more profession XP. Restrictions. Merchants. Level 9. Thanks to the stacked effects of both skills and the power of fox form, by the time he had finished haggling with her, thanks to the bonuses granted to him by his 2 broker skills, he got 25 gold for the whole batch of trapless leather equipment. That wasn't all. Even as the elevator brought him back up to the 83rd floor, where the greenhouses were, he saw how the helmet he had put for sale on the auction house had already reached the 10 gold mark. H did well in promoting the equipment to guilds. However, now that he thought about it, how did he do it? He opened the Union forum page and found that he still had no access. Weren't they still down for maintenance? How had H done it then? Had he sent individual messages to the guilds? Or had he just talked to people in the Union tent? Shrugging, Roth licked his lips as yet another bid came in, elevating the helmet's purchasing price to 11 gold. It was a good thing that he hadn't settled with the price suggested by the system. He would make much more money thanks to his arrangements. By the time he returned to the greenhouse, the gardeners and curious crowd had left. He glanced in all directions, and once he was sure that not even a patrolling soldier was near, he quested out with his mind, focusing on the acorn field. Leafies, can you hear me? Yes. Your visit pleases your pet tree ant colony. +2 affection with the Leafies. +100 Leafies XP. It was the first time that the Leafies had transmitted a word to him. Before, the most he managed to get out of them was thoughts and sensations. Even though it was a small word, it revealed the added intellect the bigger colony now had. Are you safe? The tree ants sent back flashes of information. A giant, towering brown monster eating a struggling ant. Earthquakes caused by the footsteps of giants rocking their castle. At the same time, there was a feeling of safety in growing numbers, and joy at the abundance of resources around them. Finally, there was the image of a stronger, bulkier ant with sharp, long mandibles. Ant soldiers? Yes. Roth was unsure of what to make of this. His pets were breeding the first soldiers in an army. He was a pacifist. But would his ants be pacifists too? Could he impose that on them? He was speechless for a while, facing this ethical dilemma. Don't fight. Peace. No, came the resounding answer. The colony's vigorous response took Roth aback. Not even his 800 charisma was enough to sway them. Maybe asking them not to have soldiers or fight was too much. After some consideration, he sent the image of tree ants peacefully foraging, ignoring the monsters. Hide. Grow. Avoid monsters. The tree ants didn't say anything in response. Sighing, Roth added, Stay safe. Yes, came the response. Even though there were predators in the greenhouse, the ants seemed to be safe within their acorn. Hopefully, things would stay that way. Roth had no control over what all these tiny ants could do, but he hoped they would be as peaceful as possible. Roth checked the map, and finding the gate closest to the rock lizard's dungeon, he headed back down. It was time to make new friends and secure crafting supplies. Jugular Strike rolled his dagger between his fingers.
Ever since the Union moved its operations base to the crafting district, the number of easily accessible targets significantly decreased. This was bad news. The more people he killed, the more gold he would make. He had been lucky enough to be the only assassin in the guild to get 2 Union management members, but now they were barricaded inside that cursed inn. There was always at least 1 or 2 soldiers drinking ale at every inn in the city, and even though some of his colleagues had tried to infiltrate the inn to assassinate Union members, they were fulminated by the inn's security system. Jugular Strike had no choice but to focus more on craftsmen from top guilds. They were much harder to kill, but their bounties were incredible. From his perch atop a tree, he spotted one of the targets on his hit list, Leanne from the Gorgons. She was one of the best tailors in their guild, and she was probably making a run between the city and the Gorgons' tent. She wasn't alone, though. Several other high-level players accompanied her. Performing an assassination with so many players together would be pretty tricky. However, it had been hours since he had killed anyone, and, feeling impatient, he decided to risk it. Jugular Strike decided to tail the group. Leanne walked through a busy avenue, even though crowds could be an opportunity to administer poison or perform a blitz attack. Union members were now on guard against assassination attempts. Were he to try, they would probably react too fast for him to be able to kill Leanne. If they managed to pin him down, nearby soldiers would join the fray and kill him. He needed them to go down a smaller road with fewer patrols. If he were lucky enough, he would be able to get her. The group turned right into a small road, and then right again. Their destination was an empty lot of land, with several tents and hundreds of people walking back and forth. It looked similar to the guild tent camp, but it was inside the city. He recognized several faces. Why were there so many Union members here? Was this their new base of operations? How had they gotten the city to lend them this piece of land? The best part was that this wasn't an inn. There was no security system guarding this site. Therefore, if he could find one isolated target, he could collect more bounties. Camouflage on, Jugular Strike infiltrated the camp. Blacksmiths struck anvils, and tailors busily sewed new tents to harbor more workstations. Engineers huddled around pieces of machinery, while tinkerers tweaked gadgets. He had never seen so many craftsmen working together at the same time. It made for quite a scene. Just what was the Union doing here? What kind of operation was this? As he studied the crowd, he felt the hair on the back of his neck prick up, and ducked. A broadsword swung viciously right where his head had been. He turned around, terrified by the identity of his attackers, 2 garrison soldiers. Trying to understand what was happening, he spotted 2 more soldiers leaving one of the nearby tents and running his way. Why were the soldiers stationed here?
You're traveling in stealth on the city's private property. Deactivate camouflage right now and surrender, or we'll keep using lethal force, one of the soldiers commanded.
What in the world? A city's private property? He had only heard of someone coming across such a notification if they walked around stealth in the garrison, the citadel, the courthouse, or other places connected to law enforcement. Jugular Strike turned tail and ran. He was level 50, 10 levels below these guards. Despite the level disparity, these guards wore heavy plate armor. If he made a run for it, he would likely escape. Just as he was about to leave the work site, a sharp whistle sounded to his right. He recognized the sound as that of an arrow. He had no choice but to block it with his dagger. Parry! Parry was a life-saving skill that could reflect any attack. It had a long cooldown and didn't cancel the impact of the attack, only its damage. As a result, he was sent flying. Locating the source of the attack, he found a soldier in intricately carved armor and a flowing red cape. It was a captain, a level 70 NPC. Scared out of his wits, he grabbed a life-saving treasure from his inventory and threw it to the ground. A thick cloud of dust spread, and he was teleported to a random location 100 meters away. Thankfully, he was teleported outside the worksite and far from the soldier's reach. Gasping heavy breaths and sweating, Jugular Strike sent a message to Anak. "Boss, something has changed here in the Union. The city guards are protecting the targets." He didn't receive a response. Jugular Strike shook his head and decided to leave. Whatever the Union had cooked up, and whatever the rewards his guild promised, he wasn't willing to lose a level fighting NPC captains. He wouldn't risk it even if Loki offered 10 times as much. He opened his guild's mission logs and found another, easier task. The teleport bomb he'd just used cost 3k gold, so he had to make back the money he'd just lost. Thanks to the map Roth had purchased earlier, finding the rock lizard lair was a simple task. The entrance to the dungeon was packed to the brim with players. He couldn't help but notice that some of them used equipment made of rock lizard leather, similar to what he'd been crafting.
Looking for a tank to fill the party. Needs to have 200 HP and taunt skill. 10% damage reduction is a plus.
We're a healer short. Needs to have cleanse and antidote. PM me.
I'm an incredible esper with several ice-based skills and plus 100 intelligence. I'm looking for a party, please. Several players around him shouted as they tried to complete hunting parties to tackle the dungeon. From what Roth had read online, this was a dungeon for up to 5 players between levels 13 and 17. Roth felt he got fewer curious looks compared to the dungeons in the beginner regions. He was a level 39 player, at least 20 levels higher than them, and they still ignored him. These players were used to walking around Sapphira and had seen many players in high gear before. Roth was happy about the result. He covered his head, trying to go unnoticed. He had stayed in fox form. He would need it. Roth approached the dungeon entrance.
Are you sure you want to enter the rock lizard lair? Why? N.
Roth accepted and entered the dungeon.